welcome Chief Executive Officer, Marketopia, Terry Hedden.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. First, let me congratulate you for being those that have woken up in time to make the first session. After the location here is a little too convenient to some amazing bars, including Hooters, where Clearwater is where it started, right? We have Hogan's Bar, not a short walk away, and then probably 50 other places to get a drink within a 15-minute walk. So congratulations on that, because you've demonstrated a commitment to success that even the people already here didn't all participate in. I hope that you left yesterday really with three different things. First, I hope that you went to sleep last night remembering your why. Why you're doing this, why you started your business, why you have taken the risks and went through the effort of starting your business. You try to remember your dream, your goal, your ultimate destination that you're trying to reach and when you want to reach it. Number two, you know how to do the most difficult part, perhaps for some people, the first part of the sales process, which is getting more leads. You know how because you learned how. And whether you're a Marketopia client and we're given some ideas on how to elevate performance and what you've already paid us to do, or you were a prospect and learned maybe how Marketopia could be of assistance, or you know new techniques that you can give your internal team, or a third-party company that isn't Marketopia to teach them how to give you what you need. So you know how. So you know your dream, you remembered your dream, and you documented it and rethought your dream. Number two is you know how to do the lead gen part of that dream. And then three, you took action. You took action, whether it's making a commitment to yourself to do something different, whether it's sending off an email or approving an agreement or some sort of action that's taken to make sure that next year is different than this year. Because that's why we do this in December, that's why we're here today, is because we want 2023 to be bigger and better than it was this year. We want every year to get better and better and better. So this conference will continue annually for that exact purpose. Today's a little bit different. It's about sales, about elevating sales. We're going to first start off with a little session on learning how to win. We talked a little bit about that earlier, and then two really amazing speakers and great guys and knowledgeable experts on mid-market and enterprise sales are going to come up and really share with you how they believe you can attack a very lucrative and low-stress market for managed service providers in the bigger clients, specifically with what's called co-managed IT. Then one of my friends and great speaker and person, Jennifer Bleem, is going to come up and talk to us about winning big and profitable managed services deals, leveraging security, which is a powerful thing for a lot of partners. It's a great opportunity that I hope you can capitalize on. We're going to talk about partner programs and solutions that help MSP grows. A couple of vendors are going to talk about how they can help you grow. Gio and Danny are coming up. And then we're going to have lunch sponsored by ThreatLocker. We're going to continue on talking about how to close bigger deals. There's a lot of MSPs that struggle with some of the larger deals. We even have customers who get scared and don't want to take deals because they're too big. It's too large a client and they're not equipped. And that's perfectly honorable, actually, to actually admit to yourself that you don't have the skills you need and reach out to us because we can pair you up with another Marketopia client. But hopefully this panel can teach you how to go after them yourself, because there are a few things more wonderful than a $30,000 a month managed services deal in terms of helping you achieve your goals. Then David Powell, Dr. Powell, #ThePowell, is going to come up and talk to you about how you can leverage storytelling to improve the sales process. It's innovation in sales, guys. Our goal today is to teach you how to win more than your fair share, do a better job than your peers at communicating your value proposition, at doing it in such a way that you're able to bring in a higher revenue amount, higher profit amount, and an unfairly high close percentage. So David and Jason are both going to come up and really talk to you about that. How do you kind of innovate your sales? We're going to have some vendors come up, and then we're going to have a great time tonight. It is a 1980s themed event tonight on the yacht. It's a giant boat, so if you get seasick, don't worry about it. If there's big waves out there, we'll stay in the intercoastal. Everyone should go. It's a massive boat that can hold us all. come 80s. Even if you forgot everything, starch up your collar, come have fun. It's going to be 80s theme music. We're going to have a great time, and that's going to go till 9:30. So at that point, you'll have another one of those whys in your life. Do I want to go toward the dark side, go out drinking, have shots, maybe hang out with Sean Moreno, which always leads to a hangover, or go into bed at 9:30 and have an easy night. All right. I was listening to that song, All I Do Is Win, Win, Win this morning, and I tried to get it queued up, but unfortunately when you're live streaming to the world, you cannot use copyrighted music. So I learned that our feed would be shut off. We do have a feed that's going out to the world. There are people out there watching. If you want anyone on your team to watch, have them go to the Marketopia, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and it's live streaming. This event's live streaming right now, so you can ask anybody you want to watch these sessions. All right. We have to really identify how to win. There's a lot of us who got into this business and we were willing to take anything and do anything. We said yes to anything and everything because that's how you survive when you're a startup. A lot of us didn't start up with $1 million in the bank, right? We didn't start off with a massive client, yet we still closed deals because we said yes. Right? Then over time, we listened to a lot of talking heads, or maybe even that little demon inside of our head that said, I'm too good for this client, or I'm not willing to take this client. And we started building mountains that we had to crawl over just to even talk to a prospect. A lot of us tried marketing programs or hired salespeople and they failed. And we probably didn't give them what they needed to succeed, like, oh, I don't know, leads. Sometimes we asked them to do things that are unreasonable or gave them no base salary or otherwise created an environment where they simply couldn't be patient and go through the sales process and learn how to win. So we demonized sales and marketing. We convinced ourselves that hiring a tech or buying a tool is an investment in our business when, of course, it's not, right? Car salesmen will teach you that a car is an investment, but it's actually an expense, right? So we're going to go through these agenda today. We're going to stop demonizing sales and marketing. We're going to stop creating sales barriers that you can't overcome because they're in your head. And we're going to start right-sizing your expectations. Some of us in this room are salespeople, which is wonderful. Others of us are business owners. And we've created an environment that's hostile to marketing and salespeople. We get desperate to grow, and so we make the post out there, and we go through the interview process. And they show up, and everything's great on day one, right? Hey, welcome, I'm going to show you the business, and we're going to kick butt together. Here's your path to making 6 figures. We're going to kick butt together, right? And then almost immediately, they don't sell something, and we start to kind of get a little jaded and frustrated and angry. And the reason is because we're paying them $5,000, $10,000 a month of a base salary. We're concerned, we're anxious about it, we need to see a return on that investment. And then we start kind of constricting what they need to succeed, our approval, our support, our resources like engineers to help them in the sales process. Most frequently, leads. We're not giving the leads they need mathematically to achieve their goal. You see, we're expecting them to be their own marketing firm too. And that's very common. We as an industry demonize marketing and sales, and it is one of the reasons that we struggle to grow. We talked about that yesterday. Most MSPs would give anything to their tech team. Anything. They'd buy them a new laptop, a tool, man. There are people with elaborate cabling capabilities in their trunk, you know, laptops and workstations, and there's like a CompUSA store in the trunk of their vehicle. We'll give them anything. And we'll also hire all the engineers our customers could ever ask for. We will give them a 1-minute response time, 30 seconds, maybe even 2 seconds. We're going to service our customers to no end. But when it comes to that salesperson, heaven forbid, maybe a base salary, I don't think so. We're going to go pure commission for you. I need you to go get your own leads, man. Hey, listen, pick up the phone. And the guys or girls like, I'm a salesperson, not a business development representative, right? I don't have those skills. I can't handle rejection at that volume because a BDR might get rejected 1,992 times a month. Not many humans can handle that, right? Certainly the fragile ego of a really good salesperson can't handle that, right? They can handle maybe 4 or 5 rejections a month, maybe, but not 1,992. It takes a special and very skilled and talented person not to take that personally and have it ruin your morale, right? We spend and those who are coming to our open house on Thursday to see the environment, it isn't easy to create an environment where rejection is just a part of the day, right? It's just a normal thing that happens at 2 o'clock. We have an environment that motivates them and keeps them going with music and lights and sounds and temperature and a feel and morale boosting kind of leaders. So what we've got to do as an industry is to stop demonizing sales and marketing. Our salespeople should be our most highly paid people in the entire company. And that's hard for a lot of MSPs, especially if an engineer, to agree with that. And I will tell you, the sign of a great company is that the best salesperson makes more than the CEO. I've had multiple companies, 9 to be exact, and I can tell you if I have a great salesperson, they often make more than me from a base salary perspective especially. They should make more than you because it's hard to find a great closer. It's a great talent, especially in managed services, to get someone to agree to buying a $300,000 thing that has no thing, right? It's a contract with a lot of services. There's no product that you're giving them. They're not getting a car or a house for $300,000. They're actually getting peace of mind, right? And that's a hard thing to do. So I want you to understand that salespeople are just as important and perhaps more important than any engineer on your staff. You see, without that salesperson, the engineer has nothing to do. They have nothing to do. They're an expense and they cost you a lot of money. And they will fill their schedule with a lot of things to be busy, but if they're not billing 32 to 40 hours per week, they're a net loss for your company. That's what the salesperson has to do, is to keep your engineers busy. And I mean busy on good billable work that they're not loading hours into fixed bid contracts to buffer their utilization percentage. They're actually doing what they need to do to be successful. You got to train them well, the best training. They need to be equipped. Even the best salespeople in the world need to be trained. They can get sharper every day. I've seen some of the best salespeople in our community get better every day by listening and learning to the training that we provide, but also to what their peers say in the peer groups. They should have the knowledge and confidence about your business and about the value proposition you bring to get confidence in themselves when they're presenting that. That you see, knowledge equals confidence equals sales. Knowledge plus confidence equals winning. They have to be able to win. I also want to stop creating barriers that you can't overcome with great sales. There's a lot of people right now that are making a lot of money getting you to buy subscriptions and kits and training and stuff like that about how to get $200, $300, $400, $500 a month per user clients. And I will tell you that not only is it possible to get a $300 a month client, it should be an expectation. The challenge is that it's very hard to justify that kind of expense when your peers are a third or a half that cost, because you haven't developed the trust necessary to get people to believe that you're worth, or this package is worth, double or triple the expense. So stop over-bundling your services. Stop creating a minimum standard that you have to be like your relative to be willing to trust you to invest in. Stop over-bundling. You can create security bundles and high security bundles and super high security bundles and David Powell compliant bundles and Bob Coppage compliant bundles, and all of that's golden, don't get me wrong, but don't put that in your minimum plan. Don't have that be the minimum standard, because you're only going to close word of mouth leads that way. You have to be an incredibly good salesperson to convince someone to buy something that's 3 times the price of your competitor. It's possible, but not all of us are that good. Even if you watch the training, you drink the Kool-Aid, you have the slap bracelets to motivate you, whatever it takes, it's still not always easy, right? That's why Ferrari doesn't sell as many cars as Honda does. It's not easy, even when they have the cachet of a Ferrari, because a Ferrari literally does the exact same thing as a Honda Accord for 10 times the price, right? So you can do that, but you've got to be a really good salesperson. Don't make barriers in the sales process like paid assessments. Now, I get a lot of hate for this, because I will tell you that because the market gives assessments away for free, so should you. You can't charge for something other people don't, because you're creating an impediment just to get into the sales machine. Remember, you can't justify your existence until you get to the proposal phase. The assessment is part of the sales process. That's an investment that you make in winning that deal. Now, that does not mean that you can only have one kind of assessment, and it has to be free. In fact, I advocate for 2 or 3 different levels of assessments. One might be free, one might be $5,000, one might be $50,000 with like a pen test kind of setup, right? But don't create a barrier for paid assessments. And then don't require huge upfront expenses. There's a lot of people in our business, it's kind of shocking where they have a hardware standard. The customer has to spend 10, 20, 30, 40 grand just to have the privilege of becoming a client. Or they have an implementation fee that's like $5, $10, $20,000 implementation fee that you've got to give me before I'll even send my tech on site. Now, I'm not saying you can't get a hardware standard, and nor am I saying you can't get an implementation fee, but don't have it come all up front. Don't create a mountain that you have to climb over to win. We talked yesterday about the perpetuation of inertia and what that means, that the incumbent always is the de facto winner. It's the winner in the clubhouse. It's got Tiger Woods, up by one in the clubhouse. He's mentally in the head of the other person. That's where you are. It's hard to beat the incumbent because they at least, the devil they know, right? The devil they know. So don't have huge upfront expenses. In the client meeting yesterday, we spent a good amount of time with understanding the market. You see, a lot of us have decided that we're too good to support a 5-person company. It's not possible for us to be profitable unless it's 25 seats and up. And that is, of course, a ridiculous statement on many grounds. Number one, you can make profit on a 1-person engagement. You don't remember that the fee you charge doesn't have to be the same cost per user as someone with 1,000 employees, right? Well, someone like, I had Governor Bob Martinez, I don't know if you remember that, the Florida governor made famous by 2 Live Crew back in the 90s, I think it was, There's a song about him. Great guy, great client, and he was an ex-mayor. He's a political target, right? So he was a full managed services client, full-on high-security environment for my MSP. He was profitable. Same thing, was a famous chef, Chef Tom Pritchard of Salt Rock Grill. Secured his network because his laptop contained recipes that were priceless, literally priceless. He's a famous chef here in town. The other thing is that there's this reality check that there aren't new 25-person companies being born every day. There are companies being born every day, but they have 1 employee, okay? The 10-seat and up, 25-seat and up is a very, very slow-growing segment, but more importantly, it's the tiniest share. So if you look on the screen right now, you'll see a pie chart. At the bottom, you'll see different color coding. I want you to, as soon as you talk to Marketopia or any marketing firm and say, I'm not willing to take anyone with less than 5 seats, 5 employees, your market does that on that one statement. And people are like, I don't know what the problem is. My minimum standard is 10. I mean, come on, that's what happens when you say 10. All right? And then we have some other customers say, 10's not enough. I'm so good at sales that I can compete with Accenture and every MSP in my market. I'm so daggum elite that 25 is my minimum, and we literally tell them that now you're working on that for 20 and up. So what happens when you start taking fish away from the pond is that results tend to suffer. The other challenge is that you become on a pond that's only used by elite fishermen. Right? The dumb fish are in the other pond now. It's only the highest and most valued targets in the world are in that 20-seat and up because it's only the top 5% or so of customers. Right? So you've got to be incredibly good at sales and perhaps better than you are. Certainly better than you are if you're not humble and eager to learn. We have sales methodologies that will teach you. You're going to learn today how to close more than your fair share. I'm not saying it's not possible, but understand that as soon as you shrink that pond, you're working against yourself. You have to build trust to win. You have to earn the right to sell what you want to sell. It is not an entitlement. Stop creating bare minimums that you're willing to accept. You have to learn how to get more customers. You have to learn how to earn their trust more quickly. You have to earn the trusted advisor status that's required for them to be willing to pay more for you than someone else. These are not entitlements. So with that, I'd like to introduce the rest of the speakers today. You're going to learn from some of the brightest minds in the business. So if you want to grow your business, if you want to learn how to close more than your fair share, keep your eyes open, your ears open, your mind open, and your heart open, because you're about to learn from some of the best in the world. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO Simplex IT, Bob Coppage, and Chief Revenue Officer, Evo Security, David Powell.
How are y'all? Good, good. So real quick, thought we'd introduce ourselves before we get rolling. Bob, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Nah.
No? Do they know you already?
Oh, no, because the ones who are in here don't. No, Bob Coppage, CEO, Simplex IT, Crotchdale Geek. I've written a couple books on co-managed IT services, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. Where do you reside primarily?
Of Ohio.
In Ohio.
I thought you knew that.
I do. They don't. Okay, so I'm David Powell, and I live in Birmingham, Alabama. Terry, if you know, is a Florida Gators fan. I'm an Alabama football fan. We win a lot. Florida, depends on the day. Like, I had these really nice Alabama pullovers, and one of my friends was like, dude, that's a nice Alabama pullover. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, how many do you have? I said, I don't know. My wife buys me one after every national championship. So like half a dozen or so. So Terry would have like one tattered from the 90s or something.
I'm from Cleveland.
Yeah. Y'all have like a whole bunch of quarterbacks over the years.
Yeah,
right?
we have a great collection.
That's right. So I used to be in MSP space. I've worked for two very large MSPs. Like Terry was saying earlier, we did a lot of co-managed, mid-market enterprise type of stuff. So, and then I've been on the vendor side. I was at Logic Monitor. I was at Perch, which got bought by ConnectWise, and then I joined Evo Security last month. So first out of the gate, we're going to talk about how I kind of view co-managed and how Bob kind of views co-managed. We're going to go back and forth a little bit on this. So the way that we've always thought about it is that no matter how big or how small the company is, every company, Procter & Gamble, the law firm down the street with just a few people, they only have 5 things that need to be 3 things. Okay, so the 5 things that they have end users with devices, they've got servers, they've got what I call blinking lights. That was a fun way to kind of explain to the customer, you're like, hey, that storage closet back there with all those blinking lights in it that you don't know what all that stuff is, that stuff needs to be managed. That's your firewalls, your switches, your routers, all that kind of stuff. Then you've got cloud and you've got security. So the way that we would kind of talk about it is those 5 things really only need to be 3 things. They need to be available, they need to be secure, and they need to be supported, right? So when your user community walks in the morning, that stuff needs to be available. When they launch Outlook, it needs to come up, right? So it needs to be available to them. When they go to the internet, that stuff needs to like work, right? Then it needs to be supported. So when something breaks, when it inevitably breaks, who are they going to call? They're going to call somebody. They're going to call you. They need that to be supported. They don't want to be in those days, as we all know, if you're the business owner and you're trying to troubleshoot all this crap running around, you know, in the business. And then the last thing that's really kind of come in the last more decade or so is it needs to be secure. Is that we used to think, oh, well, the Chinese don't want our stuff, the Chinese don't want to hack into our things, and then our end user community from clicking a whole bunch of links introduced a whole bunch of craziness that suddenly is MSPs that we had to deal with. So those are the 5 things that most companies have and the 3 things that they need to be, and that's the way that we would think about we would do co-managed. One interesting thing around that is that Mark Andreessen, who is one of the founders of the internet, he had a partner named Jim Barksdale. Al Gore, if you recall, did not invent the internet. Jim Barksdale and Mark Andreessen did, and primarily, but Jim Barksdale had this funny quote. He said there's 2 ways to make money, bundling and unbundling. Right, and so when you kind of think about it though, is that you see naturally this shift towards like everything gets bundled, and when everything gets bundled, the threat then becomes to unbundle those things with individually better things. So you think about like a Swiss Army knife, people are always like, oh, we're a Swiss Army knife, we do all the things. Swiss Army knife just really sucks at a lot of different things. Right? Is there purpose-built tools that are better than all the individual things in a Swiss Army knife? So when you think about bundling and unbundling, you know, like all of y'all have streaming services. Well, one of my buddies one day was like, if there was just one place I could get all my streaming services in one thing, I'm like, cable? You know, so you've seen this bundling, unbundling process roll there. And co-managed is really like an unbundling to some degree, right? You've been selling this one big fat service, and now you have the opportunity to unbundle that and sell point solutions into the mid-market and enterprise. So that's the way that we have thought about it where I've been before, and Bob has a different way to think about it. Bob, why don't you talk about the way y'all talk about it?
Here's the main thing, is he's wrong. Okay?
He's wrong.
But
I'm open to that. It'd be a first.
And he's delusional. Now, here's the thing, and it's really a difference of perspective. You and the internal IT person are both trying to do the exact same thing. Think about that for a second. And we've always talked about that from an adversarial standpoint. We can be better than them. We're going to do their job better, cheaper, faster, stronger, like a freaking $6 million man. But here's the question. What are we really trying to do? And I agree with the idea of the 5 things, whatever they were. I wasn't paying attention. But at the end of the day, what we're really trying to do is we're trying to give to the client strong, healthy IT. I'll leave it to you to figure out what letters we could use. We're trying to make them successful at whatever it is that they do and that they deliver. The internal IT people are trying to do that. We're trying to do that. This entire industry has been based on the idea we can do it better than them and we'll replace them. That's been our mantra. That's been our statement for the 15 years I've been in business. That's adversarial. It's also not always true. But when we take a look at the internal IT, and you can see the vertical and horizontal, what resources do the internal IT folks have? And when you think about from the vertical, that's the way we talk about from their skill set. And you think of their skill set as they've got 4 types of people. They got level 1, level 2, level 3, and CIO. Okay? Now, small organizations have one person that has to do all 4 of those things. Larger organizations may have some. And they may have enough, they may not. And here's the thing about co-managed. It doesn't have to be for mid-sized companies. There are a ton of organizations that have one IT person. And we've always said we can replace them. We can also make them better. So the vertical is essentially, do they have the right seats filled by the right people? So if an organization, can they handle all their servers and their infrastructure, top level? Then they got the level 3s. Can they handle the desktops and the end users? Then they got the level 1s. And a very quick conversation, you can figure out while talking to them in a collaborative standpoint whether or not they need assistance. So you could have what we call a top level, or excuse me, a top heavy. That means they don't have enough desktop support, enough level 1s. You can talk to an organization and find out they're bottom heavy. They got plenty of level 1s, but they don't have the top level 3s or the strategic side of things. Or they could have the right people, just not enough of them. We call that thin. So relatively speaking, we've been able to talk about a top-level IT organization, top-heavy IT organization, bottom-heavy IT organization, or a thin IT organization. And if we're talking collaboration, now we know our direction. And we can also talk where they're missing specific things. And we'll talk about that as well. But at the end of the day, what are we trying to do? We're trying to make it so that the organization is successful through the use of IT. It's a different perspective. And the nice thing is, we really don't care. If they're internal IT, fine, we'll partner with them. Is there not internal IT or that management wants to replace them? Fine, we'll do the whole thing. We don't care. Either way, our conversation starts with, we want the organization to be as successful as possible through the use of IT resources. And we've got a program that we can work with them to do that.
I actually agree with that. And so the way that we think about that is guardrails. And so when we would go talk to people about the 5 things, to Bob's point, it doesn't have to be adversarial. And lots of times, if you're going in, they have an IT guy, they feel like your entire job is to displace them. And so the second, if I talk to Bob, and the IT guy's sitting in the room, and I'm pitching and all this kind of stuff, the second I leave, the IT guy's going to unsell everything I sold to Bob because he views this as a resume event, right? If they go with David's MSP, then he's got to update his LinkedIn, he's got to create a resume. We recommend bonded paper on resume if you have to do that, and all that kind of stuff. And so you don't want that. You want to be on the same side of the table instead of being adversarial. So the way that we would think about that, kind of to Bob's point, is like with the 5 things, is we had clients and we would basically say like, hey, of the 5 things, 3 of these things are easy, 2 of these things are hard. The 3 that are kind of easy is end user support, and the hard things are cloud and security. So give us what you don't want to do, not necessarily what you're not good at, but what you don't want to do. Yep. Maybe you've got like an awesome guy that everyone loves, right? Well, let that guy, but he's not interested in becoming like some cloud or security guru. Super. Let him maintain all the end user support. He knows your applications really well. He can go show Susie in accounts payable how to do the thing in the system, whatever, all that kind of stuff. Keep that guy or guys, and then give us cloud and security, because those things are hard, right? Or maybe you've got the 2 guys, maybe you've got guys on your team that are kind of douchey. No one really likes them. And no one really likes them, but they're really awesome at cloud and security, and end users can't stand them, right? No one wants to put in a ticket because they don't want the guy. They don't want the old Saturday Night Live skit with the dude from IT that would come in and make them feel stupid and all that stuff. So maybe you've got like some really smart guys that only want to focus on cloud and security. They don't want to do end user support. Well, then great, give us end user support, and then you can handle the rest. We had a client one time that they wanted infrastructure, they wanted servers, they wanted blinking lights, they wanted cloud, they wanted security. All they wanted us to do was tier 1 help desk, right? So we handled password resets, print spooler resets, all that kind of stuff. But if it was anything that went to tier 2, we escalated over to that team. So we were able to kind of figure out, what do they not want to do? What do they struggle to hire against? What do they struggle to staff? And then just give those things, to us. The key to that being successful, though, is guardrails, right? You've got to have really good guardrails. So even good co-managed deals, you've got to understand, where do we start? Where do we end? Where does the client pick up? And where does the client go away? Like the worst conversation, when cybersecurity first started getting hot, the conversation that no MSP wanted to go have with their clients was around cyber, right? Because why? Expectation management. Is I would sit down and I'd be like, hey, we're here to talk to you about cybersecurity. And the client would be like, whoa, 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 you're not doing that for me already? I thought you're already doing that, because there was this expectation gap, right? So we had to clearly say, no, we're doing these basic things, but now there's all these other things of cyber you need to consider. Same thing with co-managed. If you go to talk to them about some of this stuff, you've got to have really clear guardrails so you understand, this is where our service stops, and then this is where their responsibility picks up. Otherwise, you have this expectation gap, and an expectation gap, your guys don't know if they're supposed to do it, they don't know if you're supposed to do it, and there's all this like finger-pointing opportunity. You want really clear guardrails around that. And Bob has said that he thinks the key to that is around packaging.
Right. So this is one of those where, just curiosity, how many of you currently have a co-managed arrangement?
Good.
Okay, cool. Probably a little under half?
Yeah.
Ballpark? Okay. Here's the challenge, is how many of you actually have a package, a co-managed package or set of packages, so that you're driving the discussion? Okay, I saw 2 hands, 3 hands. Okay, cool. Most of us, we stumbled into the co-managed world. It was an opportunity and we took it and all of that. Well, the problem is that doesn't scale well, it doesn't repeat well. So to me, what we ended up doing is we basically have pure MSP, then we have commits. Commits is essentially where, exactly like what you're doing, we provide the IT client with all of our, what we call stamps, our tool stack, whatever you want to call it, and we give them the training. And if they're thin, we're basically making them more productive because of the superpower. So they've got the ability, but they're going to use our stamps, our RMM, PSA, all that kind of fun stuff. And then we also have desktop or server level, which is essentially where they'll take on the level 1 or we'll take on the level 1, and they do the flip. So we can basically adjust that top heavy, bottom heavy, or thin solution. And then we also have what we call silo IT. And silo IT, this is, in my opinion, the best and easiest way for small MSPs to get into co-managed. How many of you have a backup solution for your clients? Okay, there's some people who are not raising your hands. Okay, that's interesting.
That's a problem.
I know, this could be. Yeah. I've heard backup's important. I don't know. It's overrated. Real men don't need backups. Okay, take your backup solution, make a list of all of the things that you bring with that backup solution. Testing, recovery, virtualization, all of that kind of fun stuff. Offer that. We're going to go to organizations that have small IT departments, and we're going to say, we're going to take care of all of your backups. Because you're already doing it for your clients. So now you can go to it, and it may be something they don't want to do. So now you've got a co-managed option. And it's not hugely different what you're doing now. Repeat for other things that you're good at. Azure, AWS, 365, SQL, BI. Take a look, do a little bit of searching of what is it that you guys do well or want to do more of. Figure out a way to package it so that you can have the guardrails over that particular value and offer that to organizations who don't want to or can't do that themselves. It's non-adversarial, And the conversation is not, we're trying to replace you, it's we're trying to make you better at the stuff you like to do, want to do, and can do by taking the stuff you're not and don't and won't. Collaborative.
So when he was talking about backups, it made me think, just as an aside, like 2 years ago, do you remember like all these things will get hot? Remember like Beanie Babies got hot, and then like baseball cards have been hot, they've been cold, and like classic cars will get hot, and something will get like hot. 2 years ago, there was this huge run on old school tape backup drives because everyone was so scared in the cybersecurity ransomware thing that they wanted to air gap their backups. So if you went on like eBay, these old tape libraries that used to be worth like this were all of a sudden like worth like this because people wanted to have a hardcore backup. Remember the old days when somebody went and took the Monday tape out and put it in their backpack and put the Tuesday tape in? That's right, that's right. If you go on your Commodore 64 and do a quick Google search, you'll see. But there's like, that became back around, which is so funny when you're talking about backups. It's like the whole thing, like technology that you think has like gone away. Sometimes the threat becomes real. Like, no, we got to figure out a different way to do this, which is fun.
But let me interject on that. So for all your clients, you have to figure out that solution. So if you've got 10 clients, 20 clients, 30 clients, 40 clients, you have to figure out, so you're going to vet these solutions. You're going to vet these strategies. You're going to figure out, you're going to come to conferences like this, talk with peers, come up with a solution. Internal IT folks, they have to figure the solution out for one company. They don't have time to vet. They don't have time to review these. They don't have time to establish best practices. They don't have time to figure out whether or not it's time to upgrade. You have, you do, you can, you will. Not only is that a great way to basically say, hey, we evaluated 8 different solutions and we decided on this and this is why. But also, oh, by the way, if you're ever looking for other solutions and you want somebody to talk to about what we found that works or doesn't work, feel free. It's not a sales pitch because we're already doing business with you. Again, collaborative. You're not threatening. You're actually helping them get better satisfaction. They may even be able to take vacation now. Different perspective.
And the guardrails are key on this, right? Again, back to successful co-managed has to be driven by process and understanding where those guardrails are. About an hour and a half away from here, Disney, when I was little, my grandparents took me to Disney. You know the little race cars over there that you can drive? Well, and they're like on the track, and I just remember going from like banging off of one guardrail to banging off the other guardrail the whole way around, and I probably gave my granddad whiplash for it. But you don't want your service delivery thing to be just bouncing off these guardrails, right? You want to make sure we got clear expectations, and then everyone is aligned, customer side, service delivery side, and then on your side too. We do feel that there's a lot of lucrative opportunities for co-managed out there. I think if you have an MSP and your only sales motion can be around, I've got to find companies that don't have IT, are frustrated with IT, are willing to fire their team, fire their guy, whatever, you've got really limited opportunity around that. And we'll talk a little bit more about this in a minute around messaging. However, I think in managed services, we fought early, and I was back in the day when somebody's like, oh, you're a managed service provider. And I'm like, what's a managed service provider? We didn't even know. We just kind of moved from break fix to recurring revenue, that kind of thing. So, but when you're doing that whole bit, you understand we avoided the phrase outsourcing. Right? They wanted to say, oh, well, you're just outsourced IT. Like, no, we're a managed service provider, right? We wanted to have this difference. But when you move up market a little bit, outsourcing is something that mid-market enterprise understands, right? They understand that phrase. They don't know what a managed service provider is. So when you go and begin to move up market a little bit, like, why don't you outsource help desk to us? Or why don't you outsource security to us? Or why don't you outsource, backups or whatever it is to us? And so that's a nomenclature change that needs to happen a little bit when you move up market into co-managed. But we do feel like you're missing a huge segment of the market if you're limiting to people that are willing to give you everything, right? The number of companies are willing to say, take all my IT and serve it back to me, that's a small number. A much broader number are people who struggle with specific technical challenges and are looking for somebody to help them.
So, how many of you are trying to find good tech help? Okay. How many of your potential clients are trying to find good tech help?
All.
Okay. So that's an opportunity right there. And we talk about scaling or sizing, and earlier we were talking about don't automatically assume you don't want the small guys. Here's the other thing, don't automatically assume you don't want the larger guys. And if you're starting on co-manage, here's my rule of thumb. Take the largest client that you think you can support, double it. That should be a comfort zone for you as far as co-manage when you go out and you try to talk with them. And they're having troubles. They're having the same trouble of filling their technical seats. They're having the same trouble of adapting and adjusting to the work from, I'm sorry, where are we working from today? About all of the collaborative tools, all of the security. They're having all of those troubles. And every MSP is going after the CEO saying, we can replace that guy or those folks. But if an MSP came up and said, we want a partner to make sure you guys are having the most effective IT as possible. And if you've got an internal IT department, we'll partner with them. That's a different message, isn't it? That's differentiation. You're now different, and I'll tell you, we've had several situations where company has said, we might want to bring in an IT person down the road, and we said, we don't care. We just want to help. So if that happens, let us know. We'll help you do the interviews, we'll help you with the job posting, we'll help with the training and onboarding, and we'll charge you less for our services because they'll be taking on some of the responsibility. And I can point to 3 circumstances in the past year where that's been one of the compelling reasons companies signed up with us.
What was it? Secure, healthy IT?
Yeah.
Have you thought about like fair and unique and connected and knowledgeable?
For some reason, secure,
something,
healthy
okay.
IT
okay.
appeals to me. I don't know.
Just curious what kind of analogies you were working on over there. You know, I do think it is interesting to always understand what you're selling against, right? So, like when you're selling cybersecurity, oftentimes your competitor is inaction, right? What you're selling to your client is they're not considering other cybersecurity solutions. What you're selling against is inaction, right? That they just don't do anything about it. They're like gonna roll the dice, take their chances, stuff like that. When you're selling co-managed, the thing to understand is what you're selling against is them doing it themselves, right? So them doing it themselves, what does that take? And to his point, talent is scarce. And if they really, really think about it, a lot of these companies, they may have a guy, they may have 2 guys, 3 guys, however many in their stack of guys or whatever that they have. But if they want to go hire a cybersecurity person, let's say, and you're talking to them about just let us outsource cybersecurity, how are they going to hire that person, right? How are they even going to come up with a job description? How are they going to vet them? How are they going to interview them? How are they going to know if that person knows, you know, what they're talking about at all? They're just simply not. They typically can't even vet a regular IT person, much less a level 3 or a cyber guy or a cloud person or something like that. So what you're selling against lots of times is them doing it themselves, and that's a hard thing if they really stop and kind of think about it. So it's not a bad tactic to explain to them. It's like, hey, we get it. You know, you might not want to work with us, but here's what you would need to do if you attempted to do this yourself, and explain it to them. Just kind of walk it through them in a conversational way, not in like a mean way, but like, hey, you know, so if you were going to post a job description for a CISO for your law firm, what would that job description look like? And they're like, I don't know, I guess I'll just go Google one for CISO for a law firm and then post that on the website. Okay, great, so you get 10 applications for that. How are you going to vet if that person is really knowledgeable or not? I have a friend back home in Birmingham who has an electrical contracting firm, and he made the comment, never hire an out-of-work electrician, because if they're really good, they're never out of work, right? Same thing, if you're a small to medium law firm and you've got people applying for your chief information security officer job, they're probably not great, because those guys already have good jobs and don't need to go work at your medium-sized, you know, law firm. So the vetting of that and really understanding what are we selling against. You're selling against them doing it themselves. Right? And while that may be cheaper or whatever, there's a reason that when you add on to your house, you hire a contractor instead of doing it yourself. You could do it yourself, but you don't want to, right? It's a huge lift, it's a huge gap of expertise, all that kind of stuff. So just always understand what are we selling against, and then how would they deliver that themselves if we weren't doing it for them?
Well, and especially if they're basically sitting there going, well, we don't need a full-time CISO. But we need someone with CISO skills. We also need a cloud expert. They need to be able to handle SQL optimization. Oh, they need to be able to configure servers. They need to be able to roadmap our licensing requirements. They need to figure out how to do Oracle licensing. That's a skill.
Yeah. They need to understand SSO
They
for
need to
all these
understand
things.
SSO. And they need to be willing to work weekends, evenings, and
And we will pay them $90 a year.
right.
Yeah, exactly right. Or less.
Or
That's
less.
exactly right.
But it's one of those things where they don't necessarily need a full-time for those positions, but they need fractional. And that's something that kind of is what you do.
You know, when you touch the stove, it's hot, right? And you burn your hand and you learn, you know, some lessons. I think that's one of the hardest things as like a parent is like letting your kids know when to touch the stove and burn their hands and when to tell them you really don't want to do that, right? They learn best by touching it and burning their hands, but sometimes the consequences are too high, so you just have to explain it to them, but they learn the best by touching the stove and burning their hands. Like, I'm not sure, you know, you and I probably touched the stove enough on co-manage, there's no fingerprints, you know, left on our hands.
Facial burns.
Yeah,
Putting my face on
putting
it.
your face on it. Yeah. So you do learn the hard way on some of these things. So we thought that we would give y'all some of the experiences that we've had where we've touched the stove and burned our hand around co-manage so that you can avoid those pitfalls. So what do you have for us?
I'll start with, they know better than you do. We've had situations where we go in, and usually this is on the 1 or 2 person shop, where they have set up a bizarre network. It's just the most ungodly thing you've ever seen in your life. No best practice, no whatever, but it works. And they want help supporting that. And we agreed. It was horrible. It was horrible. And everybody meant well. There was no bad actor in the group. But we end up trying to, well, if you do this, it takes 20 minutes and it's easy. Yeah, but I prefer this. Somehow this person's now Southern. And it was 2 years where it just did not work. We made a good amount of money, and we threw it away with wasted time. So always, always, always make sure that those folks are willing to submit to best practices when it's not business critical exceptions.
So I was a high school debater, and let me tell you, like, you want to be good with the ladies in high school, be a debater. The chicks love debaters, or not. Mostly not, let's just be real. But in high school debate, one of the things they teach you is that take an argument from one setting, lift it up and set it in another setting. If it doesn't work over here, it's probably a flawed argument in this context, right? So to kind of to Bob's point is that, let's say, what's your name right here? Ron. Let's say Ron is an orthopedic surgeon, right? And I go into Ron and I'm like, well, he probably couldn't get in. Your guy behind you shaking his head, he probably couldn't get in med school, but whatever. Anyway, so I go into Ron and I'm like, hey, Ron, man, my knee is hurting. I've torn my meniscus. I need you to cut my knee open and do this particular surgery on my knee. And he's like, whoa, 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 Dave, how do you know it's your, I Googled it. It's good. It's good. And he's like, well, should we do an MRI? No, 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 no. I told you I have a torn meniscus. Fix my torn meniscus. Well, Ron would never like, okay, let's go to the exam room right now and surgery you up and cut you up and fix your torn meniscus. Well, let's say he goes in and fixes my torn meniscus, but it's really an ACL, right? So now he's done what I asked him, but he hasn't solved my problem. And at the end, am I going to think Ron's good? No, what I'm going to do is like, dude, Ron cut on me and I'm not any better. This is like horrible. That is what happens lots of times with managed service providers. They let the client dictate what they do, right? So you would never let a patient dictate the course of treatment to a physician, right? The physician is in the position of expertise and authority and experience and been there, done that. And the patient is there seeking to have their problem solved, right? But as clients, lots of times they tell you, this is what I want. I want you to do this, right? And then instead of going, you know, we kind of always talked about tearing up the PO, right? Is they're handing you a PO. Bob, I want you to do this. And Bob's got to be like, tear up the PO and say like, let's talk really about what you're trying to solve for. Let's really understand that. So we were at a place, kind of like Bob was talking about, we ended up doing this co-managed deal, and we were supporting, you know, it wasn't like it's quite as disastrous as Bob was explaining, but it was just one of those situations where it had so much technical debt embedded in it, and they were wanting to hand this big old stinking pile of poo to someone else to like deal with, right? And we accepted it, right? Because the sales guy got a commission, we got revenue, and we're like, woohoo! And man, our ticket volume on this one client was probably like 10x every other customer that we had. And so we should have said, like, time out. What is it you're trying to solve for? Well, we want to get this outcome. Well, okay, let's figure out how to do that. Back to this analogy. You do an MRI, and he comes in and says, hey, Dave, you don't actually have a torn meniscus, you got a bad ACL. That's what we need to fix, right? But we didn't. We didn't do the work. We let the patient dictate the treatment to us, and then we had this big, fat, hairy deal that was non-profitable. We couldn't make any money on it. We'd commissioned it, and it had so much technical debt and gnarliness in it that when we finally went back to the client and basically said, like, hey, we're going to have to fire you, or you're going to have to spend all this money you should have spent at the start to fix this environment and make it supportable. And when we went to do that, they were like, well, y'all just go away. So we lost the business, which was actually great for us, but then you have to go claw back a salesperson's commission, and as you all know, salespeople love it when you go claw back their commissions and all this kind of stuff. So we had this deal, and we're like, how did we get into this? How did we, find ourselves in this scenario? And it's because we let the patient dictate treatment to the doctor, right? So that would never play in that scenario, but don't let it play out in your engagements, right? Pause, time out, tear up the PO, whatever you need to do to really understand what is the outcome that the client wants, and then what's the best way to deliver that, instead of really just doing what they have asked you to do. Have you been in those scenarios?
Absolutely, but here's the thing. Both of those scenarios could easily have been pure managed services, where the CEO says, everything's working, we just need you to take it over. You wouldn't do that. You would do the due diligence, do the initial assessment, and basically say, no, you guys, this is all whatever. But in both cases, we had this additional party involved, the IT people. And whether it was we were trying not to be adversarial, or we were trying not to hurt feelings, or they knew enough that they could give, we'll call them bad arguments, whatever, we got trapped. So the thing is you have to treat the environment just as importantly as you would if it was a pure MSP, and explain it. And explain it to management and explain it to IT. Look, we're here to make money. We're here to provide great services so that we're all happy. But if we don't have best practices, then we're going to have to learn how to support your environment as it is. That's going to create a lot of overhead on us, and I have to pass that expense onto you. I don't think we want that. And so far, we've been in situations, we've had 2 situations this year in that, and in both cases, we ended up with good projects where we're basically putting everything else in, and we're getting paid for it. And we've also walked away from a couple where we basically said, nah, this isn't going to fit for us. And something I've said several times is the only thing worse than a good co-managed opportunity not signing is a bad co-managed opportunity signing. They are expensive.
So then the thing we would talk about is this idea of, like, how do you market this? How do you take this to the market? I think the first one for me is this idea around, like I mentioned a minute ago, outsource versus managed service, right? Managed services is all the things. Outsource is a collaboration, with the end user, right? There is a certain amount of collaboration in a true managed service, but again, they're buying this outcome. You do all this stuff for us. And while that outcome still exists in the co-managed environment, there's this more handoffs, right? There's more shared responsibility, there's more shared ownership, there's more collaboration, in that. So you want to make sure that the people doing those things are really collaborative in nature and aren't just the dictatorial experts that are going to tell them, how to do it. But the way that you market this, in my opinion, is that you go in and it's a lot more of this, like, what is it that you struggle with? What is it that you don't want to do? What are the things that you struggle to hire, retain those people, keep people, whatever? And then how can we align to those things? We've had a few deals go from co-managed to fully managed over time, so it's a nice little wedge that you can get in and kind of prove yourself, in that area. As far as like specific types of things, I would say that it's really kind of all over the map. We did have that one client, and they just there was a dermatology practice up in the Northeast, and they struggled with Tier 1 help desk. They just could not retain Tier 1 help desk people. So they handed Tier 1 help desk to us, so we only did that base level stuff and then just sent everything to them. So they had a ticketing system, and then we would just forward tickets that were Tier 2 and above over to them, and they would handle it, but we had the flexibility of the tier 1, support desk. We've had people that we only did cybersecurity for. We had people that we only really did like the cloud environment. They had bought some Amazon stuff, or sometimes your SaaS applications kind of fall in that, and they want to understand how to get their arms around all of that, so we would manage that piece. We had others that we were just doing like patching and some of that kind of stuff. So we've had it all over the map. So don't pigeonhole yourself into just one thing. Just kind of think about how can we unbundle what we already do well, what we excel at, and then how can we market these individual components to the market.
I think the one thing you have to look out for, and this is especially true for those of you who are just getting started, don't overcomplicate it. Okay, don't try to create a whole new business of yours that we market, sell, and service pure managed services. Oh, wait a minute, except for these guys, they're different because they're not. No, don't. You enable your clients to have great IT, period. That's your message. And that message can be true, whether it's pure MSP or co-managed MSP. That way you don't have to engage in this whole, I'm sorry, what hat am I wearing right now so I know how to talk to you? Because then it could just be, and we partner with internal IT when appropriate. And part of the challenge, and I'm going to get in trouble here, is historically a lot of MSP marketing has been based on two statements. Number one, we are so incredibly cool. We're fantastic. We do backups. We provide all these services. We do phones. We do all this. We're great. Thank you. And then message number two, if you're not using our services, you're probably vulnerable. You've probably been hacked. Your backups probably suck. Thank you. Well, that's great, but it's adversarial. Take a look at your website. If you were an IT person, would you feel threatened by the message? If so, think about changing it a little bit. Take a look at our website, and this is not a sales pitch for anything. Take a look at it, simplex-it.com. Wear both hats. Wear the CEO and wear the internal IT. And if you look at our Learning Center, we have video. We have like 100 videos, including what is an MSP, what is co-managed, what is commits, what is silo IT. We try to explain this stuff. Steal that. Do your own videos. Do your own thing along those lines. But sell the outcome. What is it your clients will benefit? Or how will they benefit? And not your backups will be. Talk about they're going to be safer. Not that their employees will understand Office. Their employees will be more productive. Their clients will appreciate them. Talk about it from that aspect of it. It makes it much, much easier for you to have conversations. You don't have to rebuild everything. And sell according to your existing stack. Don't invent all new expertise or anything along those lines unless you were going to do it anyway. Okay, you're already there. You already know how to do managed services. Now you're just sharing pieces of the puzzle, pieces of the pie with somebody else. That's all you're doing in a co-managed environment.
So two other thoughts on that, and this afternoon, Terry mentioned I'm speaking on storytelling. I'm a big believer in storytelling in the sales process. And like Bob had mentioned earlier, go steal his stuff. Mark Twain said, good writers borrow, great writers steal, right? So go steal his stuff. But one of the things I would say for marketing in the security space, and we've done a lot of cybersecurity in the past, is one of the things I don't like, and I thought I'd take this opportunity to say that actually I kind of hate it, is what I call scare and sell. Right, which is where you go in, you do this assessment, and you come back in and you say, these are all the things you suck at, right? Buy our security service, right? And that's no different than like if you have children, if you went to the financial planner when your child is born and the financial planner said, oh, for you to save for your kid to go to college, you should never eat out for dinner anymore, you should only eat ramen noodles, you gotta save $5,000 a week, and by the way, that still won't be enough money by the time they go to college, and all this kind of stuff, and it seems like this huge gap, and you're like, well, forget that. I guess I'll just take out loans when they get there. Or if you were looking to like diet or whatever, and you go to your personal trainer guy, and he says you can only have 1,000 calories a day, you got to walk 5 miles a day, and all this kind of stuff. You're like, oh, that seems like a lot. You just buy a box of donuts on the way home, right? The gap seems too big. You want actionable steps, right? So what you want is the financial planner to say, can we just start saving $200 or whatever? And you want that other person to say, like, can you just cut out dessert this week and maybe walk around the block, you know, things like that. When you go with cybersecurity and you say, these are all the things you suck at, it creates inaction, right? Because the client looks at that and says, there is no way I can do all that stuff, right? So try to show them just a little bit to move them forward. And there's no one, you are never going to go call on a client and say, hey, I'm here to talk to you about cybersecurity, and they say, awesome, I have $5,000 a month allocated for cybersecurity. I have a budget for this. That's awesome. They're never going to have a budget for it, right? So the way to pitch that, in my opinion, is to go in and like, I'm going to pick on Ron again. If I went to Ron's house and said, hey, Ron, you know, your den right here, we should rip all the sheetrock out and just put all new sheetrock up. Ron's going to be like, Dave, I don't want to do all that. I mean, I'm taking my family snow skiing in January, and I'm looking at a boat. I don't want to spend all this money on sheetrock. But if I took an X-Acto knife and cut the corner of the sheetrock, pulled it back and put a flashlight back there and could show Ron that mold was growing behind the sheetrock, at that point Ron's going to be like, oh, well, I guess we're not going to go snow skiing. I got to rip out all the sheetrock and do something here, right? So it becomes actionable at that time, right? Tearing down the sheetrock and doing it because that's going to be better, that's somewhat ephemeral. He can't put his arms around that. But if you can show them something actionable, let's tend to this. And Ron might be like, well, Dave, do I have mold in other parts of my house? You know, Ron, let's just focus on this room right now, right? And then we can go look at the other room. So put them on a journey. So I think a lot of your messaging should be around journey. A lot of messaging sometimes around destination. There is no status of being secure. The CIA is not secure. Just like there is no status of being healthy. Right? You could go to the doctor every single day, get run over by a bus, have cancer and die, something, right? So there is no status to achieve. So you can't tell your clients, I'm going to make you secure. You can tell your clients, I can make you more secure, right? You put them on this journey towards that. Then the other thing that I like to sell and when we do co-manage is the process. So I always talk about what I call the Charlie story. We had a guy that worked for us named Charlie. Charlie was our best pre-sales guy, our best implementation guy, our best tier 3 support engineer. Charlie was awesome. Surprisingly, Charlie only wanted to work like 50 hours a week. You know, he wouldn't just work forever. And if you move Charlie onto this thing, then these two things suffered. If you move him over here, those two things suffered. So what we did is we had this idea of like, okay, I'm from the South. There's this restaurant I love that has grouper over grits as a dish. So they take grits, stone ground grits, put grouper on top. It's fantastic. So we said this analogy I use is like if Charlie had a restaurant that had grouper over grits, first night, 10 people come to his restaurant. Charlie can get grouper over grits out to the 10 of them. The next night, 20 people come. Charlie's a little frantic, but he can still get grouper over grits out to those people. The third night, 100 people show up at his restaurant. So Charlie calls me and Ron to come in and help him, but they don't want David and Ron's version of grouper over grits. They want Charlie's version of grouper over grits. So how does Charlie create a repeatable process that if I'm doing it or Ron's doing it, that the outcome is the same every time? Most of your end user clients don't have good processes. They have dudes that do stuff, right? So if you can go in with a process on the co-managed and say like, hey, if you hand this to us, this is the process that we follow when we do these things. Now the client's looking at that and being like, oh, these people are more mature on process orientation than we are. I can trust that they're going to do a good job on this. And now they're not trusting Charlie. They're not trusting Charlie's hero effort. They're trusting our process. So we reoriented the sales team to stop selling Charlie. Charlie's awesome. Charlie will take care of you. Customers love Charlie. They're like, sweet, we got Charlie. But if they didn't have Charlie, they're like, oh, we got somebody else. We're doomed. So we started selling the process. Once you sign, here's what we'll do. Tick, 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 tick. And then the client was like, oh, I can have assurance now that this process is going to yield the result, not the person delivering the result. So when most MSPs kind of bump up against a growth thing where they can't grow anymore, it's either sales and marketing or it's the fact that they have not yet converted from people orientation to a process orientation delivering services. But if you've got a process orientation, that makes you a lot more effective at selling co-managed because your processors are usually better than the end user because, again, you're supporting all these different people and making this all happen. Then the end user looks at that and is like, they're better at this than me. And it's not you're telling them that, you're showing them.
Yep.
And so instead of going in all cocky, I'm better, you're just like, hey, let me show you the process that we do to do this. And all of a sudden in their head, they're like, okay, these guys are mature, they know what they're doing, I can have a comfort level in giving them my services.
And especially if you can share that process with the internal IT folks. So they can become, so you can take their level ones who are just out of tech school or the like, because you've got the defined process and you're willing to support them doing it, you're going to take that level one person and make them a lot more productive in terms of how they're going out and doing things. So sell your strengths. Sell your strengths as they will work in that type of relationship. The one thing I do want to also talk about briefly on security. Security, this may come out as a shock, is almost as important as backups, okay? But it's a real hard sell. And it's also, there's a lot of organizations in the pure MSP side who essentially say, that's what I pay you for. There's an abdication of responsibility and a presumption of your responsibility. In commits, in co-managed, it's doubled. Because now you have not only does the CEO management potentially have that feeling, so too does the IT person. And you have to be very careful about that, especially dependent upon your level of maturity on security. Okay, you have to make sure that you're not going to be the scapegoat for anything bad that happens on the security side. And I really do think that that's one of the things that is not spoken enough on the security side, is we need to make sure that that conversation happens appropriately.
Yeah, the understanding of the risk you're assuming when you're doing cybersecurity for somebody, and there's a lot of people who think that, well, I've got liability, I've got E&O, and I've got cybersecurity insurance. Good. You know, what's scary about the cybersecurity insurance stuff is like, you know, if you went out and got hammered tonight and then drove and had a wreck drunk, State Farm is not going to cover that, right? Because you were negligently operating the motor vehicle. So if you read the fine print in cybersecurity insurance policies, it says that you will be doing the generally accepted best practices, right? So we had a client try to make a claim on cybersecurity insurance policy, and the cybersecurity insurance policy basically is like, well, cool, did you do security awareness training for your employees? And they're like, oh yeah, cool. Can you send us the meeting invite that showed who accepted that, the training that you provided, and the sign-in sheet where everyone signed in? Oh, well, you know, we don't really have that. You know, and so then they didn't pay because there were all these things. Do you enforce strong passwords? Well, yeah, but not the C-suite. The C-suite has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as their passwords because they don't like the nuisance of strong passwords that require hair of a unicorn and all this kind of stuff to make your strong password. And like, oh, well, we're not going to pay, right? So there's all these things that are generally accepted that you're doing in those policies, so you need to really make sure that A, you're doing them, and B, if you're accepting some form of risk in this, that the client is doing those things as well on their side.
Yep.
So that pretty much wraps it up for us. Do you have questions for us? Yes, Ron.
Yeah, question. So, have either of you had a situation where in the co-managed environment, instead of internal IT, it's another MSP? So it's some other environment, but you're now trying to work together in a sense of co-manage to get a piece of it. Have you had any situations like that, or is it always internal IT, mid-market, enterprise?
So we haven't had, so the question is whether or not we've had a situation where it's not with an internal IT person, but another MSP. No, but what we have had is where companies have bought other companies, and their corporate IT wants to partner with us to do a co-managed. And it's been, it usually has worked out reasonably well. We've run into about 5 or 6 situations like that. I would be leery of that. And in some cases, it may be because they have a legacy MSP who's been there for years, but hasn't done the things that they should have been doing.
That's exactly what it
and
is,
they
yeah.
want you to shore it up. That's, in my opinion, that's management trying to be nice and not offend anybody. The bottom line is, if there's reasons these MSPs, the other MSP isn't up to snuff, they're not up to snuff.
That's where I would have applied, no would be the answer, but that's where I would have applied the thing earlier, take an argument from here and drop it over here.
Yeah.
I would probably ask the client, like, does your wife know about your girlfriend?
That's what.
Yeah, you know, I mean, does that work out? Yeah, no. So pick one. Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. That's it. That's our time.
That is our time. So
Next up.
yeah, reach out to either of
Yeah,
us.
we're here.
Yep.
Enjoy it. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Executive Officer, Marketopia, Terry Hedden.
Hey, good job.
Love it. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I can tell you as an MSP, some of my most profitable contracts were with larger organizations. You simply didn't have the petty little trouble tickets here or there, whiny customers. The in-house IT absorbed so much of that, and that's how we got Tech Data as an MSP. We were their MSP at Tech Data. We got U.S. Lumber, a huge lumber company, and there's also a WellCare or something like that, one of the large healthcare companies. So thank you so much, Bob and David Powell. For those of you who don't know them, get to know them. Bob has a great user group on co-managed IT on Facebook, and actually the Powell is on Twitter and is a prolific Twitter user. Definitely hook up with them and learn from them even past today. So for those of you who didn't download the CVEN app for Marketopia, please do that. You have a tremendous responsibility to vote for the winners on the vendor side. There's a bunch of awards that we're going to give away to them tomorrow, and they are dying for it. In fact, some of the people here, their jobs depend on winning awards at these events. So please take a moment to download the app and introduce yourself to the vendors here and vote for the winners. And get ready, guys. We're going to take a break right now, and we're going to come back in the room and continue learning from some of the best and the brightest minds in the business. So enjoy your break. Good job, man. You're way more colorful than that. Yeah, it's surprising. You touch them like a normal, You can kind of feed off each other pretty darn well. Yeah.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna run home and grab some at the house up there. Some for tonight, some for tomorrow. And then gotta get the boat guys coming to fix the boat. Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome owner and founder, MSP Sales Revolution, Jennifer Bleem.
Good morning, good morning. Oh man, y'all have to do a little bit better than that. Good morning. Thank you. So you're going to find out that I break all kinds of rules. I already broke one. I'm not supposed to do that. Everyone hates it. It's okay. Wait until I ask you to do something really crazy, like raise your hand if you've ever. Like that's going to like really stretch you guys. So excited to be here. True story, this was supposed to be a tag team event. There were supposed to be two of us up here talking about secrets to winning more monthly recurring revenue, or recurring monthly revenue if you want to call it that. My co-presenter got sick, so we're gonna shift things around just a little bit. Let me introduce myself in case you do not know me. This is not my slide deck. That is fantastic. You know what? I'll just present without a slide deck because I don't need one. I love it. That's awesome. Well, first, let me introduce myself. I'm Jennifer Bleem. I am the author of this best-selling book, Simplified Cybersecurity Sales for MSPs. How many of you right now are selling managed services? Show of hands. Okay, put your hands down. How many of you are selling managed security as a mandatory part of your package? Raise your hand. Fewer hands, which means that some of you are making it optional. We will talk about that. All right, so we're going to talk packaging, pricing, selling. Pretend like there's a slide that says packaging, pricing, selling. You guys are smart. You have seen slide decks before. The rule is tell you what I'm going to talk about. We're going to talk about packaging and pricing really, really, really fast. Then we're going to park on my favorite subject. I know that makes me weird. Sales. I love sales, and I'm going to give you some of my great techniques for doing a solid discovery. I'm going to shift the way you think about discovery, and then I'm going to tell you my secrets, help you sell more security, recurring revenue. So I need a brave human who has at least $5 in cash in your pocket to come to the front of the room and join me on stage. Anybody brave enough to say, I still have some cash and I'm willing to join you on stage? Okay, gentlemen, all the way in the back, I saw your hand first. Can you join me up here? He is thinking about it. He's got to take off his laptop and his AirPods and his phone and the second laptop and the iPad. You guys know what it's like, right? How many of you have 3 devices on you right now? Like on your, yeah, how many of you have 4? Anybody 5? Yeah, so he's like unpacking, he's on his way. Okay. Hi there. Oh, I'm jealous
Hello.
that you can take the big long step to get up here. Is it Robert?
Hello, yes. it is
Awesome.
Robert.
I'm Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.
All right, so I have in my hand 2 seemingly identical packages of M&Ms. Would you like to buy this package of M&Ms for $2? Or would you like to buy this package of M&Ms for $5? Now this one's better. It's better, it's got all kinds of widgets in it, and it's got like our secret proprietary sauce in it. $2, $5.
Well, I want to know exactly what kind of widgets and stuff's in the extra.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you, but it's super technical. Like, you just trust me. We've got lots of testimonials and case studies. And it's worth every penny. Trust me.
No.
No? You're
No.
going to do the $2?
I'll do the $2.
So I did not do a very good job.
Without the good information.
Without the good information, because you are a savvy business owner. So I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
I do not have change.
Okay.
I did not plan on that.
Well, I just got a well,
Are you going to be on the cruise tonight?
maybe.
Okay, I will be around all day.
Okay.
I'm almost always wearing red. I will give you your $3. I am good for it, I promise.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need. Thank you so much. All right, so Robert just demonstrated that a savvy business owner with no other information is always going to gravitate towards the lowest price, right? Obviously, my packages of M&Ms were exactly the same, but in this fictitious example, he didn't know that. Do your clients understand technology? Do your prospects understand technology? They do not. Do your clients understand and your prospects understand managed security? They don't. So whose job is it to communicate the value of your package versus someone else's package? That's your job. Now, that is point number 1, is to talk about packaging. Now, we'll go back to that in a minute. I also want to point out something else that's super important. Terry hinted at it this morning. Profitable selling. True story, that package of M&Ms cost me $1.50. I just sold it for $2. Not a bad markup, right? Some of you don't know your numbers and your margins well enough, and you are not selling your packages profitably. So once you've put your packaging together, really do a hard gut check, because there is a lot more to delivering cybersecurity than just the packages, the pieces, the software. We hear a lot about people process technology in this room. Many of you start with the technology side because you are technical in nature. But when you start with the technology side and you forget about the cost to deliver the package, you end up not putting your margins where you should put your margins. So pricing, very, very important. Let me circle back to packaging for a minute, and then we're going to shift to selling it. So packages. I want to differ a little bit with one of the speakers that spoke earlier today. He suggested that you go in and you sell, let's say to a net new prospect, that you sell a point solution or a piece of your cybersecurity solution. I completely disagree, and here's why. Let's say that you manage to sell them, you close them. Let's say you have a 75% or a 90% close rate, and you land them as a client, and you sell them less than what they need because you didn't sell them your ideal package. You sold them a point solution or a little piece of your package, and then you get to your first quarterly business review. If you do it, if the client agrees to it, and you offer them a little bit of an upgrade, and they say yes. And then you get to your second quarterly business review and you rinse and repeat with all the good luck lined up in the world, and your third one and your fourth one, and you're now a year away from the sale. You have had this client for a year, and if they showed up to all their QBRs, if you have a QBR process, and if you're a solid salesperson, your client now has the cybersecurity solutions that they should have had a year ago. So that's a year of liability that you are happily taking on because you just made a sale. So I would argue that that's not a good sale, even if it's profitable, because most of your insurance companies are going to require that you're putting a minimum level of security in place. And by you not putting your minimum package in place, you might be setting yourself up for trouble later on. All right. Anybody agree with me? I can't see your faces very well. So are we tracking? Okay, good. I've got like 3 people nodding their heads. That is good. It's good before noon on a day after lots of drinking by the party or by the pool. Okay. One more thing about packaging. I want to suggest to you that you present your package a little bit differently. And this is for those of you that have managed services and then you're bundling on top of it managed security. Those 2 pieces, okay? So if you are going in and you're saying, hey, I'm going to present this bundle, and my bundle is, let's just call it $200 a month. I'm not saying that's where your branding should be or your packaging should be, but let's just pretend like that's where it is. You're saying $200 per month per seat. Well, instead of you pricing it and explaining it that way, and your competitors may be coming in and they don't have managed security. So they're saying $130 a month, $150 a month. And your prospects who don't understand cybersecurity and IT and servers and why do I need a backup and I don't understand that, they are making the decision like the M&M package. It's either 150 or 200, 150, 200. And in light of, I don't know the difference, I'm an uneducated buyer, but I'm a savvy business owner, I'm going to choose the 150. So I'm encouraging you not to present your stack as this entire stack. Go ahead and show that screen if you would. Thank you for I appreciate that. I know that is always a little uneasy. So I want to encourage you to articulate this as, of course we have the managed services thing. Of course we're going to manage the things that flash and the printing and that's kind of the pay to play. Of course we have that, but then we have all of these other pieces of protection in place. And I have it as security, security, security. However you want to articulate that, you can say we align to the NIST framework, we identify, detect, protect, we do before an attack, during an attack, after the attack. So now what you're doing is you are justifying your $200 per seat investment, and you're saying, oh, and that other guy that has 150, I bet he's only doing the bare minimum. So it's a little bit of a different way. Now it's not optional, They can't buy just the base. It's like trying to buy like a car without wheels. No, you need the whole thing, but you explain it as two different dollar figures totaling the entire investment. So I want you to shift your thinking just a little bit on how you are presenting your packaging. Now, let's shift to the selling part. My favorite part, if you get nothing else out of this talk, this book is out on Amazon. It's $4.99. Amazon print, obviously. Kindle is there. Is anybody thinking like, I would buy it, but I only listen to Audible books? Anybody Audible only people? Handful of you. Okay, so with a little bit of luck, it's going to be out on Audible by the end of the year, perhaps early January. Everything is a test. So I recorded my entire book. Well, I recorded a snippet of the book, got the audio engineer to say, yep, everything sounds great. Then I recorded the whole thing. And then the audio engineer said, oh, there's clipping and there's buzzing and there's like all kinds of other stuff that I don't know what that means. So now I need to find 4 or 5 hours to re-record my book in order to make my December 31st deadline. So it might be a little bit past December 31st, but it is coming. So $4.99 on Kindle, $4.99 on paperback, and it should be free with your Audible subscription roughly at the beginning of January. Get the book. I know that I wrote it, but it is one of the best books for sales in our industry. So when we're talking about sales, a key concept is that you must create desire in the heart of your prospects. They have to want whatever it is that you are selling. And when it comes to cybersecurity, in order to help them want what you are selling, there's really only 2 things that you need to prove. And I call these arguments. And I don't mean arguments like you're arguing with your prospect. I mean arguments like you're a litigator in a court case. So 2 very, very simple arguments that you need to make. The first argument is that a cybersecurity incident is highly likely to happen. So if you're talking to a prospect, they have not changed IT providers in perhaps 7 years. They're still doing business as usual from 7 years ago. They're using free antivirus from Best Buy. Would you agree that a cybersecurity incident is highly likely to happen to them? Okay, thank you. Number 2, a cybersecurity incident will be highly impactful. Agree? Okay. You all know these 2 arguments. Do your prospects know these 2 arguments? No. And what is interesting is when we start to look at all the cybersecurity objections, the sales objections that your clients, your prospects can give you, every single one of those objections can be overcome or diffused. You will never even hear them if you prove a cybersecurity incident is likely to happen and a cybersecurity incident is highly impactful on your organization if and when it does happen. So throw out some of your least favorite cybersecurity sales objections. Our data isn't important to anyone. Well, if I've proven to you that if you did lose your data, it would be highly impactful on your organization, and it is highly likely that your data would be compromised, that objection disappears. So we could go through 3, 4, 5, 10 sales objections. Hint, there really aren't 10 sales objections. There's about 5 or 6, which means you need to build a process to overcome all 5 or 6 of those objections in advance, and these 2 arguments are going to do that for you. So I like charts and graphs and workflows. So we're going to put those 2 arguments on a graph. So at the bottom of the graph, we've got likelihood of a cybersecurity incident, and along the side, we have impact of a cybersecurity incident. Now, this is what I teach my clients, which is the risk-based selling matrix. When you walk into a sales call, every one of your clients and prospects, whoever you are talking to, they are somewhere on this matrix. And if you walking in, you have a conversation, and they believe a cybersecurity incident never going to happen to me. And if it does, I'd recover from it. I've got insurance, I've got money in the bank, my clients wouldn't care, nobody wants my data. They're in the bottom left-hand quadrant. It doesn't matter if you are delivering bargain basement pricing, which I don't think that exists if you're really delivering a cybersecurity solution. They are not going to buy from you because their reality is, why would I buy something to reduce my risk for an incident happening that I don't even think would happen? And if it did happen, it would not impact my business. So I don't need what you're selling. Go take your snake oil elsewhere. Thank you and goodbye. If they think, okay, I will grant you, if I was down for 6 weeks and I couldn't manufacture my widget, that would be close to devastating. I don't know how we would manage that. I guess we would track our numbers by hand. I guess I'd drive to Home Depot to pick up more supplies. Like, I don't even know, but not super likely that someone's going to take down my production facility. Again, not going to buy. So your job is to move your prospects up and to the right. If you've ever looked at Gartner Magic Quadrant, that's the quadrant everybody wants to be in, up and to the right. So your job is to help your prospects see a cybersecurity incident is very likely to happen to you. And secondly, if it does, when it does, it is going to impact you. Now, I want to stress, neither one of these things are fear-mongering. Neither one of these are stretching the truth or creating a lie or trying to snow your clients into buying something that isn't true. Like, these are both true. You guys agreed with me at the beginning. These are two arguments that are true. So practically speaking, how do we get people to understand this when we're in a selling situation? Well, the first step is to prove the likelihood. And this is the harder argument to make because it's a little more ethereal. So for example, we all know that we could get into a car accident, but none of us wake up in the morning saying, oh, I think I'm gonna get in a car accident today. Like, we know it could happen. So true story, my now 22-year-old, he was in a pretty serious car accident. He walked away fine. I will tell you the end of the story. But when the phone rings, and as a mom, it's my husband on the other end and says, hey, I just got a call. Stephen was in a car accident. That's all I know. They're calling an ambulance. Okay. So I have 3 boys. Statistically, there is a very good chance that all 3 of my boys will be in a car accident at some point in time or another. That's why car insurance for young men is ridiculously expensive. So I know in my head, yes, any of my children could get in a car accident today, but there was something that happened when it was real. When that day is today, and I have no idea how he is, and I don't know where he is, and I don't know if he's going to the hospital, and all the million questions. Again, he was fine, he walked away, it wasn't his fault, it's all good. But that is why it is so easy to make a cybersecurity sale after there's an incident. Because, yeah, maybe they kind of realize in their head that it could happen, but once there's been an incident, a breach, a ransomware attack, now it kind of goes from your head to your heart. So your job is to do that in the sales call, and that is not easy. So the best ways to do this is to simply have a conversation. If you have articles to share with them of real life experiences in their industry, in your geography, those are very powerful. Share a few statistics. Please don't stat people to death, but a few statistics can be helpful. And then you can also do a risk assessment. It is very, very easy to do a risk assessment. It is very hard for your prospect to argue with the black and white of a risk assessment that says, you've got gaps, and it is very likely that a cybersecurity incident will happen. Now, the likelihood is the logical part of the brain. You have to win over that logical part of the brain, and I believe you have to do that first before you shift to the other, which is, will it really impact my business? Because, okay, you've now proven to me that, okay, fine, it's likely to happen, but I believe I'm Superman. You know, my controller told me we have $100,000 in cash reserves. Yes, we have that earmarked for a project, but I think we'd be okay. So you have to prove to them that it would be highly impactful. And some of these ways you can share some stories as well. You can share previous incidents, maybe from your experience, maybe from the experience of your colleagues. But the biggest way you can do this is through a proper discovery. Now, I want to talk about discovery for just a minute. This is a copy of my MSP sales process blueprint. If you want a copy of this, you can have it. Give me your business card. I'll email it to you this afternoon or tomorrow. But right at the top is discovery. And you can see there's a whole lot inside of discovery. There's two core things that I want you to understand about discovery. Number one, discovery is not for you. There are many sales trainers that teach discovery as if you're just trying to ask the magic set of questions to uncover the pain to help them buy your solution. Okay, we've all heard this. Like, what's the best pain-creating question set that's out there? That doesn't work today. I'm not sure if it really ever worked. It definitely doesn't work for cybersecurity because there's not even really a latent pain. At least with IT, you could say, well, do you ever have to reboot your computer? Like, oh yeah, actually I do. I had a sales call I was on when I was working for an MSP, and literally the first conversation I had with the team member, she said something about her computer being super old. I said, okay, well, how do you know that? And she's like, well, I come in the morning and I turn it on, and my IT company told me to turn it off every night, but I come in and I turn it on, and I walk away and I get a cup of coffee, and I come back, and I put in my password. I'm like, okay, +1 for the password. Put in my password, and I click enter, and it starts spinning. And I take my coffee, and I go talk to a couple of colleagues, and then when I come back, I think it'll be back up and running. It took about 17 minutes, start to finish, for that process. I'm thinking, well, this is awesome. I mean, this is horrible for you, but like awesome for me, right? So I'm like, okay, so like an hour and a quarter per week. Like that's kind of a pretty good amount of time. So no, it gets worse. And she says it gets worse. My sales mind thinks it gets better. And so I'm like, okay, well, tell me more. And she says, I have to do that at least 2 times during the day. So I'm like, cha-ching, man, like the cash register in my head is, poker face, like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But that conversation was latent pain that sold managed services. There's not really latent pain for cybersecurity. So I want to teach you a process that I teach my clients to do discovery, because discovery is not for you. Discovery is to help the prospect discover where they are being underserved. It's to help the prospect discover where they are at risk. So I would bet money that we could poll the audience. It would probably take an hour. And there's almost nothing new under the sun, almost, that you're going to discover in a discovery process. Like if you're gonna go in, you're gonna find like some mystery computer that everybody forgot existed, and so it doesn't have antivirus, and you're gonna find that the server doesn't have the patches, or we didn't think the server needed antivirus, or you're gonna find a firewall that's really a router. Like these are like, you're not going to discover much new. Now, you will every once in a while. My husband did a discovery about 6 weeks ago, and he's walking through this, it's an empty building, they're gonna be moving the office, and he's walking through and he's just like, something isn't right. And they're like, okay, what's not right? I don't know, let's finish looking, and he's jotting down where everything's, and it took him 45 minutes of walking around. He's like, can you take me back to the server closet? They're like, sure. So they take him back to the server closet, and the wiring is gone. There's no wiring. That was something new. So when I say that there's nothing new under the sun, you will occasionally find something new in discovery. But if you're doing something right in discovery, it should open the eyes of your prospect in a huge way. They have no idea where they are being underserved. So if you ever study the gap selling message or the gap selling method, where your prospect is at point A, you want to move your prospect to point B, there is a gap. There has to be a reason for them to move from point A to point B. There needs to be something logical, which we talked about a few minutes ago. This is very emotional. So how do you stir those emotions? Well, I call this a couple of different things, but I'm going to call it today my crazy teacup ride. So has anybody never been on or seen a crazy teacup ride? Okay, so you all know, like the little teacups are spinning around in a circle, which is like bad enough, right? I mean, good enough if you're into those kind of crazy rides. But then the teacup itself is like whipping around. And if you're like a sadistic parent, which I may or may not be, you are like leaning into that with all your might so that the kids are like, well, I'm gonna fall out of the teacup. And so you've got the teacup whipping around. So think of that kind of like this inner circle thing that never stops. And then you've got this outer circle that is also happening at the same time. So let me describe this discovery process to you. The inner circle, the questions you're going to ask are going to follow the same pattern over and over and over again. So you're going to talk about the impact of this thing, which we'll talk about in a minute, on the business. What's the business impact? That's kind of the biggest entity. It's the company. How is this going to impact the company? And then you're talking to a person in the company who has a role. So their role could be a finance role, they could be the CEO, they could be the ops person. Ops people are really fun because they are systems oriented, and they can see very quickly how all their systems will break. So we've got the company issues, we've got the role issues, and then sometimes you can even talk about how this is going to impact them personally. So that's the inner circle. That's the crazy teacup that's whipping around all the time. Company, role, person. So if you're taking notes, company, role, person. So I want that mantra to be echoing in your head: company, role, person, company, role, person. And if you're ever in a discovery part of your sales call and you feel like it's not really going anywhere, you're just doing this discovery thing so that you can go back and check it off the checklist, and you don't really feel like you know what you're doing. Did you prove to the company there's an issue that needs to be resolved? Did you prove that role is going to be impacted? And then the person themselves. So that's the inner circle. The outer circle are the impacts or the implications on the business. So let's just pick ransomware, because it's in the news. Most of your clients and prospects kind of know about it. So we're going to ask a very broad question, like, do you have any awareness of what ransomware is? Well, yeah, kind of. Okay. So we're probably on the same page. You understand it's when the bad guys get in and like scramble up your data, and then they're like, we'll give it back to you, but you have to pay us $20,000. Yep. Okay, cool. So that's the outer circle. Like, just level set. Are we all on the same page? Do we understand what we mean when we say ransomware? This outer circle can also include things like intellectual property issues or compliance issues or downtime. But if you're going to use a word like downtime, you have to explain what you mean. Like, hey, do you know what downtime is? And like, you wouldn't be able to access your QuickBooks. You couldn't access your manufacturing files. You couldn't order supplies. You couldn't do all of these things. So just a quick level set. That's the outer circle of the teacup ride. And then if we go back to ransomware, you're like, well, so let's just pretend like the ransom is $25,000. Is that a little or a lot? Okay, let's assume it's a little. Oh, we could pay that. Okay, great. So you get the data back, you reload it on your computer. But what if the bad guys held onto that data? Do you have any data that, like company data or client data, that if they held onto it, maybe your clients wouldn't like that so much? Like, oh, well, that might be a big deal. Okay. And let's say that all transpired and it took 2 weeks from the time that you got the ransom notice, and then we had to go figure out how to buy Bitcoin, and we had to figure out how to transfer the Bitcoin, and they gave you the data back, and let's assume you got all the data back, which doesn't always happen. Then we have to pull it down from the internet, and then we have to reload it. How would that impact your company's ability to track your time? How would that impact your ability to keep your employee morale up? How would that impact your company's ability to buy, sell, trade, create widgets, show up to the courthouse on time if you're an attorney? So we're still on the company. It's like, okay, what about your role? You're the ops manager, so you're kind of the glue that holds the organization together. When you don't have access to your online documentation or your online finances or your online project management system, how would that impact you? Is that a little bit of an impact? Is that a lot? Is that going to be a concern at all? So we've gone from company to like role and department. And then sometimes you can also go to the individual person. This works really well if you're talking to a CEO or a COO who's super involved in the business, because now you can say, so you're down for 2 weeks because of this ransomware attack. We've talked about how it's going to impact the company. We've talked about how it's going to impact your department, but what about how it's going to impact you? So who's going to call all of these clients and say, hey, we're down for 2 weeks, but we have a plan? Is it you? Yeah, it's probably me. So who's calling the spouse to say, hey, I know we just had a discussion this weekend about little Johnny's soccer game, and I know I promised you I'd be at every single one, but I've got a situation at work. And the CEO is like, yeah, that would be me making that phone call, me with the sleepless nights, me with my baby, because a lot of CEOs see the business as a baby, at risk. And so we've taken this very broad topic of ransomware and we've said, how is this going to impact the company, your role, and you as a person? And all of a sudden, we have proven that a cybersecurity incident is not only likely, but it would impact you. Now, I want you to, when you have time, write as a to-do item if you're taking notes, to look back at your most recent sales call and rank yourself. How did you do on these two axes? And where could you have improved? Because I have yet to talk to a single person, including myself, that has ever run a perfect sales call. There's always room for improvement. So to do a quick recap, there's 4 things that you learned. I want you to implement one of them. Either articulate your packaging differently, adjust your pricing so that it is powerful and extremely profitable for you. Thirdly, make sure that you are proving the 2 arguments of every cybersecurity sale. And fourthly, making sure you understand this concept of the crazy teacup ride and embedding the outer circle and the inner circle into your discovery process. Now, you've heard a whole lot today and yesterday about lead generation. Today we briefly touched on packaging and pricing. We briefly touched on sales. Those are only a few of the pieces that MSPs need to follow to successfully grow their business and scale their mountain. And I always think of it like climbing a mountain, like it's not easy. So I have a copy of this MSP growth roadmap. If you want that as well, let me know. And if you want me to walk through it with you and do a complimentary assessment, where are you on all 9 of these steps? Most people have forgotten about 1/3 of the steps. They can improve another 1/3 of the steps, and I'm happy to talk you through that. Go to mspsalesrevolution.com/smart, and I'll be happy to chat with you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Can you hear me? There we go. How's everyone feeling? Good? Are you getting a lot of good nuggets to take home? Are you taking copious notes? Perfect. Awesome. I'm getting a lot of great feedback, so I really appreciate all the amazing speakers that we've had out today. I appreciate a lot of the great questions that are happening in both rooms and a lot of the conversations that you're having together. So next up, we have some rapid fires. So these are some quick segments from our sponsors. So the goal of these next sessions, and I hope you get a lot out of it, the idea of this event, will go without saying, is about growth. The idea of having the sponsors that we have here is, again, about your growth. These are sponsors that came to the table and want to be at events like this because they want to grow the partnership. They want to continue to help you get where you need to go inside of your business, and they have methods and they have programs and they have communities that they want to share more about to help you get there. Not to mention solutions that can be put into your business to drive net new revenue. So we're going to have a quick rapid fire. You're going to be hearing from some of these vendors that are going to be coming up here in just a second. Let's see, did it switch? Do you see them? Let me see, I'm gonna go back one more. No. Okay, they're coming now. So you're gonna be hearing from CyberFox, you're gonna be hearing from the 20, you're gonna be hearing from Token, you're gonna be hearing from Red Store, you're gonna be hearing from ConnectWise, and many others. So get excited. First up is CyberFox.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Regional Sales Manager, CyberFox, Jackie Hanlon.
Hello, everyone. What an introduction. My name is Jackie. I'm with CyberFox, and I promise I'm not going to PowerPoint you to death, but we're here to discuss something that's important to you guys, relevant around a big challenge you guys face, around privilege access, relating to you and your client's security and your compliance through our privilege access management tool called Auto Elevate. So we're helping you guys and your clients follow Microsoft best practices. So our goal is, of course, to remove as much admin access as possible. And when I say all, I mean all of your customers as well as your MSP. So we're removing those local admin rights, we're bringing everyone down, we're locking them down to standard privilege. But before implementing a tool called Auto Elevate, let's just look at that process and the customer satisfaction. So right now, it's the Wild West. Your clients, they have local admin access. They can do whatever they want, whenever they want, right? They have that luxury. But all that's going to change. You're removing that access, you're locking them down to standard privileges. Now what happens? The customers, they're frustrated. They're annoyed, and now you have Karen in accounting, right, trying to download another Chrome extension. You have Fred with the fancy fonts, and guess what? Fred needs this right now, So before, they were used to doing whatever they want, when they wanted, but now they have to stop in the middle of their day. They have to call you guys, submit a support ticket, and a good scenario could take a few minutes, could take maybe an hour, 2 hours, could take a day or 2 days before getting to them. So now what happens? The client experience completely diminishes. They're super annoyed. They're complaining to their boss. They feel not as productive. They can't do what they need to do to get their job done. Their boss then complains to you guys. Then what happens? They're back with admin access. And then with that, you guys know the security suffers. You're not compliant, the risks, the vulnerability, and then round and round we go. So with Auto Elevate, we're finding that balance. Too much access, everyone on local admin access. Let's say they suffer a potential security breach. What happens? They fire you, they go to another MSP. Too much restriction. They're not productive. They feel like they can't do what they need to get done. The client satisfaction or user experience diminishes. They fire you, they're off to another MSP. That might be more compliant, less secure. At the end of the day, your customers are your source of revenue, so we want to retain that, and you want to keep those customers. So now, with Auto Elevate, we're finding that better balance with security, but also better user experience. So we're removing local admin rights, but through automation, and the whole concept, secret sauce, is we're prompting and we're constantly intercepting Windows UAC. So based out of all those UAC events, you can now automate certain applications, create rules or policies. So now on the MSP side, you're not paying your techs to do low value, high touch, tickets. And your client gets a better user experience. Maybe QuickBooks. You want to prove that across maybe all your customers. They almost feel like they have admin rights, but you guys just approve that. Or maybe you want to deny a certain application. And, before coming on this stage, talking to you guys, I met with one of our partners and I just asked, not feature function, but why did you buy? What was the impact Auto Elevate had on your business and your clients? And he said, honestly, aside from, my clients getting cyber insurance, me wanting to comply with the security frameworks, honestly, I was just so tired of being pissed, his words, not mine, pissed, paying my techs and watching them schedule time between an end user to come back from lunch to then remote in for a simple QuickBook update. Now it's all automated with Auto Elevate. So everyone is winning. He can better sleep at night. The client doesn't have local admin rights. The techs don't have local admin rights. And the techs can now actually focus on billable project-based work. They're not doing those mundane tasks. And with the automation, better customer experience. And we have a lot of our partners here, and they can attest to this. So a big thing that we have is our mobile app. Let's say you don't have a rule. You guys are all here staying in a hotel. You're not by your computer. Maybe you're out on the beach sipping on a margarita. A ticket comes in. We have our mobile app, approve, deny, create a rule right there on the fly. More time for you guys. And it was interesting chatting with another partner, and he said, before I had a really definite process in place before evaluating tools, I would jump on a shiny new product, maybe it'd sit on the shelf, not knowing if it was a need or important. And after returning from an Evolve conference, he just said, you know what, I'm only buying tools that map to my security framework. With this case, CSI controls. Auto Elevate helped him, check off those boxes and map to 5, 6, even some of 4, NIST, as well as CMMC. And a big one, you guys know, cyber insurance. We're helping you check off those boxes. On all the forms, it says, are you guys removing local admin rights? Do you have a PAM solution in place? Check with Auto Elevate, yes you do. And cherry on top with the automation, we're providing a better user experience at the end of the day. So with that being said, we're here all day. Make sure to stop by our booth. We have some amazing CyberFox swag, and I'm looking forward to having some fun on our booze cruise tonight. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome VP Northeast Region, the 20, Chris Traxler.
So a lot of people ask, what is the 20 and what do we do? Are we a peer group? Are we a support desk? Rather than tell you what we are, I'd rather just tell you how it helped me as an MSP. I was an MSP for about 10 years. I've scaled and grown 2 MSPs over the course of my career. And so I'll tell you a story. So in 2015, I moved my family from the Northeast over to the Midwest to be closer to family. And I started a brand new MSP from scratch. So I had no Rolodex of clients, contacts, prospects. I had no ticketing system. I had no employees. I had literally nothing but an idea. And so as I was getting started, the other thing I didn't have was all the technical expertise. I was a sales guy, really. I'd never spun up a server. I'd never configured a firewall. So I didn't have any of that knowledge or expertise either. But I did understand the MSP world. So I went through the natural progression. I evaluated a lot of options. I knew I needed a ticketing system. I knew I needed a PSA, RMM, security stack, all of that. So I really went through and evaluated a lot of options. And I knew also that I needed more than just the tools. I needed a team because I couldn't scale and grow fast enough to provide for my family by going out and chasing 5 and 10 user environments, you know, the $300 to $500 MRR contracts. I really needed bigger prospects and bigger deals to be able to grow. So the 20 was kind of a natural fit for me for a variety of reasons. The big one, it was more than just a tool set. It was a team of people. It was a nationwide group of IT service providers, a bunch of guys that came together, that were all singing to the same sheet of music, that were all doing things the same way, that had, you know, basically a collection of hundreds of years of combined expertise, knowledge, best practices that were put into one platform. And so that made it an easy decision for me. The other reason it was an easy decision was, you know, think about you buy a PSA and an RMM out of the box, and think about all the setup just to get that fine-tuned and working where it's actually functional, and how much work that entails. I was a one-man guy. I did not have the time to be able to do that. I needed to focus on growing my business. So I get going, start getting leads, and it was interesting. You know, the problem you have as a one-man band is how do you go out and sell a 100-user environment when you're just one guy? How do you go out and convince a client that you can support them and you can handle their load? So the beautiful thing is, being a part of the 20, I wasn't just one guy. I had the backing of a 24/7 support desk. They could go to my website. They could see the entire support desk team on our website. They could see the breadth and depth of our team. But beyond that, I had a whole bunch of peers across the country that had years of experience, technical expertise, all the knowledge on the technical side that I was lacking on how to do things, how to support our clients, how to set up, you know, the infrastructure the right way, all of that stuff. So I had that as a backing. So first 12 to 15 months, I was able to close multiple clients, a couple that were well over 100 seats, multi-location deals, and we were on the road to success. And I'll tell you one story about one of them, which was pretty interesting and pretty fun. So we had a big agricultural company in our area that was looking for a new IT service provider. So we got the lead. They had us and just about every other local MSP at the table, and they did a down select. They evaluated us, and they were really looking for a mature IT company that could support them, that could handle their bandwidth and their complexity. They had probably 70 users. They had a whole VMware infrastructure with close to 20 virtual machines in it, and a cluster. By the way, I had never touched any of that, had no experience doing it. So they do a down select, and they ended up down selecting us and another very, very well-known, reputable company that had a big fancy office downtown. They had their TV displays with Bright Gauge showing all their support metrics and everything like that. I mean, they were an impressive company. They're a decent company. Well, the cool thing was, because of the power of the 20 and what we had, we were able to set ourselves as the benchmark against which our prospect, which now our client, was able to measure everything against. And so, when they looked at us, they saw that we had, a team of 100+ support desk technicians. We were actually 24/7. Think about, a lot of our competition is, they're 8 to 5, and then they've got, a guy that's watching a movie with his wife at night, answering the phone if there's support after hours. So we could come in and be truly 24/7 to them, which was really important because they were mission critical. Their infrastructure, they've got hog barns and a lot of infrastructure where they need to be online and need to be accessible so they can actually make sure that there's not a problem like a fire or anything else. So they do a down select. They end up going with us. And the reason they went with us is they said we were a more mature IT company. Now, mind you, I have yet to hire an employee. I'm one guy who just beat out a very seasoned competitor in the area who had a team of 30 plus people on staff and had been in business for 20 years. So that's the power of the 20. And I'd love to go into more detail on that with anyone who wants to talk to me. But I'll just tell you a story kind of, I'll conclude with this. The biggest thing you look at is what do you want out of your business? Where do you want to be down the road? Are you looking to scale and sell? Are you looking to build to grow? What's your long-term plan? For me, I always knew I wanted to scale, grow, and exit, and rinse and repeat. I've done it multiple times, and that's what I wanted to do. So fast forward 7 years later, first of all, we were able to grow from 0 to $1 million in less than 2 years. 7 years later, when I exited, we were a multi-million-dollar MSP supporting clients in 17 states. We had best-in-class metrics when it comes to support. All the metrics with which you look at from a support side and service delivery side. We had, in our worst year, we had 20% year-over-year growth. And on top of that, we had really best-in-class EBITDA when we exited. So all of that was not possible without being a part of a world-class group, because the reality is I was not some world-class savvy business owner, entrepreneur who's just a genius. I was just a guy that didn't want to reinvent the wheel. And all I did was take, just plug into the 20, plug into the environment and the people and learn what was working and implement. And that's really what I did. Talking to, people here the last couple days, the two biggest challenges that I hear are, one, hey, we're getting leads, and everybody here should be getting leads, especially if you're doing what Marketopia is doing. And they're rock solid. The problem is you're getting leads, but one, you may not be able to close them. A lot of MSPs are technician led, and that's just the nature of our industry. We're all engineers, we're all technicians. But the other problem is, how do you scale? A lot of guys I've talked to over the past couple days, they get a lead in the door and like, I don't really know how we could even support and service this client if we landed them. And on top of that, I think pretty much I'd have 2 employees that might just leave because they're so stressed out already, and the idea of adding another 50 users right now would just be, we're stretched too thin. So the scale piece is really what the 20 solves. You're able to plug into our tools, you're able to plug into our support desk and our team and leverage that, and now scale is inconsequential. You're looking at what's the next opportunity I can close, because I can onboard them, move on to the next one. So anybody that wants to hear more about that, I'm happy to talk. Andrew and I are both at the booth, and I appreciate your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Marketing Officer, Red Store, Gareth Case.
That's my first time with GROWCON music. Thank you, Andra. Just so I can get a feel for the audience, how many people in the room have heard of Red Store before? Any hands up? Wow, that means I'm doing my job, so that's a good sign. I just wanted to give you a 5-minute presentation today. We're going to talk very briefly about the technology that we've got, but more importantly, how we partner with MSPs. We're really heavily focused on turbocharging margins for MSPs, but also simplifying the management and reducing that management overhead associated with that as well. So I think the first key thing in terms of where Red Store is different, we've genuinely built what we believe to be a smarter platform for managing customer data. And what we've basically done is put everything into a single application. So if you're managing cloud infrastructure in Azure or AWS, or you're managing SaaS business applications and protecting the data that sits within those, or you've got a ton of on-prem data, we've effectively got that all into a single platform. And that makes the management of that for you as MSPs a lot easier. So I thought I'd show you what that looks like. And we've got a demo outside, so if anyone wants to come and take a look, I've just gone too far, forgive me. The back button's not working, guys. Can we go back one slide? There we go. So you can see here down the left-hand side, we've got a little tab called Customers. So you can basically see all of your customers from a single window. It's been built specifically and purpose-built for MSPs and multi-tenancy. But there down the left-hand side, we can see all of the different data sources that we protect, so whether that's Azure or AWS, whether it's SaaS business applications like M365, Google Workspace, as well as now we've just rolled out support for QuickBooks, and also Xero, the accountancy package, and Salesforce.com. But then also your on-prem devices, so desktops, laptops, servers, SQL databases, and so on and so forth. And you can see all of those at a holistic level across all of your customers, or you can drill down and get reporting and provide read-only reporting for your customers on all of the things you see there on the screen. So whether the backups have been successful, what the success rate was, where there's any issues, and also the ability to spot things like malware from a ransomware perspective within your customers' data sets. One of the challenges in the past with cloud-based backup solutions, and I'm sure some of you may have been stung with this in the past, is around speed of recovery. So on-site appliances have typically been the first choice for that instant recovery. We feel that we've nailed the perfect combination between having the benefits of a cloud-based model, i.e. air-gapped, 2 copies in the cloud, and a local copy free on-premise if you want, but without the need for that hardware. And we do that with a piece of technology called Instant Data. And what Instant Data effectively does is it presents the data to you as an MSP or to your customers as if it's actually there. In the event of an outage or some data loss, you or the customer can click on that file or folder and it will bring that back immediately and stream it. In the same way that Netflix will stream, you know, a specific episode of a specific series for you. You'd never download the entire catalog to watch just one episode. So it's basically prioritized recovery, and we can do that instantly whilst the rest of the files recover in the background. So a little USP there for RedStore. We've also rolled out last year some malware detection. Who here has been hit in one of their customers with a ransomware attack in the last year or two? Any hands? So I think the last report I read was 4,600 ransomware attacks in North America every day that get reported, and they're the ones that are reported. So this threat's not going away. It's going to continue to get worse for us. So what we've done is we've built some AI tools within our platform, which effectively scans all of your customer data at the point of backup. And while that's important, it means that it can not only highlight a suspicious or a malicious file, but it will also immediately quarantine that and alert you that there's potentially a malicious file within your customer's data sets. And then it will give you some options. Do you want to effectively recover back to a safe state? Do you want to remove that file, or do you want to mark it as safe? So some tools in there, and that works not only on the on-prem data, but also in our SaaS business application backup as well. So that's probably enough about the technology. I don't want to bore you too much on the tech. I think one of the things I wanted to focus on today is actually how we partner with MSPs, and I think this is where one of RedStore's true differentiators is. One of the things we do when you sign up with RedStore is we'll allocate a technical account manager, a channel account manager, and a marketing account manager that's a dedicated resource for you as a partner of ours, effectively. What that means is that you get support to sell our solution into your customers, you get technical and onboarding support, but you also, with the marketing side of it, you'll have someone that can come in and understand how you want to grow your business. They'll set up campaigns, they'll give you co-branded materials, they'll run those campaigns and they'll execute them on your behalf. I think Chris just mentioned getting leads is one of the biggest challenges. We'll absolutely help you do that as part of our partner program. Another thing we've launched this year is actually an online marketplace. And again, when you sign up as a partner to RedStore, you'll get your own co-branded marketplace. You get a listing on our website so that we can drive end-user leads directly through to you guys. But what this means is that you can start growing your business from a product-led growth perspective. You can put offers within this marketplace. You can have your customers sign into the marketplace and add another 10 seats of 365 from a protection point of view, or add another VM, or add another server. And this takes the burden off you from a sales point of view. Another reason to speak about RedStore, or to speak to RedStore today, is actually our ratings on G2. For those of you that are familiar with G2 or those that aren't, G2 is a software review site. We've been ranked #1 now across 16 separate categories for online backup, DR, and DR as a service. And that's not me as the CMO talking about how great RedStore is, that's the community. So over 300 MSP reviews. We've got a few customers in the audience today. If you want to speak to them, then I'm sure they'll be happy to talk to you about the service that we offer. And then I'll end with a few reasons to speak to Red Store today. So again, margins. We're seeing some of our MSPs making upwards of 200% margin across some of the products that we offer. QuickBooks is a great example of that. There's very little competition in the backup market for QuickBooks. So you can get started maybe with QuickBooks or one of the SaaS applications, see how easy the solution is, and then expand into some of the other areas that we protect. We're going to massively simplify management for you. No appliances, no hardware to manage, one application, one login. It's the simplest platform on the market in terms of managing backups. We'll help you protect against those cyber threats by identifying malicious and suspicious files. And the setup times are under 60 seconds. We had a guy yesterday sign up for a trial. He was protecting customer data yesterday, that evening. So it's literally a 60-second setup process to get onto our platform. And that means from an MSP's perspective that you can start generating revenue and billing your customers on day one, not waiting 4-6 weeks for an appliance to turn up, and so on and so forth. We've got our all-access partner program. There's tiered discounts in there, there's MDF, there's campaign toolkits, and there's all the support that I mentioned earlier that we offer, as well as the listing on our website and a marketplace for you to transact through. And that will enable you in turn to lead, what we are calling a kind of product-led growth agenda, where we're automating the onboarding of customer data and enabling your customers to transact through an online portal rather than needing, tons of sales and marketing resource to go and generate those leads. And all I'd say is seeing is believing. We've got some demos outside. We've got our sales team here today. We're at booth 101. As I said, we can get you guys set up in 60 seconds. There's a 30-day free trial for everyone in the room. So if you want to try it, then come and talk to us afterwards, and we'd love to get you on board. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Revenue Officer, Token, Jack Wilson.
Thank you. God, my mother would be so proud I finally made it to the big stage. Thank you so much for the people that we've spoken to already that have shown interest in Token. And thank you for taking the time today for me to share with you a little bit about what Token is and what it can do for your business. And most of all, thank you, Marketopia, for sponsoring this beautiful event and this wonderful venue. I'm proud to say that we are one of the newest Marketopia clients ourselves. So not only am I a vendor here today, but I'm a Marketopia client as well. So my name is Jack Wilson, and I'm the Chief Revenue Officer. Oh, wait a minute. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of Token. We are a 5-year-old, well-funded cybersecurity company based in Rochester, New York, and our focus is the #1 vector of attack, which is poor or inadequate authentication. I've spoken to many of you about multi-factor authentication and what a pain in the ass it is for you and your clients. So what we are very proud to be here and talk to you about today is that Token is the only multi-factored authentication biometric wearable device on the market today. So I've got 3 on my finger, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. I don't want to go into a lot of these statistics because you hear them frequently, right? Ransomware, you hear the big attacks, Uber, Colonial Pipeline, all the things that capture the attention that we see on a daily basis. However, what no one's really talking about is that the majority of the attacks that happen from a ransomware perspective are small and medium businesses. These are the people that are your livelihood on a daily basis. And multi-factored, if it was working the way it's advertised, you simply wouldn't see the attacks that we get on a daily basis. So what we've done at Token is we've created something that didn't exist before, a very simple and easy way to authenticate on a daily basis by wearing a biometric ring. You are the identity. It's that simple. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So the ring, you authenticate with your fingerprint, and once you've authenticated, you slide the ring on, and then you're ready to go, right? Now you've got to go to the applications that are important to you. Microsoft Azure AD, Ping, Oracle, Okta, whatever the applications are. And through the NFC reader that we also provide to you that's connected into the computer, you simply wave your hand over the NFC reader once you've set up the device, and then you're off and running. No more, and it's the gateway to passwordless, by the way, too, which I've also spoke to a lot of you that it's important. So for the people that are here at the Marketopia event, what we're doing is, number one, free POCs for anyone that wants to try the technology. Just get with us after I speak, and we'll walk you through what we need to do. And also, after you do the free POC with the Ring yourself, if this is something that you want to bring to market to your customers, because you're here and part of the show, we're going to give you 50 points off of list price. We have two models. You can either buy the Ring outright, list price is $480, or we've got a revenue model where it's a monthly revenue model of $20 a month for a 24-month commitment. It's that easy. I believe that the margins that you guys can make are great because people need this technology, but more than anything, there's nothing else on the market like this today. So for you to be able to go to your customers with something that is new and unique, that is not out on the market, and absolutely 1,000%, it's unhackable. That's the thing that you need to keep in mind. You can't hack the Ring because there's nothing on the Ring. It's just your biometric that makes the Ring work. Yes, sir? Yeah?
The finger and the ring are needed together?
Yes.
So if your finger and your ring were together, that is authentication.
The finger and the ring together are authentication. The next thing you're going to say is, what if I cut off your finger, right? Yeah, well, I would assume you've got much bigger problems than, yeah, correct. But there's a knocking gesture that you have to wake up the Ring, and then you'd have to be in front of the NFC reader that's attached to your computer. So, again, my name is Jack Wilson. I'm with Token, and this is the Token Ring. I look forward to speaking to you all soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Community Coordinator, Quick Pass, Kelsey Blankenship Blackman.
Merry Christmas. Good morning, everyone. Quick question before I get started. Is this the only slide I am allowed? Because this is not my first slide. I can work with it, but this is actually the very end of my presentation. There we are. All right. Hello. Good morning. It is great to be here in Clearwater. I actually had a really nice walk this morning. It's beautiful and sunny out. I am out of Dallas, so while I'm used to the sun, I'm not used to being cold while it's sunny, so that was kind of nice. And I wanted to start things off. I have a question for everybody, just show of hands. Who here loves password reset tickets? All right, okay, we got a couple. Well, all of the rest of y'all are gonna love what I have to talk about today, so let's get started. I am Kelsey, I don't know if I covered that already, and I'm with QuickPass Cybersecurity. And here at QuickPass, we have two core beliefs. We believe, one, that MSPs are the only solution to the cyber problems that small to medium-sized businesses in your community face. Whenever they have a cyber emergency, they can't call 911. They're gonna call y'all and expect you to fix their problems. And two, most cyber products are made incorrectly for the MSP business model. You are forced to choose between implementing a new tool and spending your evenings and weekends with your family, or using that time to onboard a new technician to implement that tool. And that is where QuickPass comes in. We build security automation tools meant for MSPs. We are MSP founded, so we understand the problems that MSPs face because we were once there. And we currently have two tools on the market. We have a password rotator for your admin accounts. You can set it to automatically rotate your passwords as often as every single day. That just keeps those passwords going. You can set the parameters to be up to 99 characters, passphrases. It integrates with your documentation tools and your PSAs, so it all just works together really well. And then we also have a self-service password reset tool for your end users because, again, who here loves those password resets? They can do it themselves, so you don't have to. Who here has watched The Office? Maybe got a couple more? All right, awesome. I am a very big Office fan, so you're probably familiar with this quote. Even if you haven't watched The Office, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. So last month I was at IT Nation in Orlando, and one of my MSP friends came up to me, and he was like, Kelsey, I messed up. I was like, all right, what can we do? And he said, I had a demo with you guys. I saw the value in your product, but I just really didn't think it was for me right now. I really didn't have any concerns about being breached. And last weekend I got breached. And my first thought was, now this is an exact quote, so nobody get upset with me. His first thought was, shit, I got to call QuickPass. So, if I can't convince you, let someone who's been in your shoes convince you. So I've got a new quote for you. It is, you're not too small to get hacked, you're just too small to make the news. That is from my friend Justin Weller at Huntress. That one came to me through Dave Rendall of the Freak Factory, and now that's coming to y'all from me with QuickPass. So give you a new one there. So we're here this week because we're focused on growth. We're focused on building and learning and building our businesses to be bigger within the next year. So here are 4 ways that QuickPass can help you grow. We can help you generate more revenue, which that's always a great thing. We can help save you money. We can help keep you and your business more secure, and then we can also help keep your endpoints more secure. If all of those sound like great things, you should come talk to us outside at the booth. We have a fun little holiday party going while we're here this week, where if you book a demo, we actually have a couple gift cards on our Christmas trees, Hanukkah bushes, holiday tree, whatever we want to call them, and you are more than welcome to pick from those gift cards on our trees once you book a demo with us. Cynthia, Jared, and I would love to have a conversation with y'all, and thank you so much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Strategic Partner Development Manager, ConnectWise, Christian Lopez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the only one holding you back from lunch today, so I'll try to knock this out in, 8 minutes left? Okay. Let's start off with a joke. Why is cybersecurity so much like an onion? Lots of layers, and at one point you're going to start crying. Excellent. So, back. So I'm part of the partner program development group. So if you guys are familiar, who here uses ConnectWise? Great show of hands. That's good to hear. Well, I'm here in a different asset. So as you guys have transacted with us historically through manage, automate, all the different acquisitions we've done, I'm coming here from a partner perspective of helping you sell some more cybersecurity specifically. And this is why we formed this new partner program as of the last couple years. We've built this out, and I'm here to share a little bit so that you guys can learn a little bit and help you sell some more cybersecurity. So I come from the ConnectWise, the legacy ConnectWise, where it was account management, more reactive. You guys have billing issues. You have more of those, hey, I need some help, but not speaking more into business owner when you're speaking with your end customers about cybersecurity. And through that evolution, we've built up this partner program. And I handle strategic partners, so over 10,000 endpoints, so a little bit more mature in most cases. Some, they're not so mature. You'd be surprised how large they are, and it's astonishing. So this is the top 6 items that MSPs are facing
that I, through my years of experience at ConnectWise, have kind of consolidated. If you have any more than these top 6, I encourage you to come to the booth and talk and convince me otherwise. So accelerating revenue. So as you're adding on more of these tool sets and you're going to market a little bit faster, how quickly and how well are you executing that? Attaining and retaining talent. I mean, as you are limited with your capacity, you're looking for staff and you're looking for other different business units to bring in more revenue, you're limited with the amount of people that you're able to hire. Conveying business value, specifically in security. So as you're adding on more of these tool sets, how are you conveying this message back to your end customers? How are you presenting them reports of failed logins and all these disparate tools of information that you should be showing the value to your customers? Sales growth and go-to-market strategy. So as customers are you're investing more into your company, sales and staffing productivity. So as you're adding more complexity of your tool sets into your portfolio, how well are your engineers getting familiarized? They're handling their day-to-day business, and then all of a sudden you add on another complex item, and they still have to maintain their same job duties, but you're adding on more complexity, more responsibilities onto them. And then increased liability. So as more and more components, as you're landing new clients, they're thinking of you as becoming, the risk is falling onto you, even though you're trying to message back to your end customers that, no, the risk, you're the onus. I'm just a technology provider, but I'm providing other components within that stack. So let's look into the financial side of things. So as you guys speak with 3/4 of the vendors out there, it's all cybersecurity. That's the big buzzword. That's where a lot of partners are investing into. ConnectWise recognizes this, and that's why we formed this team to help you build up a little bit more of your business. So in the past, in the next 5 years, it's nearly double the amount, 17% year-over-year growth of cybersecurity for the SMB space. Let's talk about why there is this much growth. Let's start over in the bottom right corner. Cyber risk insurance, as you guys have heard through several of the vendors here, how often are you filling out questionnaires? Are you guys profiting off of that? Are you demonstrating the time that you're doing that? No, we're here to help you solve that. MSPs are becoming more mature more rapidly. So you could, 5 years ago, you're selling MDR with firewall. That was sufficient. That's not even scratching the surface. You have various vendors out there looking to add more components because that's where the revenue is. 360 protection and driving spend. So in the last 3 years, a lot of you have stood up home offices, and your complexity of the network is exponentially more critical for you to protect that. And as new tool sets are coming out, like SASE and other components within cyber, these are things that your sales team should be grasping so that they can convey that message down to their end customers. Improving security readiness. So 1 in 2 SMBs have a security plan, and another 30 are putting one together today. And then business being prepared top of mind. So that business readiness is there. And we're here to help answer and help you guys drive those conversations to your customers. So from what the partner program entails, it's 3 components. There's a financial aspect, MDF, co-op funds. That's the main generating. So as you continue building your business, we invest back into you so that you can continue your growth. Resources is the second component. So an individual like myself helping your teams get sales trainings, getting you guys market ready with pricing and packaging, compensation plans for your sales team. So it's an engagement with us, not sell it and then move on and maybe give you a couple assets to help you continue that growth. And then we have brandable material. So we've teamed up with Marketopia, thank you very much, and then we have some quick deliveries deliverables. So within 2 weeks' time, if you guys give us some ideas to help you land some business, I'm sure many other partners are going to be able to benefit. You give us some input, we'll be able to turn that around so that you can continue your growth. So those are the three aspects: financial, resources, and brandable material with a marketing platform. And that's it. If you guys have any questions, I recommend you guys chat with me in the booth right after this. I think that's all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
All right. Who learned a little something that maybe you didn't know before? Yes. Okay, I love seeing those hands. So that's the goal of Rapid Fire, and it's not to be overwhelming. It's not to talk forever about product, because you can absolutely do that. It's to kind of whet the palate, let you know what these vendors are here to do for you and how you can possibly partner. So I'm really glad that you all got some information out of that. All right, let's see here. What is up next? I know, but I'm looking for the break slide and it's not here. All right, so we will be off to lunch. So enjoy yourself, go grab something to eat, take a break, and then come back in here for some more awesome content in the afternoon. You're welcome.
Did you bring up the video?
No. Oh, I clicked it, no. I clicked it, nothing came up. It didn't click. Right after lunch, bring everyone back in here and have a conversation.
We are going to be, yeah, we just need to rearrange the schedule or whatever, but.
Okay. Maybe just grab lunch and come right back in.
I was just looking forward to both of those, that's all.
Ah, Mountain Dew. That's not what I said.
It's time to get your flu shot, and you can get one for free with most insurance plans at your local Publix pharmacy. Book an appointment online at publix.com/flu and get a flu shot when it's most convenient for you. Don't wait. Sign up today.
this rental car is so boring to drive?
Let's be honest. The rent-a-car industry is the definition of boring, and the reason can be found in the name itself. Rent a car? You don't want a friend. You want the friend. You don't want a job. You want the job. The is always over a. That's why we don't offer a car. We offer the car. Sixth, rent the car. us go beyond the edge of our world.
This month, no matter where you go, you'll feel right at home. Here on Disney Plus.
When the stakes are high at work, you're
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Check mark, check mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. I hope everyone's tummies are full. How was the delicious lunch? Yes, good, good, good. So that was brought to you by and sponsored by Threat Locker. So when you do see the Threat Locker team out there, thank them for it. Absolutely. And next up, we have another quick round of some rapid fires from some vendors. So you're going to hear from Threat Locker and you're going to hear from Glass Hive, and they are going to take a little bit more time just to go a little bit more in depth about how they're going to help you grow. So here we go. Threat Locker, come on up.
Threat Locker continues to bring new offerings and new services related to the core Threat Locker software to market, continuing to evolve and adjust in terms of the best way to protect MSPs and with MSP clients.
The cyber hero.
I'm hoping. There we go. Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, are my slides up?
Threat Locker continues to bring new offerings and new services related to the core Threat Locker software to market, continuing to evolve and adjust in terms of the best way to protect MSPs and with MSP clients.
The cyber hero really helps make sure that we get the right policies in place, are restricted enough but not are overly restrictive, and the fact that you can make it more invisible to that end user and still protect them is gold.
It helps me sleep at night, knowing that we can automatically have it deployed to any new asset that gets connected and know that it's going to protect it and prevent any type of ransomware or malicious attack onto the network or onto any server. That is priceless to us.
It's providing protection from a security level or from a compliance level. You're able to implement things that you can't do without Threat Locker.
I didn't know that was there. That's great. I don't need to do anything now. You know what's amazing? IT guys and excitement. That's excited. Anyone here from that video? Hopefully not. So I'm going to... There you go. I think it's working now. Okay, I want to talk to you about how you can protect your endpoints using Zero Trust. But first of all, I want to define what is Zero Trust, because let's face it, we all have it on our banners and we all like to show it off in our marketing collateral. But what does it actually mean? It means only grant access where access is required. Whether it's at the network, whether we're talking about file permissions, or whether we're talking about applications that need to run, it means just grant what is required. Remember in the old days, the cloud was called hosting? Zero Trust used to be called least privilege. Now, over the last 2 decades, we've had this rat race of threats versus remedies. How do we respond to threats? And it started off with simple threats like the computer viruses. I remember in 1997, I got my first computer. I went down to PC World, I got Norton antivirus on a floppy disk, and it was really, really cool because I had an antivirus to address these viruses. I had no internet connection, so I wasn't getting a virus, but I felt cool because I had an antivirus. But you know, we were dealing with viruses, and then we started dealing with adware, where viruses wanted to make money, and then spyware, when we saw rootkits and botnets and variations of everything, Trojans and even keyloggers. And then, of course, what we're all dealing with today, which is ransomware. And over those 2 decades, we've seen remedies, and that started with antivirus, and then You know, we got a next generation antivirus and we got heuristical, and we were adding all these layers of threat detection in. So how can we detect the bad guys? And we keep piling on AI and threat hunting and EDR and SOCs and SIMs and various different acronyms. But the reality is, for 2 decades, we've missed the mark. You know, in 2001, when the love bug virus came out, it infected 1/3 of the world's business computers, and they had antiviruses on them. In 2002, there was the Blaster virus. We've seen various viruses throughout that, and constantly we need to upgrade our antivirus or our threat detection because it missed the mark. In addition to malware, we're also dealing with legitimate tools being used against us. So nearly every attempted ransomware attack, one of the first tools we see run is advanced IP scanner. And the reason for that is because the attacker wants to know what's on your network. You probably use that tool when you onboard a client. You want to know what's on the network, what laptops, what devices, what switches, and of course where the backup servers are, because if you want to steal someone's data, you need to take the backups as well. We also see more and more in recent attacks backup software being used against MSPs. Now that's going to confuse some people, but we've seen more and more attempts of it come from Office documents. Now think about this. I'm a bad guy, I want to steal your data. I have 2 choices. In my previous life, I was an ethical hacker. I would make money and say, hey, do you want me to try and get your data? But I would write malware to do that. So I'd write a piece of malware, I'd test it against 5 or 6 different antiviruses and say, hopefully that malware doesn't get detected. Now what's happened over the last 2 decades is the line between what's good and bad has become more and more blurred. And attackers have got antivirus has got more and more aggressive at trying to determine what's bad. So it's getting more and more false positives. And you're getting more and more tickets on your system because your EDR is throwing alerts out and things like that. But also, good stuff's still getting through because it's really hard to see what's good versus bad. So what attackers did is they said, well, you know what? I don't want to trigger an alarm saying data's being extracted. So what if I use good backup software? I know the EDRs will build in exceptions for those because they know they're going to trigger alarms, egress alarms. So if I go off and buy Veeam or I go off and buy StorageCraft or Acronis, I pre-configure a package to back up all of your files and all of your network shares, and I send it to my cloud, I can steal their data without even triggering an alarm. And we're seeing more and more of that used in attacks. I always do this, I just talk ahead of my slides. Now, all of these things have one thing in common, and that is they're all software. Viruses, malware, ransomware, it's just software. It's literally written in the same code as regular software, and it's just software. And in order for software to attack you, it has to be distributed, so it has to be sent out to you. And mostly that's done through social engineering. So you email someone a download link saying, hey, please install this urgent patch, send it on Teams, and yes, that happens as well. If you get into someone's Teams account, you can use their account to send it to people they know. We're a tech company, we're a cybersecurity company. Every one of our users goes through serious training regularly, and they get phishing links and they get examples. And a couple of months ago, I sent an executable from my Teams account as the CEO to the whole company saying, please run this on your computer urgently. About 20+% of our staff ran it. It wasn't bad, I just wanted to see if anyone was going to run it. Now, these are people who are trained in cybersecurity. They say, well, how did you know I didn't leave my phone in a bar? How did you know someone didn't get into my Teams account? Yes, we've got dual factor. Yes, I'm relatively paranoid, but they didn't know that. And over 20% of our staff are willing to do that. So social engineering happens on internal platforms as well. You know, attachments directly to emails. We don't see this too often, but in 2001, the love bug infected 1/3 of the world's business computers. And it did that by saying, I love you.vbs. And 30% of the world's business people clicked on it. People are getting smarter. People were pretty lonely back in 2001. And then even social media and embedded malware in Office documents and macros, which we see regularly, and even leaving a rubber ducky in a parking lot, a USB drive in a parking lot, and people plugging it in. We all see this too often. I know if I get a Word document and it tells me to enable macros, don't click yes. It's not 1997 anymore. Users don't always know that, so they click yes. And I actually asked my CFO a question today. I said, if someone sent you an Excel spreadsheet, someone you trusted, and it enabled required macros to calculate a formula, would you click it? He said, probably. So that's the wrong answer. But users do things like that.
In addition to social engineering, we also see vulnerabilities. Now, this one's a little bit more concerning because, in 2002, there was a vulnerability in the RPC stack that allowed the blaster virus spread through corporate networks at the speed of light. People didn't have personal firewalls then. You saw the Exchange vulnerability, the Felina vulnerability, and all of these vulnerabilities. Now, the difference between a vulnerability and social engineering is you don't require an uneducated user to click something. You can just exploit it. Microsoft Felina, big vulnerability this year. Anyone here dealt with it? We know we don't click enable macros. I came into work. I got up in the morning, read the social media feed, hear about this new vulnerability, called one of my support guys on the way to work to find out how it worked, and said, see if you can get me a demo of it. By the time I got to the office, he had this set up for me. I opened an Office document, and it immediately crashed Office. Okay, it's Monday morning. Office isn't feeling so good. But what it was actually doing was opening PowerShell and downloading a piece of malware to my computer. Now, I'm the CEO of a technical company. I wouldn't think twice about opening a resume on my computer that was delivered in Word. I wouldn't enable macros, but I'd open the resume. In this case, we're able to see, I'm assuming the screen's back there, that boo.exe was downloaded. Now, this is a mid-level support guy figured out how to deliver malware from an Office document running on a machine with an EDR. Threat Locker was in monitor-only mode. So, if I can, now this is all it took. An Office document is a zip file. You extract the zip file, you open one of the text files, and you literally put in that code, which looks a bit complicated, but all it is a base 64 encoded PowerShell command. Now that PowerShell command just tells it to go to the internet and download a piece of malware. It's very, very simple. Now, in addition, if all of these problems, if all of these threats are software, how can we solve it? Detection is falling short. But if we only allow the software we need and we block everything else, that's going to not only get rid of the malware threats, but it's also going to stop people sending us backup software we don't use as a pre-configured package or advanced IP scanners, using them in our environment. Now, I'm not talking about old school application whitelisting where you have to go and list 200,000 DLL files in your environment, and every time there's an update, it gets blocked. I'm talking about allow listing that you can deploy as an agent will learn all of the executables, all of the DLLs, all of the libraries in your environment, all the script files. It will catalog them and create a list of policies for you. At the end of a learning period, which could be a week, could be 2 weeks. If you want it to be a month, you can let it be a month. It will show you this is what you're running in your environment. This is where you say, oh shit, why have I got coupon clippers running in my environment? Why have I got these games? And why do my IT engineers all run Steam on their work computer? And they do. But you can see them, you can deny anything you don't want. We will then track the updates for over 2,500 updated applications, so you don't have to worry about those updates being blocked, and then you lock it down. Once it's locked down, malicious software or untrusted software cannot run in your environment. It doesn't matter if they get into your RMM through a hypothetical vulnerability, or whether they send it out through Eternal Blue, like the WannaCry vulnerability, or whether a user downloads an Office document and it opens. It's not going to be able to run in your environment. In addition to that, we also want to control what software can do, because there are such things as fileless attacks, attacks that will weaponize tools that are already on your system. So things like PowerShell can upload all your files to the internet by itself. This is a screenshot from that Felina video a few moments ago. The first step in that video is running PowerShell. Now this PowerShell is downloading executable, but we could have equally ran a command to just upload all your files to the internet. Anytime you open software on your computer, it doesn't matter if it's Angry Birds or Steam or Google Chrome or a coupon clipper or Microsoft Office, that software can see all of the data you can see. And here's a little spoiler alert. Taking away admin permissions doesn't stop it seeing your data. You don't need to be an admin to steal finance data. You just need to be an admin to change the Windows folder. So it's not going to help you by taking away admin permissions. If you run Angry Birds, it can see your files. If it gets angry, if it gets compromised, all of those files can be stolen, encrypted. So in addition to controlling what software can run, we have to accept that some of the applications we run may be used against us. And sometimes that's going to involve calling PowerShell or calling Redshift and not necessarily downloading a new execution. So we have to ring fence the applications that are allowed to make sure they cannot step out their lane. Now, what does ring fence it means? It means, hey, we trust this software. I trust Microsoft Office, vaguely. I trust PowerShell. But I don't trust it Office to call PowerShell. I don't need it to, so why don't I just stop it, limit what it can do, so if or when it's compromised, it won't be able to eat your data. This was very effective in 2019 with the Internet Explorer vulnerability, the Exchange vulnerability, the Zoom vulnerability in 2020, and even the Felina vulnerability. All of these were stopped by just limiting what the applications can do. SolarWinds Orion were able to foil that attack by literally checking a box saying, this software doesn't need to go out to the internet, or it only needs to go to SolarWinds. Don't let it go anywhere else. And even though there was a backdoor built into the software, it couldn't get its instruction. So a single checkbox took a vulnerable server with a backdoor and made that vulnerability unexploitable. And then even things like what can access your files. You've probably got over 500 executables on your computer. How many of them really need to see your data? 5? So just check a box and say you can't see our files. Now, in order for a vulnerability to be used, in order for it to be successful, it has to be exploited in some way. You can't just say, well, I've got a vulnerable program. So at the moment, we've got over 2,000 unique programs across our customer base running vulnerable versions of Log4j. Now, we call them up and say, hey, you've got vulnerable versions of Log4j. They say, I know. I'm waiting for this car manufacturer to give me an update. And they haven't given me one because it's a component used by 2,000 applications. So we asked the question, well, does this program have open ports? Do you open external documents? And the reason being is because just because it's vulnerable doesn't mean it can be exploited. In the case of that Felina example, we had to download a vulnerable document. In the case of Exchange, an attacker could point at your Exchange server and trigger that vulnerability, exploit that vulnerability. But just because it's vulnerable, it doesn't mean it can be exploited. Talking about Exchange, I got a call on beginning of February this year, just before Zero Trust World actually, from a partner of ours, very, very excited that we saved his bacon. Now this is my #1 customer. Like this guy got kicked off Reddit because they accused him of being a ThreatLocker employee. I love the guy, right? But I said to him, are you sure we saved you from a complete ransomware attack? Because he loves ThreatLocker. He says, yeah, I'm telling you. So I got onto his audit and I said, let me see what happened. And this batch file got blocked. I checked the SHA against VirusTotal, no malware. So I said, well, wait there. Are you sure you didn't just forget to allow a batch file? You know, we're an allow listing company. He said, no, it's definitely bad. So I said, let me look at your server then. His configuration had been changed from an Exchange vulnerability. So when someone tried to download their offline address book, it actually downloaded a batch file onto the server and tried to run it. We took that batch file, we put it in our lab environment. Because it was blocked, no harm, no damage. We put it in our lab environment and we ran it in monitor mode. We have Exchange, Active Directory, backup, laptops, desktops, everything. Within 2 hours, the batch file had downloaded a PowerShell file, which then downloaded another PowerShell file, which was base64 encoded just for fun, which then downloaded an executable, which then created a group policy to push out a piece of malware to the entire domain. And within 2 hours, every device in that domain had been crypto-lockered. Now, I don't care how good your backup is or how good your systems are. All the data was also uploaded to the internet, by the way. Think about this. You come in on a Monday morning and everything is encrypted. How bad is that day? Even if you've got the best backups in the world, it's a really bad day. And this was one vulnerability in Exchange that could run software that could allow bad things to happen. Now, we were able to stop this simply by blocking the file, but there are better ways to stop these things. Don't publish these servers on the internet. We saw this Exchange vulnerability. We saw the the Kaseya vulnerability last year at Log4j. Kaseya RMM, we saw the Log4j, which affected VPN servers and Ubiquiti Wi-Fi servers, and some of these were published on the internet, and it allowed customers or attackers to get onto your customers' networks. Now, it would be better if we could just secure your network and take these devices off the internet. Now, the problem is you really only have two choices, VPN or publish it. VPNs are slow, they're painful, and they can be exploited and allow somebody on your network, or you publish it on the network. And the problem is we don't have one network anymore. We can't secure one network. We have one network, it's called the internet, and we share it with Russia and China and North Korea, and most terrifying of all, Canada. And Rob Ray's never here anymore. So, and the way we defend against that, when we go out onto the big bad internet, when we come and connect to the Wi-Fi here, we use these things called Windows firewalls or personal firewalls on our computers. And two problems with it. One is this red screen is always on display because some people disabled it because it was causing them a problem. The other problem is it gives you this pop-up saying, do you trust this network? It still does that even if you're not an admin. Do you trust your employees to click no? Or your users? And they can click yes, and then it opens ports and makes your PC discoverable. So what we can do in addition to controlling what can run, we can also control all of the inbound network traffic and audit all of the inbound network traffic on your environment. Every RDP session, every call to the internet, everything in and out of your environment in one place. And then you can control it from one location. So if you have a customer who has RDP open on a server that because it wasn't shut down on their firewall, you can close it. If you want to stop your employees, by the way, I promise you this happens. I have a really bad example of this happening. If you want to stop your own employees opening RDP and publishing their work laptops on their home internet so they can connect to it remotely with the RMM tools, you can do that in one central place. In addition to that, we can do something called dynamic ACLs. I want to publish my Exchange server on the internet, or I want to use a VPN. VPN is too complicated. Publishing on the internet means the whole world can see it, including Canada. What you can do is you can say, hey, this is my server, and you can do this on the internet or you can do this on the LAN. You can say, this is my server, this is a group of trusted devices. Even if they're dynamic DHCP addresses, you can say, I don't want them to be able to see my server unless it's an explicitly listed trusted device. What happens is, someone comes into your network, they plug in their laptop, and they're not a trusted device, your server says, hey, this isn't a trusted device. If it is a trusted device, it automatically updates the ACL based on your laptop's IP address at that point in time. Same applies on the internet. If you publish, don't publish an RD server. If you do it properly, use a gateway, use dual factor, do the other things, but you want to publish an RD gateway or an Exchange server on the internet, only Danny's laptop can use it. You can say, here it is. This is Danny's laptop. As I move from IP address to IP address, it dynamically opens and closes that port. So you don't have to worry about leaving that port open. We had one client who deployed this July 2nd onto their RMM server. For some reason, they were worried that they were going to get attacked on July 4th weekend. I told them hackers work at other weekends as well, and he set it so only his customers could see his RMM server on the internet, and he set it up in an hour. It was that simple. Now, I want to finish out on this, the school of thought about layering security. I hear this too often. Security is about layers. I've got web security, I've got email security, I've got endpoint security. They are not layers. They are entry points. If you put an antivirus in all three of those, and a virus can get through the first, it's going to get through all three layers. It's like putting 3 paper towels up as a door. Just poke your way through all three. If you think about security as angles instead, you're going to do far better off. There's 3 ways you can stop any cybersecurity threat. The first one is the human way. If you don't click on it, you can't get exploited. Train your users. It's going to reduce your probability of an attack. Not going to stop it, but it's going to reduce your probability. Put detection in place. If I send a phishing email or malware to everyone in this room, if you click on it, now we're relying on detection. Email detection, web detection. Is this a known phishing URL? Does it fit the profile of a phishing email? Does it look like malware? Is it known malware? That's your EDR, that's your antivirus, that's your anti-phishing. You don't have any control over either of these, the user or the detection. You buy a good product, you go to bed, say your prayers, and hope it works. Controls is where you as an IT professional are in control. Dual factor authentication will stop a phishing attack from getting your email. It's the only absolute you have. It's the only control you have. You can say, well, I can't commit that they won't give away their password. I don't know that the email will block the link, but I do know that when they do, they won't be able to log in their email. Application allow listing, ring fencing, these are controls. If someone opens malware, if you don't allow it, it's not allowed to run in your environment. Now, I have no idea on time because I set my timer right, so if someone drags me off the stage, I know I'm over. But we can help you with 5 controls. We can help you with allow listing. We can help you with elevations. If you want to take away administrative rights, we can give you a checkbox to allow certain programs to run as an admin, or even give users temporary admin access for an hour, or whatever they need. We can help you with network, ring fencing applications to control what they can do, and even storage controls, which isn't just about blocking USB drives, but controlling application access to file shares. Veeam is the only thing that can see your backup share. It's very, very easy to deploy. You can configure it from an app. The reason I bring up the app, how many partners do we have in here? Good for your partners. How many of you, keep your hand up if you have the app. See, there's an app. You can permit things from your app. It's very, very easy. Just wanted to let everyone know about that. I'm going to summarize and finish. Allow listing is very, very effective at stopping malicious software, even zero-day software. Deployment is very easy and not difficult to manage. Ring fencing stops zero-day exploits from eating your data. And the overhead of this is less than an EDR. It will also reduce your EDR overhead and reduce your other IT costs. Think about this. Employee gets a laptop, comes back 5 years later. It's as you gave it to them, minus a cracked screen. And then dynamic ACLs will allow you to publish things on the internet and stop your servers being accessed. I can talk all day about this. All of these standards recommend allow listing zero trust as part of a basic defense. We've got to update this slide. We've got over 36,000 businesses protected now with ThreatLocker, and they range from small companies right up to the US Navy, JetBlue, and very large organizations. Our fastest deployment is less than an hour. I do not recommend it. I'll finish off on one thing. If you like the sticky hot weather of Florida and the mosquitoes, join us in Orlando on February 1 to 3. We have a 3-day conference where we will teach you how to secure your environment in practical labs. We'll show you how to hack. We'll show you how to use rubber duckies. We'll show you how to do take over Wi-Fi. We'll show you how to grow your business with security and market security as well. And it's a 3-day event, very, very hands-on, very lab-driven, very focused. We've got some cool speakers coming in as well. And of course, it's a security event. There's lots of food and alcohol there as well. So I'll finish off by saying thank you for listening. If you haven't already done a demo of ThreatLocker, please scan the QR code there. Book a demo. It takes 45 minutes of your time, and we can show you how this can harden your environment. If you want to do a free trial after that, you can do that as well. But thank you very much, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Thank you, ThreatLocker. We appreciate it. If you have not already stopped by, I will echo what he just mentioned. Stop by and get a demo. Take some time and understand how they can actually help you, and set aside some time to actually dig in a little deeper than you may have got to see just now. So next up, we have a newer, I'll say newer to the scene, platform that's pretty awesome. So I'm going to show you a little short video, and then I'm going to let the Glass Hive team come up and tell you a little bit more about them. So if you're not familiar with Glass Hive, this little commercial will help you get a good idea, and he will fill you in and answer any questions you might have during his session. So play the video.
Meet Glass Hive. It's an app built for the IT industry that makes sales and marketing simple and fun. Using Glass Hive's unique automation and AI features, thousands of IT businesses across 29 countries are marketing, generating leads, and making sales. Whether you're a small or enterprise business, Glass Hive has everything that your marketing and sales team needs. From robust email, landing pages, and content creation builders, to automations like journeys and marketing plans. Your team will have all the magic they need to be successful. Glass Hive's AI automatically researches your prospects for you without the scary machine uprising. From there, you can automate sales follow-ups by adding prospects into a custom journey. Now let's say you're not a marketing guru, or maybe you are. In any case, Glass Hive comes with a huge library of IT marketing content that automatically changes to your company's logo and colors, so you can start generating leads in minutes. Want to add more personality to your marketing? No problem. All of our content is easily customizable with our simple-to-use drag-and-drop builders. You can then schedule months' worth of marketing content in just a few clicks. Glass Hive is also your sales and marketing data hub. Data that ranges from big-picture marketing efforts down to individual sales reports or contact activity. And best of all, Glass Hive automates data entry by integrating with the tools you use most. So you can finally stop preparing epic and motivational speeches just to get your sales team to enter data. Instead, be confident knowing all your team's activities will be tracked on or off the platform. With easy-to-access data and mind-blowing reports, you get the insight you need to make the right decisions. And if you're not sure what to do, let GlassHive show you with our industry benchmarks to help you stay ahead of the sales and marketing game. Come see the magic of GlassHive for yourself. Start your 14-day free trial with access to everything, no limitations, and consolidate all your sales and marketing tools into one unified work OS. Like we said, it's simple and fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Executive Officer of GlassHive, Giovanni Sengili.
What's up, everybody? Good to see you. All right, so thanks for the intro, Andra, and the video. That was good. I don't even know what to do up here anymore. I should just leave. But we are newer. Any GlassHive fans in the house? Give me a shout out. Oh, damn, that's good. All right, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna help you get to know us a little bit better, but I wanna try to see if I can give you some good tips you can take back to your business regardless. So we're gonna talk a little bit about rich media communication, what that is, and then how we help you with that, and then take any questions you guys have. All right? Let's do it. Okay, so rich media communication. What is it? Basically, it's just marketing, right? Words, images, audio, video, all things put together, packaged nicely to convey a message. You know what I love about rich media communication and marketing? It never gets tired of communicating or representing your company perfectly if it's well done. It doesn't have mood swings. It can do it 24 hours a day, you know, and it enhances the customer experience quite a bit. And we're going to get into why that's important a little later with some stats that I have. So why is communication hard? Human beings have been around a long time. And we seem to continue. Have you guys seen the Twitter wars? I mean, my gosh, we're still trying to figure it all out. But if you really think about it, you know, there's so many things. This is where they talk about the science of marketing, right, and all that. That makes it all super difficult. It's that not only do you have to make sure that in today's day and age where we're all super distracted, is it simple, is it straightforward, is it easy enough to follow? If you're delivering it like I'm delivering it now, are you smooth, confident, you know, right tone, you know, am I chewing too loud? All these different things that can mess up the mood. These are just a bunch of bullet points that give you an example why it's hard. And I want you to kind of, because we're talking about marketing, but also take this into your personal life, right? If we talk about, it's easy to forget to leave out details. Anybody try to retell a joke you heard? Watch Bill Burr and you're like, guys, it was so funny. He said whatever, and it just totally falls apart, you know? So it's hard to remember everything every time. Unless you're me reciting and singing a Disney classic, I'm like weird like that. I got some sort of allergy a long time ago, and I won a trophy on a cruise. Well, you know, come talk to me about that later. But I don't know, it's programmed in here. Hard to keep simple. We're supposed to keep it simple because we're tech companies and people don't understand tech, right? If you're a lawyer, make it more complicated. That's like the way to do it. That doesn't apply. Or if you're, you know, talking to your significant other and you come home and they ask, how's your day? And you're like, it's fine. That's not a good answer. It's a simple one, but you're not going to get the response you want. So communication is just hard, getting it done right, you know, in marketing perspective when you're involving all these other mediums, even harder. Okay, every audience requires something different. You guys see this in your business? There's different way that you need to talk to your employees, right? Culture, motivation, if it's training exercise, a bunch of different ways that you need to communicate with them, much differently than you would communicate with a net new prospect that doesn't know you, much different than you would communicate with your children at home, much different than you communicate with your existing customers. These are just different personas, okay? And so, you know, trying to think about creating rich media communication that handle a lot of these things just in the business world can be overwhelming and very, very expensive. Then you got the audience types. So even if you got your personas down right, let's just say vertical-based industries, then you got to deal with the individual you're sitting across from. And sales folks, you guys have to deal with this quite a bit, right? You get to anybody doing like enterprise mid-market sales and dealing with the corporate persona, it's literally very dry with a lot of made-up words. We need to be more forward-leaning, a little bit more world-class. I don't know what forward-leaning means, you know? I just think of like Michael Jackson, you know, like doing the lean forward, but that's like a thing. Or you get the over-the-top, super fake, like text message riddled with emojis. Oh my gosh, it's the greatest thing ever. I can't believe it. We just got to go and sit back and budget this thing, but I swear to God, we're going to do it. And it pushes out 4 or 5 quarters. That's just, by the way, if you get too many emojis in the text message, that's their nice way of saying no. The Clint Eastwood, right? Those straight down to business. The second you get there, they just look angry. They're angry because they have no friends. And they're just sitting there just like, let's get down to brass tacks. Bottom line me, right? You put the proposal on their desk, they just flip over. I can't afford that. You didn't even talk yet, right? Typically found in New York. Any New Yorkers, New Jersey? You guys in here? Yeah. My goodness, this is a tough crowd out there if I was doing this. But yeah, those personas. The new best friend, oh my gosh, that's me, right? I have to like you. If I don't like you, I just can't do it. It's hard for me even to talk about business. I start talking about other stuff, and I start drawing pictures, and we go into Disney, and what happened on the cruise, and how I won the karaoke trophy, and all kinds of things. And then before I know it, I bought a bunch of stuff, you know? But all these different persona types, you have to be prepared for all these situations and have good rich media to help you through it, rich media content. So this is why this is important, because now more than ever, the customers are executing their journey online and digitally. Everybody's just has a phone, has content, they're just doing it themselves, right? So you think about it, 67% of the buyer's journey is done digitally nowadays. They want to be able to go through it themselves. So if you don't have robust, rich media content to give them the type of customer experience that they want, you're going to find yourself just struggling a lot harder with lead generation, right? And 74% of B2B buyers are buying off the customer experience alone. Man, that is tough. I need to have a good customer experience just with my digital content? That's right. So you guys got to find the magic within yourself. You guys ever been to Disneyland? It's like you just walk in and you're like, oh, magic, I'm here. It's like you're transported to another world. They have a very good way of doing that, and with all their content, and that's their theme. But customer experience is big, and they're going to do it digitally. 41% of buyers are going to read 3 pieces of content at minimum before they even reach out, right? So when they're going and researching the topic, maybe they find a blog. Do you have a white paper? Do you have a more in-depth ebook? I kind of find that people start going from short form to longer form pieces of content step by step around every solution. So if you start thinking about that, you know, hiring somebody to create an ebook and all that kind of stuff gets expensive, and a white paper and all those things, and having those available that best represent you and the solution, how you do it, right? So with all these statistics in mind, like, man, how do we solve for that? How do we become good at rich media? How long is it going to take? How much is it going to cost? Once we have it, how are we going to send it out? How do I even know that any of this is working? So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how GlassHive helps with all of this. So you saw the video. Yep, you saw the video, and kind of give you a good overview of what the platform can do and how it looks. But I want to just kind of give you an overview a little bit. You know, if I went on every feature it could do, I'd never get off. But its base ingredients is kind of like if you think of like HubSpot, or you think of any marketing automation tool, think of something like that, but specifically designed for MSPs, okay? We got social media features where you can just post and it syndicates out your social media, like Hootsuite, right? That's our wonderful smoothie that's there. We have email marketing, landing pages, workflow automations, CRM, automated data enrichment, all kinds of really cool things that can automate your sales and marketing process and just make you perform like a superstar. And then we have our secret formula stuff, which is just for the channel, and I'm going to get into that in a minute. But everyone here, I've been in the industry for 17 years, and I'm very, very blessed to have a team, because I didn't do this on my own, and without them, I wouldn't even have the G in the GlassHive name. You know, they come from industry experts that have been in the channel for 10 plus years, all just going through the motions of working through our systems that we're used to, ConnectWise, Autotask, and putting together a tool that really helps you guys in the area that we all need help in. Now a little magic. So raise your hand if you used a MailChimp, a HubSpot, or Constant Contact, any of those things before. Infusionsoft. Wonderful platforms. I think we compare nicely. I think we have some cool things, a better interface, more intuitive, all those things. But we have something special, okay? This is our sprinkle of magic. In any of those systems, they're only as valuable as what you build into them, right? You either have to hire an agency or you have to build a lot of content inside of HubSpot or upload all your content to Keep and all these different solutions. So that really doesn't start to make money for you, and the overhaul can be overwhelming. But through us and our ecosystem, which we'll get to, the second you sign in, you're going to get thousands of pieces of collateral, ebooks, white papers, landing pages, workflow automations, flyers, infographics, everything that magically brand in color, content, call to actions, and your logo for you. That's what we're going to do for you. So it's like a graphic designer just instantly just goes, boop, and you guys got everything that you need. Along with ready-made workflows, you can just in a couple clicks send out a year's worth of marketing and get unbelievably great notifications on when people are downloading your attachments, looking at your content, notifying your salespeople exactly when and how to follow up. And whether they're on the go, in or out of the platform, or Office 365 and Gmail integration, when you guys are communicating via email with any of the prospects, it's automatically logging all the activities that you're doing without you having to do double data entry. It is pretty awesome. So you can go ahead and sign up for GlassHive today for free and get to market tomorrow, and I already start to see lead generation coming through. But one even better than this, even more magic than all of this, is you guys and the ecosystem and all the vendors that are here is really what makes GlassHive special. Because aside from what we can do, limited to our capacity, Marketopia, IBM, Apple, Microsoft, all the vendors, a lot of the vendors that you're working with today, we have 65 of the vendors are in our marketplace, which you can connect to, inherit their content directly inside of GlassHive. It has the same magic auto brands for you guys, and then they even allowed you to take full control of it. You can change it without having to pull it out into Photoshop or anything. You can just go in, edit an ebook to whatever content or specific stats or specific call to actions you want about your company. But it does an awesome job right out of the box, just making it look amazing for you. So all the vendors, independent contractors, agency, freelance content creators, they're all coming together inside of GlassHive, working as one team to enable you guys to make money. Just like bees make honey, you guys are going to make money. So we want you guys' participation. We want you to be part of the hive. We want you to be part of the magic. Vendors, if you're out there, we want you to be part of our marketplace. We want to enable this amazing community to start growing tomorrow. That's my time, everybody. We got a special promotion for if you guys sign up here for free with our free trial, go ahead and hit the chat, say, I was at GROWCON, and you will save $10 per user forever. Okay? Thank you very, very much. That's my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of Reseller Growth Solutions, Marketopia, Dexter Williams.
How's everybody doing? We feeling good? Still pumped? Doing some growth talk? I love it. Hello. Peer group A? Oh, I'm not starting that again. All right. Well, look, it's been such a pleasure to be with all of you while we're getting set up here. And I really think this next topic is going to be really good. So whether you're doing business with us or not, just an opportunity to sit and meet with some of our luminaries and listen to how they help grow their business, right? So I'd like to welcome them up. And we're really going to be just talking about the nuts and bolts of actually closing sales. How do we actually get new recurring revenue contracts into our business? So if I could welcome my guests up onto the stage, Kevin, John, Jeff, Antoine. Do we not fit you all on one slide? Okay, all right. We got Antoine, we got Sean. Yep. There's a couple of more ugly mugs that are coming up, but that are not on this slide, but we're happy to have them.
Bring your own chair.
Well, yeah, bring your own chair.
Come on.
Putting Kevin to work today, I guess. All right. Everybody comfy? That's good. I'm glad we're comfy.
We're trying.
So there were a bunch of questions that were kind of this panel kind of was structured to answer. I want to start with like kind of the most obvious one, which is what is the silver bullet to growing a business and keeping it sustainable? So who can tell me the magical thing that you have to do? Just the one thing. You can't say multiple things. I'm kidding, obviously. Let's start with some of the obvious stuff. Like, tell us, first of all, a little bit about yourselves, and then kind of how you went from where you started to where you are. So let's start from right to left, and then we'll mix it up from there.
You're right, or our right?
Yeah. The audience is right. There we go. Stage right. We'll call it stage right. No,
it's still you.
Oh, no one knows theater terms in here? Gosh.
Hey, Sean, you're...
Stage right is here. Stage right is here.
Gotcha.
Start with Sean.
Oh, my
yes,
God.
yes.
Sean Moreno, Data Tech Cafe. We, started our journey. We had that one giant customer, took care of everything, and they left us. So that's we didn't know what to do. Sales thing, we just marketing, didn't know. One thing that we realized quickly is we were not good at sales. We were not good at marketing. So we realized we needed to find the solution and find that marketing team that could take us to the next level. So that's kind of where we realized quickly we weren't just going to get the handshake and networking and bringing sales that way to grow. We needed the additional help. That was how we knew that was the one thing we knew we had to do.
Jeff Newton with Red Eye Tech, and we're a 20-year-old MSP, kind of a similar story to most, slow and steady growth up to the right for the first 17-ish years, and then kind of got committed to growth, so had created a marketing budget, sales budget, and I was happy to invest that, and so that's really what brought me to Marketopia 2.5 years ago, and so far it's been anything but slow and steady and up to the right.
Antoine Jackson, Initech out of Raleigh, North Carolina. My journey started actually as a solopreneur. I worked for a small MSP right out of college, went 4 months without a paycheck because they were having some financial issues, and I'm like one of the most loyal people. So my girlfriend at the time, now wife, basically said, well, if I'm gonna support you, I wanna support you chasing your own dream. And part of the journey for me, at least with becoming, working with Marketopia, was when it was just me, I didn't have all the resources and all the tools. So the first year I really just went to conferences to learn because, when you're first getting started out, when you've played the role of a technician, it's scary, it's hard. So Marketopia really helped me because one of the things that Terry actually said that really stuck with me even, 6 years later is that perception's reality. And I think that that's part of, even with this topic, it's gonna be how the customer perceives you. And if you can really sell yourself and your services, yes, we all use the same tools across the board, but if you can sell them an experience, that's the thing that moves the needle for most. So,
my name is Kevin Acavino, owner of Computer Doc, started in '97. I'm like everyone else in here. I mean, you want to say that your, IT is top notch and you know more than anybody else about how to work on the computers and everything. Well, we know nothing about sales. And now I'm a professional salesperson. So, but I would tell you that, it's been a long journey getting there, but I will tell you that you need lead generation to get to that point that you're actually selling to customers. And that's what Marketopia has done for us.
Yeah, John Dunn, Computer Doc. I've been with Kevin for 12 years. Sales. So first is lead gen to go to sales so you can scale, and I mean, what's the silver bullet? I mean, once we joined Marketopia, I mean, I'm not going to say it was like right off the bat it was great. I'm not going to say it. Somebody came in cheap, doing a quarter time caller, and That didn't work. Man, the silver bullet, once you went to that full-time caller, and once you figure out the rapport with your caller and stuff, that is where the magic happens. And I mean, everyone here, I'm sure, has a caller. The callers are the best thing with Marketopia. That is the silver bullet. They're all right here.
Shout out to the callers. There we go. They were waiting on that. Look at them.
Hey, stand up for me. Let's go. You got Nicole. Stand up, Nicole. My callers. These are the ones. That's the silver bullet right there. That's where the magic happens. Because honestly, I'm not having to dial the phone. You know? I mean, my caller, yes, we call ourselves the unicorns. Every 2 weeks, I get 1,250 to 1,300 dials. I'm not wanting to do that. To me, that's the silver bullet.
Yeah, so what I wanted to go through next was, because one of the things that we wanted to talk about in this session is kind of some numbers. Just break us down how many deals per month, what's the average MRR, like what are you looking at, you know, growth-wise? What are all of you targeting into 2023? Maybe if you want to discuss some of 2022, I'll let us kind of, you want to start?
Yeah, I'll go. I mean, growth, I mean, yes, everybody wants an additional 5, 10, 20 grand MRR. But man, we've changed the things a little bit. Like, we're not singling down, like that slide Terry showed earlier today. If you're looking for a company that's only got 50 endpoints or like whatever, man, we've opened it up. We'll start off with some project work. You know, get your foot in the door, show them trust. You have to build trust. I'm not gonna lie, we've had a project earlier this year. He was like, hey man, do you do any project work? We're like, yeah, I mean, we'll help you. It's turned into $200K this year just in project work. You never know what you're doing. And now, I mean, once we've known him now and everything, he's an $8 billion a year company, and he's now talking to us about handling his whole North America help desk, you know? So you never know what that project's going to turn into. Yeah, I mean, it could be, you know, refreshing a server or something, but we got lucky, but, you know, you just never know.
Yeah, I think you have to make the most of every opportunity, right? So, you know, you may get an opportunity where you're only selling Office 365 seats, or right, or you're making revenue just on endpoints. But I think it's how you foster those relationships and how you continue to nurture them, just like, you know, you're nurturing a lead. One of our, you know, biggest clients, they literally started off as, I think, like $1,200 a month, and I think, like, you know, right now they pay us like 60 grand a month or something like that. And that started really small, and, you know, and yeah, some of it's good timing, some of it's luck, but I think for us, it's all about building that rapport, right? Like, one of our clients is Patagonia, the clothing retailer, right? And the way we got that opportunity literally started with a low voltage project. And it's so funny because when we built that relationship, it was just me. And I'm like, why are these guys like, God, I must be really good at selling, right? But no, I think it's really based on relationships, right? This is a relationship-driven business. And at the end of the day, if you can't start with that, then you're gonna hit a ceiling eventually, right? And that's why I think it's hard for some companies to go from like 1 million to 2 million or 2 million to 5 million, because eventually you hit that plateau. And I think that you have to figure out in your business, what are the things you can tweak to kind of, you know, break through that ceiling, so.
Yeah, I just realized I didn't answer your first question. So the silver bullet is consistent action over time, and then doing more and doing it better, meaning what's working for you. I think this industry is notoriously awful at forgetting what worked along the way, and you just stop it because you moved on to the next shiny thing because it had an extra digit or an extra light. So think back to what has made you successful, and don't be afraid to go back to some of those roots, but do more of it and do it better every time. It's an iteration. So there is no really magic bullet, silver bullet to it, but don't give up on it, because you're sort of always that one inch from gold kind of a mentality. With that, you'll also hear any of the other sessions, or if you talk to me too, there's, I think, one of the things that our industry gets wrong sometimes because of who starts the MSP, who runs the MSP, who is the core of the MSP, which is that technical mindset, the engineer brain. They just look at the world differently than sales does. And so the transition from order taking to professional sales and selling is a giant chasm that certain minds have to completely learn or unlearn, to say it better, a totally different way to approach it. And so it really is a matter of get more at-bats, as many as you can, be humble enough to take it on the chin, and be willing to learn and grow along the way, and just never give up in that regard, because we look at it, we'll coach to the fact that, do whatever you can to give yourself the opportunity to get to the next step, right? It's never about the beginning to the end right away. And if you're the one taking yourself out because of your own sort of fixed mindset, then you can't achieve the kinds of numbers that are definitely achievable, because we're all doing it and have done it. But it didn't start off that way. You had to grow into it and evolve into it.
And I think you got to hear a lot of no's before you hear yeses, right? And that's why, for a lot of people, having that caller's idea, like calling is a tough gig, because you're constantly told no. And that person has to have like a core of perseverance beyond something that I can have, right? And I think that that's the big thing you have to understand, is that what it takes just to get you to the plate is a lot, and you're not gonna close 100% of the time. And I think that you can't let that discourage you from keeping things moving forward. Even like with Marketopia, it took a long time for us to get that first opportunity, that first true win. And I think that if you start looking at marketing, sales, all these different processes and all these great vendors out here as a tool to get you to the destination, you have to change that mindset. You can't immediately think, well, what's going to be my, return on investment? That's going to come with time if you trust the process, but you have to be willing to be all in, and you have to have the stomach for the good, the bad, the ugly, the shit days, the great days. And unless you have that, you're not going to grow. So
you got to be consistent.
Yeah.
You got to stay consistent. You got to look at the sheet that Terry gave us at the beginning, put in your numbers, figure it out what you need, and be consistent and work towards that every month. Look at that goal. Did you meet it? Why didn't you meet it? Where is the pond full? Is your caller getting you enough to even give our sales guys the opportunity to fish? Things like that. So it's, our number is different than all their numbers. But again, we're looking at that sheet and seeing where we want to be in 10 years and breaking it all the way down.
So one of the things I just want to comment on that you guys mentioned that I think is super important is that oftentimes we can, and I think both of you two kind of mentioned this, and then you talked about consistency, but it's kind of like, luck is just opportunity, and I forget exactly what the phrase is, but it's opportunity and hard work mixed together. And so what's interesting about what you've all said up here is it's the consistency of action that can be misattributed to luck. Mm-hmm. We do something consistently, we're working hard consistently, we're making the dials consistently, we're engaging with Marketopia, doing all of these things, and then all of a sudden a Patagonia shows up in our front door. And how did that happen, right? The reality is it happened because of something we were doing and that we were doing consistently.
Yeah, one of the things that we oftentimes preach too is that the opportunity only reveals itself if you're in motion. So if you're not in motion, then it's just one more pipe dream. But you've got to get in motion, and you got to stack the wins from the very smallest one to build that momentum all the way up. We reverse engineer our process through a lens of what's it take. What does winning the day look like? Our industry is not a fun industry to be in, right? We're in a problem industry. We're dealing with people when their world is upside down for the most part. So how can you reverse engineer a culture of winning to really make it a positive experience and something that everyone in the organization is motivated to show up and do that? The litmus test for that is when sales walks into ops and says, hey, or they ring the bell, does everyone look like they just got punched in the stomach? Or is everyone celebrating because they have the opportunity to service that net new client? If it's like most MSPs, you look at their faces and every engineer's ready to flay the sales guy and quarter him. But you got to flip that culture too. But it's something you have to be intentional about. That doesn't come overnight.
Yeah, and I'd like to just say, you can't let your emotions get in the way. No, it doesn't really mean no. It just means not right now. That's if you just build off that, and just if you sit here and say they don't want me, boom, you're not going to grow. But you just keep striving and striving.
Our sales process evolves every single time we get on that Teams call, or every single time we sit down with that customer. And one thing that when we get finished is me and him will debrief at the end. You know, what went really good? What went really bad? You know, oh, we'll never do that again. Oh, you know, man, that really piqued their interest. You know, it kept us in the game, you know.
Yeah.
And so that's something that's really important is, you know, keep your sales process, you know, evolving and looking for the things that are working best for you, and then take out the things that just didn't work so great.
Yeah, we don't just do the same sales process over and over. I don't want to say we shoot from the hip, but I mean, we do have a little bit of a process, but it's ever changing. It's never, you know, just repetitive.
Well, I think you also have to be honest with yourself too and hold yourself accountable. I mean, I think one of the misconceptions we have as MSPs is we're like, oh, I'm a closer. Well, that was a referral. Like that was your brother's uncle's cousin that you knew, right? So you have to understand the difference between, you know, a referral lead, which is going to be someone that you've already broken through that window of trust, and then someone who doesn't know you from Adam, which is ice cold, right? Yeah. And that's when you really get a taste of reality, because closing those type of opportunities is challenging, especially if you're competing against others. So you have to kind of figure out what your identity is. You know, are you a tech company? Are you a people company? Is it your core values that drive you? And that's different for each person because each market's different. Yeah. You know, I know, like, you know, some vendors like to say, well, you know, your all-in seat price should be X. Well, that's not true, you know, depending on what market you sit in. So those are things that you kind of have to figure out on your own, and you have to understand and figure out what your identity is, right? And I know a lot of times, you know, us as MSPs, when we start taking out the measuring stick, well, how many endpoints do you manage, or what's your MRR? You know, you kind of have to figure out what is the thing that sets you apart from me, or what is the thing that sets you apart from your neighbor, and take that one thing and really harness that and make that part of your messaging.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, to your point, that can influence operations, that can influence the company values, that can influence everything. When you lead with a sales first idea or concept of who you are and why you're different, then it does influence all parts of the organization. I was gonna ask you guys this to kind of put you on the spot a little bit. What's maybe a blunder that you've made in the sales and marketing world or growth world where it's like memorable for you, that kind of it stung a bit and you were like, man, if I could go back and re-engage with Marketopia or just even rethink my goals, what did I do wrong there?
I think our biggest blunder was we've done other marketing companies and stuff, and I think our biggest blunder was thinking, oh, I'm going to get $400 a seat, you know, $500 a seat. Once you start strategizing and figuring out, hey, what's the secret sauce, breaking down your costs and everything, it's funny. I mean, you're in North Carolina, I'm in North Carolina. I mean, we're friends, but we're still competitors. Our prices are different, even though he's in my market. I mean, you're in Charlotte. I mean, you got, so, I mean, yes, we're competitors, but once you find out the secret sauce, man, and once you know what's going on, the floodgates will open, I promise.
Absolutely, and I think also too, you should take the time to research the prospects that you're gonna talk to and meet with. Like, and I'm not just saying skim the website, like really try to understand their industry, because sometimes the difference between you and another person competing against you is who is the true subject matter expert, right? Whether it's construction, healthcare, and those are the things that truly will differentiate you and help you in some cases win opportunities that might seem impossible. One of our biggest blunders was, you know, we were so focused on winning that we would make bad deals just to win, right? So we would undervalue our service and undersell our service. And let me tell you, that is a tough genie to put back into the bottle. We're still fixing those mistakes of yesterday. So I really think that you have to figure out what your value is. And the more mature companies, the companies that you can do a $40,000 a month MRR deal with, at that point, they don't really care about the price. They care about the experience. They care about feeling like I'm working with someone who knows what they're doing. And that's the thing, if you come in super low in those cases, you're gonna get immediately weeded out, because that right there shows a lack of maturity in your business. So those are things that you kind of have to, you know, you can't go one extreme or the other, you just kind of have to find that balance between those two different ideologies, so. Oh man, I think, is it A for awesome? I don't know.
That's why you missed this whole yesterday. It just got real. Like, basically, it stopped being a panel. It was a peer group fight. I thought something was going to happen.
Hey, but
you know, the biggest blunder that you know goes back to consistency. You know, one of the things that we had was we had a great lead. It was someone who knew someone, and we assumed it. Right? We didn't follow the sales process. We just assumed that was ours. we didn't have to worry about it. And it was a large lead, you know, 3 locations, over 150 endpoints, a bunch of cybersecurity, and we just assumed because of the relationship was there, we didn't have to follow the sales process. You got to follow the sales process, got to follow the consistency. We lost the deal because they just they were tired of waiting for us. We just, oh yeah, we'll get to you. Yeah, we know you're there. No, we should have followed the sales process.
Anything you want to add there, Joe?
Yeah, in my experience, so I've done MSP for 16 years at 5 different MSPs, but I think the notion is the same across them all, is that what got you here won't get you there, right? So one of the things that is different when you are pursuing growth is most MSPs are accustomed to that referral lead. And that whole process of the sales process and the close is drastically different than outbound lead generation. So when we adopted the outbound, we had to really retool the sales process to create the appropriate on-ramp for the journey of that buyer, because it's fundamentally different than Joe's uncle's brother's sister who already knows they're going to take or choose you so long as you give them a quote, if you get that far. So really it's more or less that. You really just have to understand that there is a difference between the buyer's buying process and the seller's selling process, and you have to be willing to adjust to accommodate to that.
What do you see as the big opportunity for next year? Let's talk 2023, and then maybe we'll talk the next 5 years. But just like, what are you guys noodling on back at the office on, you don't have to reveal all your secrets, but just what are you noodling on back at the office to say, this is what we're seeing for growth in 2023? What are you thinking about? What are some big trends you're seeing? Anything you're worried about? That kind of thing.
Well, we're all seeing security, right? Security is the biggest thing, and how you're going to protect your customer from themselves. MFA, things like that. Security is going to be our big talk for 2023. We're looking at every, threat locker. We're looking at all different areas that we can improve on. One of the things that we always assume is, the customer understands we do some security, but it's minimal. They don't understand that. So we're looking at cyber insurance, see where they're being held accountable, making sure that we give them the tools they need for that. So that's that's where we're focusing in 2023.
Yeah, for us, it's going to be organic growth. I mean, it's similar to the whole, you forget what you did really well. All of your current customers, you do really good things for them really often. But again, we're in the nature of the business of only looking at what's broken or only looking at what's been asked to be resolved, that we sort of neglect, at least at scale, the vast majority of going and having the right conversation with the right person at the right time about the right solution for the right outcome that they're seeking. So we're really going to be doubled down on ensuring that all of that is in order, and continue to go down that path, because the net new, the acquisition side of new logos isn't really a problem anymore. So now it's just a matter of making sure that everything sort of maintains the waterline as it raises up.
Yeah, I think for us it's security and compliance as a service. I think those two things are going to be big drivers, especially with accountability from insurance. I also think that even though some would say we're in a recession right now, and we don't know how bad it's going to be next year, I feel like if you're not making the pivot to security, you're going to have some rough times next year. And the thing that we really have to change as an industry is, when things get financially bad for an organization, they have to stop thinking that they can cut IT, because that's as essential as power to your building. That's as essential as internet to your building. And security, you have to lead with security, because no one wants to say they want to be less secure. And I think that that's the low-hanging fruit that everybody should be eating from, truthfully. So
I'm going to pivot a little bit. I think customer service is very important. I think too many times we're getting these calls and they've got an MSP, but they rate them a 5 or 6 out of 10. They've dropped their tool stack on them and everything, but when they call, nobody's there to support them. And one thing that we want to stress with our existing customers is, pick up the phone, call us. We're going to be available. We're going to talk to you. We're going to work through it with you. And I think that too many times, a lot of MSPs, maybe they feel like, maybe they're not making enough, per endpoint or something to really give them the proper customer service support. And so, even if it's not, just really just taking care of something, just reaching out to the customers and really making them feel like they're special, every single one of them. Because if you're not going to make them feel special, I'll make them feel special. I'll take your customer.
And we try to take every customer. No, I mean, like they said earlier, I think it was Antoine that said, basically, get to know your customer before you talk to them and stuff. I do my research, you know. Luckily, our caller, she'll put things down like, hey, this guy graduated from, you know, Florida State, or, you know, so we get little tidbits from her. She finds out little things here and there. But one thing we're trying to go for is like larger customers. Don't be scared to go after them, you know. I mean, we got a green sheet the other day, 11,000 endpoints. We're not scared. We're going to get it too.
Shout out to that. Woo. Let's make that money, John.
That's not the
Get me involved.
But that's not the first green sheet that's been 10K plus for us. I mean, we'll go get it.
So, as far as one of the things we wanted to talk about, and we've got about 3 minutes left here. So I think one of the things I kind of wanted to wrap out with is what kind of got you into, I think, telling some origin stories here, and then what's some outlook stuff as far as what you want to do with the business? What's next for where you want to grow? I know I mean, to the extent you want to share, you know, is this a retirement thing? Is this what are you looking to do? What's your outlook? And then kind of maybe share that with the crowd here.
I can tell you what I want to do. You know, next 10 years, I got 2 young grandchildren that I want to be able to be around. So 10 years, I want out. I want to figure out, how do I get there? How do I get to that 10X? Where, you know, and that is turning my whole business model around, you know, looking at some different things. Before I had 25 help desk people. Now I'm down to 4, and I'm doing some other things. It's really understanding how I can take that and grow quickly in the next 10 years.
Yep.
We're trying to just build a legacy where we can continue to do what we love to do, which is help people, and help people. So externally, it's continue to grow, continue to deliver legendary service, continue to put ourselves in a position to help, to unlock the power of technology for them to achieve their goals. On the inside, that's the same thing, right? Create opportunity for people to advance, create opportunity to keep employees for 10 years, to keep, we were talking with one of the other peers, and I'd love to have his strategy of we want to deliver the dreams of the employees. I mean, that's phenomenal. And we want to really just understand that we have a purpose and we want to play it out.
I mean, I think for us, it's, you know, just piggybacking off is providing sustainability for our employees, right? Because at the end of the day, it's the people that make Enitech. And I think that that's one of the big things that why, you know, because, you know, I could go take a job somewhere and probably make more money, I feel like, some days. Yeah. And I think that for me, the reason why I do it is because of the lives that I'm impacting. You're changing people's lives by owning a company, right? And you're literally part of what's helping this economy grow. And that's what's rewarding for me. Now I'm 38, so I'm still, you know, very hopeful. So I'm not ready to run off into the sunset just yet. So, but at some point, you know, maybe my views will change. But for now, at least, it's providing a good quality of life for the people that are behind me.
I think my plan is, you know, just growing this business. I mean, I think I'd have to say that I probably could have left a long time ago, made a whole heck of a lot more money than I am now. But I also know I can see the end. And that's what I'm looking for, the retirement. So I think I'll get more retirement here than I would if I had to put in and made more up front with anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked. I mean, I think we've got like a 5-year goal, you know, sell out to private equity, you know, something, sell out, grow. I mean, probably get another caller to, you know, put to our EBITDA, you know, so that's.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of that. Some great knowledge. Everybody give it up. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Revenue Officer, Evo Security, David Powell.
Oh, no. You got to pay me extra to do that.
You got the clicker? Thank you. Oh, you don't need that. Yeah. All right, so the last guy when he was talking about if you don't treat your customers well, that he'll do it. He'll come up and get them. It reminded me of like the line from Sir Mix-a-Lot, Baby Got Back. If you toss it and leave it, and I'll pull up quick to retrieve it. So I've got all the old school rap stuff, you know, locked in my head. I'm not sure that that's useful in any way, but if you want to know the lyrics to the Digital Underground, the Humpty Dance, I've been waiting. Little Run DMC, Beastie Boys, I got all that in my head. Useful knowledge, I don't know, but I got all that kind of stuff locked up in my head. So glad to be back up here with y'all to talk about the power of storytelling. I'm a huge believer in this. I think it makes you much more relatable to your customers. I think it makes you much more relatable to whoever it is that you're talking to. And I think that the better storytellers we are, the better that helps smooth out the sales process. So, get a little academic here to start with. There was this guy named Joseph Campbell who was a philosopher professor, and he wrote this book called, it's about the hero's journey. And essentially he talks about how, the short version of the hero's journey, there's a regular person, they don't know that they're special, they meet a guide, the guide takes them on this heroic journey, and they learn the full potential of their heroic capabilities. 3 of the top highest grossing movie franchises of all times had this exact same storyline, right? So we've got Lord of the Rings, we've got Star Wars, and then we've got Harry Potter, right? In each one of those cases, there's a normal person, right? And this normal person meets a guide, and the guide shows them this path forward. They go on this huge heroic quest, and then they return back. So, you've got Harry, who's thinks he's a normal boy, but he's actually the wizardy wizard that ever wizard, and stuff. You've got the little hobbits who think that they're small and underpowered and just kind of live in the Shire, and it's all nice. And then they go on the heroic quest of the ring and the Mount Doom. And then you've got, Luke living on the desert planet, and Obi-Wan comes, and it's where, R2-D2 throws out the little, save us, Obi-Wan, your only hope. The whole little bit right there. So I kind of have a serious aversion to how we orient ourselves into these stories. So like I mentioned earlier today, I've been on the MSP side, I've been on the vendor side, and I think that both of us get wrong who we are in this story, right? So too many MSPs approach their prospect like they are the hero, right? You want to go into your clients and you want to be Luke, you want to be Frodo, you want to be Harry Potter, and that is wrong, right? You should be the guide. So you should go in as Luke, you should go in as Gandalf, Dumbledore, or Obi-Wan, right? Is that you're there helping them recognize their potential. No offense, your clients don't care if you're the hero. They don't want you to be the hero. They want to be the hero, right? You're there to help them. So you're bringing a wand, you're bringing a lightsaber, you're bringing a ring, you're bringing something that they could not find or achieve themselves, and then taking them on this journey. So I think whenever you go to talk to a client, you have to remember, who is the hero, right? And the hero is the client, not you. Okay, just one more time for emphasis. The hero is the client, not you. Now, there's this guy named Donald Miller who wrote this book on this whole framework. It's called StoryBrand. I would encourage you to go buy it. I'm about to give you the Cliff Notes version of it here, and we're going to talk through it as if we were an MSP. How does this play out? Okay, so the way that the hero journey plays out is what you see up there on the screen. There's a character, Harry Potter. He has a problem, who's Voldemort. He meets a guide, Dumbledore, who gives him a plan. Here's all the things, you have to kill the Horcruxes and all this kind of stuff. Calls them to action, and this results in either failure or success. One of the things is that research shows over and over and over and over, people are motivated more by fear of failure than they are expectation of success, right? So if you show somebody, here's this awesome thing you could do, they're kind of motivated by that. But if you show them, you go out of business if you don't do this thing, then suddenly they're really motivated by that. So let's take this framework, and if I was an MSP, and I'm sitting here thinking okay, how am I going to think about my client base that I'm going to go sell into with this framework? I want to be Obi-Wan to their Luke Skywalker. Here's how I think this would play out. So who's the character? Your client. What do they want, right? They want IT leadership and support that makes their business work better and their lives easier. That's it. Don't overcomplicate it. They don't care about technology, right? Your clients don't care about technology. They want the crap to work, and they want to pay for that crap to work at a reasonable price. They don't have to fool with it anymore, right? They want it off their plate, out of their mind. I pay every week for this group to come cut my grass. I don't really care how they do it. They cut it at a different angle each week. It kind of looks like the outfield of a Major League Baseball park. It looks awesome, you know, in the summer. But I don't really care. I just want the thing done. I want the leaves gone. I want my bushes trimmed. I want my yard fertilized. I want it to look great. I'm buying an outcome. This is the way our clients are. They don't see a ton of value in what you do. They see the value when you screw something up and suddenly they have to call you and get irritated, right? So they just want you to handle it. So just take it off their plate. So here's the character. They just want this to be handled. I think a great illustration, a great analogy for how you should work with your clients is like a pediatrician. So how many of y'all have children? Lots? Okay, do you remember your first visit to the pediatrician when you were first a parent? You were scared to death, right? You didn't know what was coming. You didn't understand, is poop supposed to be green? Or how does this little thing create that much poop? You know, how much are they supposed to sleep? All this kind of stuff. And the pediatrician is treating the patient, right? The patient is technically the infant, but they're not treating the patient. They are treating the mom, right? The pediatrician is treating the mom. So what the pediatrician is doing is they're showing them a path forward. They're telling them that this is normal. They're telling them that this is expected. They're helping them manage their expectations. Oh, children shouldn't sleep. No, they're not going to walk at 1 month. No, they're not going to talk till much, much later. No, it's fine if they choke on their Cheerios a little bit. It's fine. It gets all mushy and it goes down eventually, right? So what they're doing is they're showing empathy and care, right? But they're also, the pediatrician is demonstrating their expertise in this space, right? They're saying that I have knowledge, I have experience with tons of other patients, and I'm just trying to make you feel better. Right? Ultimately, who they're actually treating is the baby, but this is what you're taking care of as the parent. When you go in and talk to a client, you're like the pediatrician talking to a worried mom. What you're going to care for is the network. What you're going to care for is their technology. They actually don't care that much. What they want to know is that you've got it, you've seen this before, they're not different, it's okay, you've seen this kind of thing a million times before, and you're just trying to like give them that, oh, okay, I get it. These guys know what they're talking about. But if you go in and the doctor comes in and says, so we tried their triglycerides and their HDL and their LDL, and you go da-da-da-da-da, all of a sudden the mom's like, whoa, is that good or bad? You know, so just don't. Just don't. They really don't care about the tech. They just want to know that you know what you're doing, that you care for them, you have empathy into their situation, and you can make their lives better. So back to the framework. You've got a character, and the character has a problem, right? Ultimately, every client you go call on essentially boils down to this phrase: I'm having technology challenges and I don't know the path forward. I don't know what to do next. How does that make your client feel? It makes them feel lost, uncertain, and worried, right? Is there like, am I screwing this up? Am I spending money I don't need to spend? Am I getting the outcomes that I need to? Is technology enabling these things that I'm trying to do? Technology should make my life easier, not harder. Great illustration for this. Everyone now is pretty used to like Zoom and Teams and all that kind of stuff. But have you ever been in a conference room with people where the conference room setup is Zoom or Teams, and you have really, really smart people and they're trying to get the conference call set up? Well, I can't get the camera on, or then you get the echo. You get all this kind of stuff, and everybody's trying to figure out. These are smart people. This is supposed to be freaking easy, right? But it's not. Most of the time, like the hardest thing we seem to do is set up the video call like in a conference room, right? That same feeling they have around video call, your clients have about all the things, right? Is all this stuff should be easy. It's supposed to be easy. Think about your grandparent when you give them an iPhone, and it's supposed to be easy, and they have all the questions. How do I do this thing? How do I do that thing? And your kids just know it automatically because none of these things come with instruction books. Your clients want that same level of like, I don't want to have to worry about it. It should be easy. It's hard, and it's making me crazy, right? So they have this problem. They meet a guide. So now they're talking to us. And when we're talking to them, you've got to demonstrate empathy, right? We understand you're running a business. It is easy for technology to become a huge, frustrating mess. You are not alone. Every business owner feels the same way, right? So that's an empathetic statement. You're telling them that it's okay, right? What they're experiencing, what they're feeling, this frustration they have, like everybody's feeling that. And then you tie that into your appeal to authority. At this point, so you've demonstrated empathy, and now you want to come with authority and say, like, look, we've got thousands of users under management. Man, they all got problems just like yours. And here's how we address that, right? And so then you just kind of lead that through. So you've empathized with them, and then you come in with authority around how you've been good at that. This is not our first rodeo, testimonials, things like that. I'm from the South. In the South, we shoot things, right? So most of my friends have like hunting camps. that would go down, and primarily you ride four-wheelers around in the woods. You might shoot something, you might not. Feral pigs are always in season. They're nuisance, so you can blow the snot out of those things. It's a blast, actually. And but when you go down to the hunting camp, let's say me and these guys right here all went down to the hunting camp. We're all sitting around the hunting camp, and I just remember Ron's name from earlier today. I'm like, hey, Ron, how are the kids? He goes, oh, Dave, the kids are good. Like, hey, how are your kids? Oh, man, the kids are good. Hey, how are your kids? Kids are good. Then I asked this guy, I'm like, hey, how are your kids? He's like, you know what, man? My kids are making me nuts, right? Is they don't clean up after themselves. They forget their gym clothes. They come in from school and they drop their bag right inside the door, and I trip over it every day. As soon as he says that, what's everybody else going to say? Oh my gosh, my kids are making me crazy too, right? But why didn't you say that to start with? No one wants to go first, right? No one wants to go first. And so many of you, I guarantee it, go into your clients and like, so, what keeps y'all up at night? Or what's your biggest concern? Or what's your chief complaint? No. No one wants to go first. Ron didn't want to start out saying his kids made him crazy, but when someone else stepped in that space and said, my kids make me crazy, then that's an opportunity for you to say that. So what I like to do is take this power of storytelling, and when I go in and say like, hey Ron, we talk to clients like yours all the time. And we're talking to clients like you. Here's what we see that they're experiencing around. They really don't know what to do about cybersecurity. They're concerned that they're spending money on a whole bunch of stuff that they don't really know what it is or what they need. And maybe they're getting like application sprawl like crazy. They used to have this many applications. Now they got this many applications. People in different departments are buying stuff they don't even know what it is. Does any of that connect with what you're feeling, right? And now Ron can say, oh my gosh, that's the same crap I've got going on right here. So it's a way to de-risk them to say what their problem is, right? So don't just go in and say like, what makes you concerned, or what do you suck at, or what are the things that you struggle with, or what keeps you awake at night? Go in and from a point of empathy, say like, hey, man, we talk to clients like yours all the time, right? And we know, man, everyone's kind of freaking out about this cybersecurity stuff. You probably had a call from your cybersecurity insurance guy, or your accountants came in and did an audit, and they talked to you about this exposure that you might have. Everyone's struggling with that. And when we talk to clients, here's the 3 things that we see they struggle with. Does that connect with what you're experiencing? And now you've said your kids, other people's kids are making them crazy first. That allows them to step into that space and identify with what they are saying. It gives you a chance to demonstrate expertise, demonstrate authority, and demonstrate empathy all at the same time. So you want to give them a plan. When I've been in the MSP space, our plan was always this: assess, stabilize, manage, lead, right? So we wanted to come in and assess what you got, figure out what kind of craziness you got going on inside your environment. Then we wanted to stabilize it. Don't give me all your technical debt. Don't give me all the junk that you've had before. We want to take this environment and, smooth it out. Then we want to manage it so you don't have to fool with it. Then we want to offer leadership. We want to tell you where you should go, where you should spend money, what you should do next. And so we did not overcomplicate it, right? That's what we did. Assess, stabilize, manage, lead. That was it. And so when we would do that conversation, the assess part would usually stem off of the original talk track around what we see with companies like theirs. So when we say, hey, we see people struggle with like the 3 things I just told Ron, he would say, oh yeah, this one is definitely one of my problems. That's where we would start with our assessment. So we wouldn't try to assess like all the things. We would, what they tend to talk about is, I think in the sales process, when you get that, you identify the pain, and people want to quickly go to putting the Band-Aid on it. Instead, what you're supposed to do is stick your finger in it, right? As you identify the pain, and then you make it hurt just a little bit worse. Oh my gosh, are you serious? You can't get cybersecurity insurance because you're not doing any of those things? So don't give them the immediate solution. Make it hurt a little bit more before you jump straight to what the solution might be. So once you give them that, this plan should call them to some kind of action, right? And the action is either going to result in success or avoid failure. So here's some examples of what you might be doing for them, right? If you're going to make their business better and their life easier, they can be confident in the plan that they're going to enact, as opposed to like, a lot of people feel like they've thrown money at stuff over time. Real talk is the typical power dynamics from the high school lunchroom get reversed in the business world. Right? So the jock football player that wants to go steal the lunch money from the Dungeons and Dragons guy, right? In the workplace, now you've got the high school quarterback that owns the business, and then Dungeons and Dragons guy is the tech guy telling him what he needs to spend money on all the time. And that college court, the football guy doesn't like being told by the dude that never went to prom how much money he has to spend on all the things, right? And so it's this power dynamic gets like twisted. And so if you can come in and be like, hey, here's a plan, we're going to execute on this plan, as opposed to the guy in the back, the nerd in the back coming and saying, hey, we need another $100,000 for a flux capacitor. And the guy's like, I thought we bought a flux capacitor last year. Oh, we need another one. It needs to be a 2.0 version of the flux capacitor. And he's like, oh, okay. And he just feels like they've been throwing money at stuff forever, right? So they kind of confident in the plan. They have a vision for what's coming next. No one likes surprises, but your business owner feels like he's been surprised by technology stuff forever. If you went and looked at any typical business over the last 20 years and looked at their spend, took their P&L and broke down their spending on technology, it's gone like that. Right? Way up and to the right. And so they feel like, oh my gosh, I spend money all the time on tech. What do I actually get for it? Right? And then this guidance and clarity through any IT challenge. They don't have anybody to rely on, but if you are empathetic and show expertise and authority, then you can be the person to guide them forward. The avoiding failure piece is super important too. It's like, you don't make costly mistakes because no one's giving you technical leadership. You don't get blindsided by a surprise expense. You don't watch competitors get ahead while you lag behind. So most of them feel like, am I not availing myself enough of technology or other people using it to beat me, all that kind of thing. So this is where, to kind of sum this up, I like to talk about what I call the compound miter saw story, right? And I'm going to use Ron again just because he's up here in the front. Let's say Ron and I live next door to each other, okay? And so we live next door to each other and I see this pile of lumber get delivered to Ron. And I'm like, oh, Ron's got a project coming on. So I go down to my garage and grab the compound miter saw and I go over and say, hey, Ron, I have a compound miter saw. Do you need it? And Ron's like, in his head, he's like, I already got a saw. I don't need that saw. No, I'm good, Dave. Thanks, man. Okay, that's one approach. Or I could just walk over and say, hey, Ron, what are you doing? He's like, oh, Dave, I'm adding a media room on the back of my house. Oh, really? What? So I can watch football? Yeah, we're going to put a big screen TV back there. My kids are getting older, having friends over. We want to be the place where all the kids come in the neighborhood to, like, hang out. And also I can keep an eye on them and see who they're hanging out with. Oh, that's really cool. You're going to put, like, some cool speakers on stuff. Yeah. And I'm like, how are you going to trim that out back there, Ron? He's like, oh, I'm going to put some crown molding up, some base molding. It's going to be, like, finished out really nice. I'm like, Ron, when you get to the corners with crown molding, it is, like, super hard to make those cuts. I mean, there's like these weird angles, and it's like crazy hard to make those cuts. He's like, dude, I know, it's insane. I mean, I can never remember if it's this or that. I'm like, hey, I've got a compound miter saw at my house. It makes those cuts like super easy, right? And Ron's like, yes, dude, can you bring that over? I would love to borrow your compound miter saw. All right, so what's the difference there? In the one case is I'm just kind of walking around with my product. Hey, I have this thing. Do you need it? And you expect them to know what it's used for, how to use it, and do they have a use case for it? In the second example, I understood what Ron is doing, what Ron wants, the outcome that Ron's trying to get is, and then at that point, I didn't sell him squat. He wanted what I had because he realized he has this problem and there's a solution to that problem. Okay, so I just joined Evo Security a month ago, 6 weeks ago. And this is one of the things that we're going to kind of talk about is that we do identity access management, right? So we do multi-factor and single sign-on and privilege elevation. So you got technical guys, you don't want them like sharing credentials to log into stuff, all this kind of thing. Now we could walk around and be like, hey, we do identity access management. Is this what you want? And then you're like, well, I already have cybersecurity, or I think I've already got something like that. And now we're at the mercy of you figuring out what you have. Versus me going to MSPs and basically saying like, hey, do y'all use like shared credentials like everybody else? Do you have guys that are copying and pasting passwords out of something and pasting it into something else, and you have them all in one little place and maybe in a spreadsheet somewhere? When you have tier 1 service desk guys that leave a lot, and do you change all the passwords when they leave? God, that's a huge nuisance, isn't it? Or do you just kind of keep them the same? If there was something that solved all those problems, like, would you be interested in that and see the difference? And that's the compound miter saw. Right, is instead of leading with the product, you lead with what are they experiencing and what is their use case, and then how does that align to that. So when you're talking to your clients as an MSP, don't just go out and say, this is what we do. We do managed services. Do you need managed services? Go out and understand what their use case is, have that empathy, make sure they're being the hero, and then you're giving them a path forward that they would not have figured out themselves. Again, back to that thing. Ron might not have known that a compound miter saw existed, right? He was just going to try to figure it out with a regular old saw or something like that and make his life that much harder. So who's the hero? Who's the guide? Make sure you have those roles in order. And then how do you lay out your story that really connects with the client so they don't feel like they're being sold? They want to do business with you based on how you're positioning things. So I have 3 minutes left. Do you have any questions on storytelling? None at all? Awesome. So I'll be on the boat this afternoon and all that kind of stuff. So y'all got questions for me tonight, feel free to come up and hound me at that. If you want to talk college football, I'm your guy for that too. All righty. Thanks, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome owner and founder, Cutter Consulting Group, and author of Selling with Authentic Persuasion, Jason Cutter.
Hates sales. Anybody hate sales? Anybody here hate salespeople? No? Everyone loves salespeople and loves sales? So it's an interesting topic, and a couple of things before I get started. First, David did an amazing job. There's a lot of stuff he said that I'm going to actually cover. Not completely planned, but it's going to work out well. And then the second part is, I know that you guys are a little behind, so it'll work out well, because we'll go through this. So one of the things why people hate sales, and I'll tell you a little bit of my origin story and why that is, and this is a shock, and please keep this in mind, sales is not a profession. I was here listening to the panels, I was listening to other stuff earlier today. There's a lot of people who are in sales, they do it as a profession, they do it as a career, they do it as a job, they make a lot of money, but I hate to break it to you, sales is not a profession. What do I mean by that? Well, there's no entry requirements, there's no certification, there's no oath, there's no barrier to entry, there's no governing body, and there's really no consequences if you do it wrong, right? I think a plumber, an electrician, they are more of a profession than salespeople, right? Now, you can be a professional salesperson, you can make yourself into that, but the thing is that it's not. Now, here's the thing, is that you can make it a successful career and you can treat it like a profession. But I firmly believe that the reason why people dislike salespeople and why it can feel really gross in sales or when you interact with that kind of person is because there's no code of ethics and there's no process. So what I want to talk about today is how we shift that, how I help you, and really expanding on the stuff that David was talking about is how do we get away from sales feeling gross? How do we get it feeling like it's something successful where you're actually helping people? Now, why this topic? Well, there's a lot of people who enter into sales and they either think they know what they're doing and their job is to talk people into things and buying from them and moving them forward and making as much money as they can, or they fall into sales and they get into sales and they don't realize that to be successful in sales takes some effort. It takes persuading people and moving them forward. So what happens? Most people end up being order takers in sales, where they're hoping that if they build enough rapport, if they build empathy, if people know, like, and trust them, like Bob Berg says, then people will buy from them. And it's usually not effective enough. Now, the real why is my background is that I have two analytical parents. So my mom was a banker and in finance before she retired. My dad was an engineer out of the Navy and moved up to project management. My mom literally hates salespeople. She still to this day hates salespeople. So I was raised hating salespeople. I was also a shy, awkward, bullied, late blooming only child who didn't fit in anywhere. And I literally chose marine biology as my college degree. So I have a bachelor's degree in marine biology from UC Santa Cruz, and I tagged sharks for years. There was a point, when I look back now, at this point in my life, where I look back and I think there were moments where I was on a boat surrounded by great white sharks. I remember one day in particular, we had 3 great whites circling us. That moment was still a safer and smarter career choice than dealing with humans, in my mind. I literally wanted, I'm not kidding, I literally wanted nothing to do with people. Both because I didn't fit in and I didn't get it. I didn't like people. A lot of people don't think that about me. They think I'm extroverted and I love people and I could still kind of take it or leave it. But what I found is that I'm actually pretty good with people, especially helping people. So marine biology didn't work out. I went to work at Microsoft doing tech support for a few years, back when it was actually still done in the US. And I found out I really liked helping people and could solve problems. Went into the mortgage business in 2002, age 27 when I got my first real sales job, but it was low interest rates, it was order taking. I learned nothing about sales. In all of my time in sales, I have received 0 minutes of sales training. So I've taught it all to myself based on the fact that I was raised to hate salespeople, all right? So what I want to talk to you about is from that lens. So for any of you who maybe dislike salespeople, or you're not sure if you even want to call yourself a salesperson, or you think sales might be weird or gross, or you just want to be better at it, then we're going to run through this. And again, a lot of stuff that David talked about, I'm going to cover as well. You'll see some slides where you'll be like, wait a second, did they copy each other? So one of the big things, a lot of times I speak to audiences and companies and do training, and they think the phone is dead. So many people say, oh, the phone is dead, nobody uses the phone, how is that ever going to work? 92% of interactions are still happening over the phone, whether it's sales or customer service. But here's the thing, is that people, us, all of us, because we're all consumers in our regular life, 85% of the time we're dissatisfied with the level of service that we're getting. One of the reasons I do what I do and help companies and do the training is kind of self-centered. As a Scorpio only child, I kind of only care about myself at times. I want to be able to call up a company or talk to somebody and know that that person's going to actually help me as a sales professional. So what I want to share is a mindset shift, and I want to give you some tactics to help. I want you to see sales in a different way, and it sounds like this is just going to be the theme of this whole time. One of the biggest things to keep in mind is that people have access to all the world's information at their fingertips, right? Right now it's in my bag because I didn't want to carry it up here. Otherwise, we all have it 24 hours a day. Even though the experts say we shouldn't sleep with it next to us, it's all within arm's reach. It's the one thing we will now go back to the house and get over everything else if we forget it, right? It's the one thing. Which means the world has changed. If it feels like the world of sales has changed, it has, and it's because of this one thing. This one thing is the fact that your potential customers and all of us as consumers, we have all the world's access to information at any moment, at any time. We can research anything, we can look anything up, literally all the time. We no longer have to know anything or remember anything. We can just look it up instantly. Which means your consumers, your customers, your buyers, doesn't matter if you're selling through two partners, if you're selling directly to MSPs, it doesn't matter, because what they're looking for, as David had mentioned, is they're looking for something else. The classic sales model is based on hoarding information and knowledge, facts, features, benefits, reading from the brochure, going through gross, painful slide decks, hoarding all of the info, and then hoping that's enough to make the sale. Instead, what people are craving is wisdom. What they want is the practical application of knowledge and information for their situation, for who they are, what they're going through, their business, their individual, right? We're at a conference talking about MSPs, but it's all the same, right? One of the biggest things I talk about all the time is it's not B2B, which is business to business. It's not B2C, which is business to consumer. It's H to H. It's human to human. It doesn't matter who you're selling to. CEO of a big company, a couple, two individuals, they're still humans, right? Not the whole they put their pants on one leg at a time way, but everyone has their fears and their hopes and their doubts and their concerns and everything that they're worried about. When you combine that, right, with people's goals and fears and hopes and dreams and aspirations, things they want to accomplish. Like David said, people are more motivated by the fear of loss or the pain. You combine that with the fact that people just inherently do not like salespeople or do not trust salespeople. Then you've got this very difficult conversation if you happen to be in sales. And if you don't believe me, because I asked if everyone who here hates sales, and very few hands went up, so maybe you guys all love sales. I would question and ask, what's your job title? Because so many times I see people where their job title is not actually sales. It's account executive, it's business development, it's all these things hiding the fact that you're actually in sales. Here's the thing. remember this about your scared, confused human you're dealing with, is they want help now. All they care about is themselves, and they want it now. And this isn't, I think it's actually been accelerated by technology. I know I'm more impatient now than I used to be because I just expect everything on demand. But we as humans are impatient. People want help now. They want to move forward. And if they don't get what they want, they're just going to be on to the next one, right? They will move forward because here's the thing. You think you're amazing. I hope you think you're amazing. Whatever business you're in, whatever role you have, sitting here in the audience as I look around, hopefully you think you're amazing. You're here to help people and improve their business, improve their lives, and things like that. Here's the thing. Here's what you have to understand. Your customers don't care. They do not think you're special. I promise they all think that you're a commodity. When they look at you, when they talk to you in those initial conversations, those initial moments, they see you literally as a commodity that's easily replaceable. There's only one product I have been able to figure out that's not a commodity, and that's Apple products and iPhones. You want a different smartphone, there's a whole bunch of brands. You want an iPhone, it's only Apple. You deal with their product, their service, their prices. You can buy one used, but you still have terrible battery life, and you're still okay with it. And you don't have a choice. Everything else has competition. Everything else is replaceable, right? Everything else is a commodity. And so keep that in mind. In the mind of your customers, whoever you're selling to, they see you as a commodity. One of the big things, and David mentioned this as well, is that humans are very self-centered. We all are. We all think we are the center of the universe. We all think everything revolves around us. At no point do we go to the store and we think, hey, I'm just an extra in somebody else's movie. Like they're doing their thing and I'm just here to kind of help them, right? When we drive down the road, we don't think we're playing a part in somebody else's movie. We think everybody else is playing a part in our movie. And so your self-centered human that you're dealing with only cares about themselves. Now, the thing that you're up against, and this is so important as we go through this, is that we all have the amygdala portion in our brain, right? This is the primal survival part of our mind. The amygdala is the oldest part, and it's the part that's been around for a long time, keeping us alive, helping us thrive, helping us survive as a tribe, as a group on this planet, and dominate it for good and for evil. Here's the thing. Is that primal part cares about survival and doesn't like anything that's too dangerous. Now, we combine that with salespeople, and they don't know what to do. Most people don't know what to do. And most people are afraid and worried about making a change. I'm going to show you a framework. Now, for the slides that David stole from me. All right, so what I would normally talk about right now is looking at an example with the self-centered humans. And I won't go through the whole thing because obviously he mentioned it, but using this as an example, and this is where so many salespeople get it wrong. And I thought about, like, as I was listening to David, I was thinking, maybe I'll just skip this, but I want to reiterate what he said in a slightly different way, but I think it's so important. If we look at Star Wars, obviously we have the hero of the story, right? It's written around him. Now, here's the twist, and this is where I think it's important to frame this, and maybe this will resonate with some people as well. So there's the guy, there's the hero of the story. In this case, we've got Luke, right? It's written about him. There's also another guy who thinks he's a hero in the story, and that's Han Solo. When I ask people in groups, they usually say Han Solo is the guy that they're thinking about who thinks he's a hero. Now, here's the interesting thing, is that he's not a hero, he's a what? Sidekick. So he is a secondary person. And you know what heroes do to sidekicks? They tell them what to do. They order them around, they dictate what they do, and they may or may not live, right? Sidekicks are also not hero material. If anyone saw the Solo kind of origin story movies, you know that that's the case. It didn't go too well. Now, there's another guy who thinks he's a hero. There's another guy who thinks he's right. There's another guy who thinks anybody who is not on his side is wrong. And it's Darth Vader. And now one part that David didn't mention when we're talking about the hero's journey is he was talking about the guides, which I'm going to talk about, which is your number one role. Here's the biggest thing though, most people don't realize. When you're dealing with that human that you're talking to in any capacity, it could be someone on your team, because everything in life is sales. You're persuading your team to do something. You're persuading your boss to agree with your plan, whatever it is. They have a choice to make. They think they're a hero. They're not going to abdicate their hero mindset. So what happens is they put you in the sidekick and they tell you what to do, or they put you in the villain role and you have a really tough battle ahead of you. You can sell from there, but it takes a lot of work. And it usually takes a lot of manipulation and a lot of tricks, which again, is why I think sales is gross and why most people don't like it. So you've got to be careful, because if you come at that person like a hero, they're going to make you a sidekick or a villain. And of course, like David said, the big key is you want to make sure that you're the guide. They care about themselves. You don't want them to abdicate their hero mindset, so you've got to play the role of the guide. When you do that, you shift from order taker to sales professional to quota breaker. Again, I'm a guy with a marine biology degree that tags sharks instead of wanting to deal with people, right? I have a podcast, I interview a lot of people. Half of them are like born to sell. You know, they've been selling since they were like 6 years old, 8 years old, door knocking, all this stuff. I'm just like, that's not me, right? I went into sales not even realizing it was sales, and then realized it was about helping people. And so that's why this is so important to me. And I know that for a lot of people, even if you're great at sales, a lot of this will shift mindsets. And that's really my goal for you. Now, what I'm going to cover in the time that we have left is a tactical framework that I use. Yes, there's the story mode. There's the books that David mentioned earlier. I think all that stuff is great. I have a much more simple version that I do with teams. And here's the big key. I work at a fundamental level, like mindset and tactical. So one of the big things is with this authentic persuasion pathway I'm going to show you, you can take this and apply it to anything. I want you to take this as a tool and see how it fits with your process, right? A lot of people prescribe to Sandler and spin selling and all this, you know, all these different strategies and tactics. To me, I'm talking about the fundamentals. Again, it's H to H. It's human to human. So how do you help that human that you're dealing with and talking to? So let's imagine this and let's picture this. And again, a lot of this may sound similar to what David was talking about with the hero's journey and where they are. Here's this. Picture this. This is the person you're trying to sell to. Whoever it is that you're talking to, they are safe and warm in their comfort zone. They are happy in the center of their comfort zone. Now, on the outside of their comfort zone is danger. In our primal part of our brain, the amygdala, danger equals death. And of course, I had to add the shark fins there, the marine biology guy. So if you notice, there is a small doorway in the bottom right in this image, which is the way that they can get out. Now, here is the biggest thing, is to sell somebody anything, it requires them embracing change. Change in our mind is dangerous and scary. It wasn't that long ago that picking the wrong berry would literally kill you, or migrating at the wrong time with the tribe would get you all killed. So our brain does not like change. It does not like to do anything different. A lot of people in sales think, I got to do this, and I got to have this strategy, and I got to have this. You literally have one job. Now, if somebody has bought the same product that you sell, they're familiar with the product, but they don't know you. You represent change, right? Like I could buy I have a Toyota, and if I go buy another one from a different dealership, that's change. That's scary. That's different. That's why people love referrals, because it kind of hedges the bet against the danger side. Now, you have one job, and again, might sound simple, might sound like I'm breaking this down too easy. You have one job, is to make people feel safe. Successful at fear elimination. That's your one job in sales, because the one thing you're up against is people's inherent fear of change and worry about what's going to happen, right? We got buyer's remorse. We got all these things that happen, like David said, was talking about, people don't want to be the first one. Not too many people want to be the test pilot. There are some first movers that like that kind of thing, but most people don't. They want to know that somebody else went first and that it's safe. This is where testimonials and all those things come into play, because people just want to feel safe. How do you do that? I'm going to show you a framework, but it also just depends. Depends on what that other person needs. Sometimes it's easy. Some people have a high tolerance for change. Some people it takes forever. Some people never will. Some people, literally, you talk to them, it's a perfect fit. They should be a client, and they don't do it because of reasons. In my opinion, if you want to be a sales professional, even though, again, I started off by saying it's not a profession, if you want to be a sales professional, then you have to understand that it's your duty to help the right people move forward. And this is a big mindset shift. When I was starting in sales and no one taught me sales, I thought pushy was gross. I thought moving people forward, I thought, kind of like getting someone to cross the finish line was bad. And what I realized is it's actually your responsibility. You actually owe it to them. Luckily, I had some experiences early on in sales when I went from mortgage to helping people in foreclosure, where if I didn't help convince them to move forward and take their head out of the sand and help them, they literally lost their houses to foreclosure. Sheriff came, and they're out on the street. So there were some serious consequences. I learned what it means when you do not help somebody. Now, you can't do it for them, but I take it very serious and have this responsibility, and that's what I want you to have. So here we are. We're in our comfort zone, and we're going to move them out. And this is how it's going to work. So the first step is rapport. And there's 5 steps as we go through this. This one's pretty easy. I don't have to explain this much. We all do it. It's important to do it. One of the big things is make sure, obviously, it's authentic. I wrote a book called Selling with Authentic Persuasion, and it's got to be authentic. A lot of times companies and people ask me, well, how do I structure it? How do I plan for rapport but being authentic? And you really just, the best thing you can do if you're ever wondering or worried about how to do that is just be curious. Just ask questions. A lot of times, because we're all self-centered as humans, because we care about ourselves the most, we tend to default about us and not curious enough about other people. So rapport is pretty easy. Most people do that. Next part, I call it the empathy stage. This is your discovery, probing, question-asking phase. This is where you're getting to know them. I call it empathy because I hope that you actually care about people, right? Like, not just asking questions to then get some info that you can then use against them or trick them or convince them. Hopefully the right balance with finding out where their pain is and maybe or maybe not sticking your finger in their wound until they're crying for help, the old Sandler pain submarine method. But actually caring about people. Asking questions, getting to know their situation, and getting to know why do they want or need what you're offering. This is the biggest thing. So many people who may be struggling in sales or they want to be better in sales, they say, what questions should I ask? If you're a manager or a business owner and you struggle with your salespeople not asking questions like you used to ask or you could ask, right? If anyone's had that experience where maybe one of your team members get off the phone and you say, well, what happened? Did you ask him this? No. Did you ask him this? No. Why should I? It's like, yeah, we can see it. Here's the thing. This is the biggest thing. This is all that matters. A lot of people say, well, how long do I ask questions for? This is all that matters. Why do they want or need what it is that I'm selling? Why do they, not me, not why my brochure says it, not why my company said it, not why our website says it, not why I think I'm the hero, but why do they want or need what it is that I am selling? Obviously, if I have the solution for them. This is a game changer because if you don't have that, then you're an order taker. So many people in sales, they don't ask enough questions. They ask the basic things. They try to get the basic metrics. They have their discovery form, their intake form. They're going through it and then literally just moving on as quickly as possible so that they can just sell them. If you do that, you're an order taker, or you're at the other end, right? You're at the manipulation end of the spectrum. And so the key is you've got to know this. Now, how do you get this? Ask questions. How many questions? As many as it takes. Some people will literally start a conversation with you and they will say, hi, my name is Jason and I need this and here's why and I'm ready to go. Okay, done, right? Sometimes people might say, I want this and I'm ready to go, here's my money. Now you're an order taker, and that's okay. We've all had those easy deals, those easy sales. That's fine. But if you want to be a sales professional at scale or help your reps be successful, this is the key. You have to know that. Now, so we've got rapport, we've got empathy, and now we go to trust. Here's the big thing. This is where you want to talk about yourself, especially in terms of that other person, what they want or need, like David was talking about, like those hero's journeys examples, right? This is where putting it into their context and what they need relative to your trust items. Your social proof, your testimonials, your background, awards, logos, brands, whatever you need to do. But notice, this is third in the process, right? Most salespeople default to doing that first. Most slide decks I see, and most websites, it's literally about company, 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 and then maybe product, and then maybe person. But notice this is third, because no matter what, and it's cliche, but it's so true, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And again, it might sound all woo-woo and soft, and I'm from California, and I went to UC Santa Cruz, and we didn't have real sports, and I didn't make the ultimate Frisbee team, but I was on the scuba diving team, but this is just true. This is what's different right now. People have access to information and knowledge. They don't need you for that. What they want you for, again, remember, is guidance and wisdom. And so they don't care about your product. Remember, they see you as a commodity. They don't care how much you know. What they want to know is, do you care about them? Build some rapport, empathy, which is your discovery questions, actually listening with active listening. If I had more time, I would go on my rants about active listening. The key is to focus on them and then talk about you. And then, as quickly as possible, because again, it's not about you. Nobody cares. I know you care, and I know you're important, but they don't, right? Enough to trust you. They've got to move forward, but then you've got to give them hope. Now, why do I call this the hope step? Because it's what they're looking for. Whether they're trying to get out of pain or they're trying to move towards gain, they want hope. The reason they are risking everything to talk to you, a salesperson, and are still talking to you, a salesperson, is for hope. They want a solution. It's why we go to the doctor, right? It's why we put up with their whole process. We want a solution. We want to get better. Same thing with this. They want hope. This is where you give them the solution that you have that fits their situation. Remember, it's not what the brochure says. It's not what the slide deck says. It's not what your website says. It's how it's going to help them for their reasons. You remember that question I said that you have to be able to answer? This is where you bring this in. Again, I consult and advise and train so many salespeople. I sit in their demos, whether it's B2B or B2C, and it's just always the same prescription every time. They're just throwing the same solution out at every single person, and people don't feel like it's individual for them, and people only care about themselves. Right? Even if you do sell one solution to everybody in the same way, you still have to make it about them. Now, last, urgency. Urgency is the key. If you don't use urgency, people will put their head in the sand and they won't move forward. But most of the time, people think urgency is the problem. A lot of people in sales don't like the thought of sales. They would rather be in customer service, account management, anything but sales because of urgency, because of moving people forward, asking for the sale. I don't have time for this either. I also think you should never have to ask for the sale, and you should never ask for the sale, but that's different. We can talk about that separate if anyone wants. But urgency is so important. Now, most people dislike sales, they dislike urgency, but it's not urgency's fault. You know whose fault it is? It's this guy that I showed earlier, right? It's salespeople who use urgency in the wrong way, usually at the wrong time and with the wrong intentions. So they're using urgency early on in the conversation, and they're making it all about themselves. It's all about their urgency and what they want and their reasons. I'm going to say this. A lot of people don't like it, but I've been yet to being disproved on this. If you offer discounts, that's technically manipulation, right? Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's a good thing. If you close most of your deals at the last day of the quarter or the last day of the year, I would question if those are good deals, like the panel was talking about, like the deals that you move over the line that you probably regret later. And then B, are you using urgency in the wrong way? Are you actually helping people move forward for the right reasons? Now, some of those deals happen. You want to use some urgency, or people get stuck in place and they won't move forward. But the key is urgency. Now notice, urgency is last. This is very assumptive. This is when we get to this point, now we know that we can help them. The doctor does not say, we did this scan of your brain. We noticed that you have a tumor. Is this something you'd like to get taken care of today? Like, no, they wouldn't ask that. They also don't say, we noticed that you have a brain tumor. The best thing to do is surgery. Here's a brochure on brain surgery. I'll send you a follow-up email. I don't know if there's anyone you need to talk to get approval. Hey, if you do this by the end of, what's this, December? If you do this by the end of the year, we'll do a 10% discount for you and throw in some free prescriptions. So let us know if that's something. I'll send you a follow-up email and I'll call you next week and see if this is something you'd like to do. Absolutely not. That would be terrible. That'd be terrible service, and it would technically be malpractice. Doctors took an oath that said they will cause no undue harm. If they let you walk out of that room with an issue that could lead to death, and they didn't give you everything they had to get you to move forward with a solution, they failed themselves personally and professionally. Right? When you are in sales, when you follow this order and this pathway, when you get to the end, now it's about, now is the time. We're going to do this, right? Very assumptive. It's all about urgency in the now, because again, the key is if we look at this, these people are stuck in their comfort zone. And what we want to do is move them out. And if you don't build up that momentum, you're not going to keep them out of there. So remember, and I said this a few times, David said it before, it's so important. You've got to shift this mindset. If you're in sales, it's a game changer, is to focus on the fact that what people want is wisdom and they want guidance. They want a guide. They want a mentor. They want a leader. They want somebody to follow. When you do sales correctly, in my opinion, it's like anything else. Because again, like I said, everything in life is sales. At least it feels like it. Some level of persuasion. What happens is you're leading people forward like a guide, like a mentor. When you do that, you're pulling people with you out of their comfort zone and across the finish line. Old school sales tactic is pushing. It's pushing and pushing and pushing. And in my opinion, when you do things differently, you're pulling people with you on their path. So remember, wisdom and guidance. And as a guy with a marine biology degree, the biggest thing that I have found is that sales can be done very well. I appreciate being able to help people, being able to help all of you. I know that I'm here. I've got my books out there as well, that part of the conference bringing me in. If you want to get a copy of that. My biggest thing is I just ask all of you to look at how you're selling and sell with authentic persuasion. Look at how you can serve the people you're dealing with and shift that mindset. And again, as a self-centered only child, I want to be able to go out there in the world and know that I'm dealing with sales professionals who will help me and also not just let me stay stuck. And so I appreciate all of you for helping fill the world with authentic persuaders. Thank you.
Welcome back, Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
All right, how's everyone feeling? Good? We're feeling good? Okay, perfect. So I want to end today, this will be the last session that you'll have today. I want to end today with a little panel. So I enjoy doing these because it gives you some insight and it gives you different voices and it creates a little bit of a different dynamic to share with you about partnership and growth. That's what today has been all about. So this is about growing your business, scaling through sales, so on and so forth. So I have a couple of our vendor sponsors that will be coming up here, our platinum and our diamond sponsors that will be coming up here to share some knowledge with you before we head out for this evening events, which I will talk about in just a second. So if you are on this panel, I know some of our speakers changed over just a little bit, but come on up and we will introduce ourselves. Dun, dun, dun. Come on up. What was that? I know, no intro music. Goodness gracious, what's happening around here? Hi. Take a seat, Gia, wherever you'd like. Here we go, Sean. Take a seat also. All right, here we go, Reese. Hello there. Come on up, come on up. All right, everyone get comfortable. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to start off to just do a couple introductions. So obviously, these team members have been here the last couple of days, so hopefully you've already had some conversations. But if you have not, I just want to do a quick round robin of introductions before we get started. So tip us off, Gio.
Hi, I'm Giovanni Sangilli, CEO and founder of Glass Hive. I've been in the industry for 17 years. Started working with an MSP in Southern California, had that acquired, grew into an association where we were training in sales and marketing and how to run an MSP across 15 countries. And then from there, I worked at Intel for a stint, managing MDF funds and things like that to help our MSPs partners grow. And then I ran an agency called Try Digital, and Try Digital built a product, and that product is now Glass Hive, and here I am.
Awesome. Perfect. Go for it.
I got to follow that. Jason Price, a channel development manager at Datto, working for the biz dev team. Me and I run the MDF program along with a panel of other people on my team, and we pretty much approve. We approve the funds. We have conversations about the different steps that need to be taken in order to really utilize the funds to the best that they can be to generate ROI. So
this is the guy right here, everybody. Now you know what he looks like. Just chase him down wherever he's at.
Go for it, Reese.
All right, my name is Reese Crosby. I'm a partner development manager for ConnectWise. I've been with ConnectWise almost 8 years, but I've been in the industry since 2003. Again, our role in the partner development program is to help you guys as partners be more successful, to grow your cybersecurity practice, and as you guys have both mentioned, leverage marketing development funds, co-op funds, things like that to reinvest back into your company's success.
Awesome. And last but not least.
Yeah, I'm Sean Kettner. I've been with ThreatLocker 3.5 years. I worked with this guy a couple years prior to that.
Yeah,
and I also worked at Computer Associates, all in sales. So I've been in tech for many years.
Awesome. So one of the things I love about this space, and I know many of you already feel this, not only if you're an MSP, you get to be with a lot of friends at these events and in peer groups that you're in, but then obviously too the relationships on the vendor side of the house. Now, there's a lot of close relationships if you are a vendor in the space, and the goal here is to bridge it, to make sure that the close relationships too are between the MSPs and the vendors. So we're going to talk about that. And I want to start off just talking a little bit about partner programs in general. I know we touched on this yesterday, so we're not going to go back to 101, but I want to get a good idea, particularly from the Datto side of the house, the Datto Kaseya side of the house, the ConnectWise side of the house, and ThreatLocker. I want to start there, and I'm going to start on the end with ThreatLocker. Talk a little bit about your partner program. Just give us a lay of the land. What is your partner program? How do you get involved in your partner program? What does that look like?
Well, with our partner program, basically you are implementing our product internally, right? So we believe it's the best protection. You should have it running internally, and you get NFR copies. There's a little fine print that says you need to deploy out twice as many as what you have, for it to be an NFR copy. But for the most part, we want to train you on it. We want you to be protected by our software, and then we'll help you implement it with your customers.
Cool. Go for it, Reese.
Yep.
A little bit about the ConnectWise partner program.
So in regards to ours is very similar. Usually you have to have a minimum spend of about $400 to get into the program, and that could be across either cybersecurity or BCDR. Once you're in the program, much as to the way that they were talking about there, is you get IUL licenses or internal use licenses to basically protect your house, right? And then based upon your incremental spend, that's where we help reinvest back into your success. And some of the other things we have is a partner development portal where you actually have access to all the collateral. We work with you on a business plan, your 3, 6, 5 year, whatever that might be as far as what you're trying to do as far as making sure you have the right motions to meet those objectives you set for yourself.
Awesome, and I'm going to tag into that in a second too, because I think it's really important to know the types of items inside of these programs, right? Every program, they're not all the same, so I want to make sure that we talk a little bit deeper in a second, but let's talk about the Data Kaseya program a little bit too.
Yeah, similar. We actually are revamping it and making it bigger and better. So one of the things that have happened over the last couple of months is Kaseya has really seen the programs that we have, such as the partner program in general, which is multi-tiered, and as you increase your spend, you get way more cooler things, right? So you can get, NFR, you can get co-brandable funds as well. So if you want to do like a billboard or a radio promotion, something of that nature, those are things that you're entitled to as you grow within the program.
Awesome.
In addition to that, in terms of the MDF, typically we see such a great return on it. Kaseya realized that, and they say, you know what, we need to make this available to all of our partners, not just the Datto partners, but anybody within the Kaseya ecosystem. And typically we're seeing about a 500% ROI when we're able to help and assist with that marketing development fund. So.
Awesome, and those numbers are very, very true, and it's interesting when you look at inside of all of these vendors, and I apologize, I'm not trying to turn it back to you over here, inside of these vendors, these program teams get together, and literally what each of these teams are doing are trying to determine how to make you more successful, developing these massive programs, developing tiers for you, developing ways to make you better educated, whether that's enablement, whether that's certification, so on and so forth. MDF funds, you've heard that talked about just a little bit. Raise your hand if you're utilizing MDF funds from vendors right now. Okay. A few hands. Okay, awesome. So for all the hands that didn't go up, you are really, really, really missing out. And we'll talk a little bit about what that means and how you can get engaged. One of the things that were just mentioned is it's open to all partners in many cases, right? You have to go and apply for these funds, and you have to go and put together business cases for how and why you could utilize these funds to drive ROI in your business. So there's a lot of goodness inside of these programs, but you've got to take advantage of it, and these vendors are trying to help you grow. You heard Rob talk about yesterday, and Gio on stage talking about the majority of these MDF funds go wasted. And you're talking billions go wasted in our space. So as these vendors are in rooms trying to come up with these amazing partner programs and trying to give you funds to go out and be better, a lot of them just stay on the table. They don't get used. And so the goal is I want to kind of bridge that gap. Like, why aren't they getting used? What can we do better? So one of the things I want to talk to you about is systems. So a lot of vendors used to just have assets that you could download. So you could go in, you could download some of these assets, they're white labeled. Now a lot of vendors are coming to the table with systems that you can utilize to help you grow. So automation systems and such. So talk a little bit about your system, Gio, and how that helps when it comes to partner programs and partner growth.
Yeah, so with GlassHive in particular, right, the first vision was to create a great tool for MSPs to use on their own, right? Make sure that adds value and gain adoption there. And, that was a good, I think we're doing a great job. We're at 15,000 partners so far. But as partners started to engage there, all the different vendors that they're working with, right, you put one managed service proposal together, there may be 8 different line items that have 8 different vendors or 5 different vendors in there. And each vendor has their own PRM portal or their own email marketing tool, their own system that they use for you to register deals or all those things. And it's hard for us because if you look at it as an MSP, our workflow is not designed to do that. It's not like we're just, here's opportunity phase, let me log into 8 different platforms and figure out how to go in there, use their marketing, register the deal just to get all the tracking and all the wonderful benefits from rebates and MDF and all that. So what we did, our approach was when we decided to expand the ecosystem, I said, hey, vendor partners, here is where the MSPs are, here's where they do sales and marketing. And it's embedded and integrated with their ConnectWise and their Autotask. So why don't we come to them? There's more of them than there is of us. And the more we can collaborate where they do business, the more seamless we're going to get data back, the more we're going to get proof of performance, the more we're going to get everything to show how they grow. And we can be more immediately impactful at the different stages of the sales cycle. And I think by doing that is why it's become so great, because you no longer have to leave the platform anymore. You just go in there and you connect with the partners that you choose, and you exchange visibility and you exchange the connection with content, everything, so they can help you and provide funds to help get you to the next level. Or just based on seeing your business projection, your growth projection, that someone like the gentleman to my left or all the folks to my left, is to be able to look at that and say, hey, I see you're projecting here. How can we make that better? Let's put some together some strategic MDF funds to take you to the next level. All of that is what we decided to do to build it in one ecosystem. So it's not separate instances. It's almost like everyone's working off of one Google Doc with the partner as the heartbeat right in the middle. You know, you're in control and you're doing everything, and everybody's here to help you. Marketopia is participating in that as well.
Awesome, awesome. And I think, you know, there's a lot of hurdles that can come from programs and trying to get partners involved in programs, right? So the goal of each of these vendors, whether it's providing a platform, Gio's trying to solve for an issue that he's seen out in the space. When it comes to the partner programs, the goal is to get your engagement. So there are a lot of partners who aren't engaged, right? I didn't see a lot of hands when I said who's utilizing MDF. That's a big miss. So I want to kind of demystify this a little bit and talk about how to get engaged in some of these if you're interested. What does it look like? Because I think one of the big myths is partners feel as though it's so much work. Oh, who do I contact? What does that look like? What do I have to submit? Is there documentation? What do I have to learn about this program? It seems like a lot of work, and you already have a million other things going on in your business. So let's break this down and make it really easy. So if a partner wanted to get involved in your program, right, the Kaseya Datto program, I know Datto had a great one. Kaseya's got powered services, which I want you to tag into just a little bit too. How do they get involved, and is it that difficult?
No, it's actually not difficult at all. And it really starts with a conversation with their channel account executive.
Mm-hmm.
And just try to get a better understanding of like what is your goal as my customer, right? What are you trying to achieve? How are you trying to grow, right? Then you can get into conversations of, okay, so what are you doing to do that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's usually where the hang up happens, right? Because you have some people who have all these grand plans, but they don't take the next step to be able to execute
Mm-hmm.
it. And that's where, hey, you know what? We have a full business development team. They're here to help enable you. Let's all get on the call together,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's not at that point. We've done hundreds of different events. We've did 100 different types of campaigns, and at that point, it's easy to be like, you know what? You're thinking about it in this broad. Let's just focus it. Let's try something like a webinar first.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how we can get engagement with that. Let's see if we can put some funds behind it. Like maybe let's make it exciting and innovative. Let's do a coffee tasting during this webinar. To these different people, and things just start to click. And I can say, all right, this is what you need to do. Do this, 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 and this, and you're on your way. And once they see how easy that can be, they can go to bigger and bigger events or start thinking more outside the box. But it's not as hard as they think it may seem.
Definitely.
And so, yeah, just getting involved with that in that conversation definitely, leads these people to water or lead them to the light. So
now, do they need to be coming to you with all the ideas, or you just said the coffee tasting, the this, the that, or will their Cam or Pam or whomever their account manager is be able to pair them up with individuals internally to give them some of those ideas and do the execution together?
I think it's both. I think it's them coming to the table and say, hey, I thought about doing this, or I saw another company doing this. Is that something that you think we could do? And maybe like, yeah, of course. Or we haven't done it, but we're willing to try. Let's see how we can help you to get there. And then it's also, once again, we've done so much of these events, right? We've done hundreds of lunch and learns. We've done 100 of sports events. I can have a conversation to say, hey, according to our data, we were doing sports events. They're not that successful. People aren't there for the right reasons, right? Let's, we can do it if you want. Let's think of a way to make it different and to be more innovative with it. Or we could say, okay, let's pump the brakes. Let's think about doing this over here. This might be a better fit for you based off the type of goals that you set forth. So it's once again it's both them coming to the table or us redirecting or seeing how we can better support.
Absolutely. And I think too that's a misconception also, is that you have to either have all the ideas when you come to the table with what you want to do, but you don't. It can be a collaboration, or you can have other partners, whether it's a Marketopia or others, that you can turn to and say, will you help me come up with a plan so I can request funds? Some of these vendor partner programs, you request the funds and you get either approved or denied for them, right? Is your idea good enough? Do we think ROI is really going to come from that? And that's where you get the kickback of, maybe we don't do the baseball game because that hasn't been working. Maybe we do this other thing that's been working. But the goal is that they'll want to help you grow. So talk to me a little bit about the ConnectWise program. So and from two ways. I know you've got a lot of things internally to building out when it comes to your partner program. You guys are doing a lot of work to support, and then you're seeing massive growth numbers similar to the ones that were just shared to you, of partners that are in the program and partners that are not in the program. So talk a little bit about it.
Correct. So we've basically seen significant growth from ones in the program because, again, they have our assistants to actually go to market, to do events, to do luncheons. If they want to do a webinar, right? They can use those MDF funds to actually give away gift cards to motivate people to attend those. And as you guys were saying, it doesn't have to be difficult, right? We actually have canned campaigns in there. One that's out right now is cybersecurity for a year. So it has a whole track of, you can lay out your cybersecurity campaign for an entire year that's already done for you. So then you can just get your prospects into that campaign, drip campaigns, social media, all these different things that you can leverage to actually get them engaged. And there's different levels too. If you just want to start with the registered level, just send an email to cpp@connectwise.com if you want to get started. It's very simple. Or just go out to connectwise.com, search partner program, and it'll come up. Just put your information in and hit submit. Someone will be in touch with you. But the idea there too is we've got two different tracks, right? Once you come into the program, there's a technical track to help you leverage the solutions that you're actually going to get as part of the program, which could be SIM, could be MDR, could be risk assessment, all these different things you're getting as part of your IUL licenses. Then there's also a marketing piece to that, where you're going to work with our marketing concierge team, do a marketing assessment. What are you currently doing? You're not doing anything? Okay. How can we help? How can we help you guys start doing maybe some drip campaigns, or doing something on social media, maybe even revamping your website, things like that. So those are some of the ways that we can help you guys improve upon your go-to-market strategy to make sure you're successful.
Definitely. And I think one of the things too that's interesting about your program is one, I think a concierge support is big. I think one of the fall-offs, and we've talked about this in a couple sessions, one of the fall-offs is the work that it takes to go from an amazing portal being given, amazing co-branded assets being given, to execution deployment, and then hopefully MQL creation, and then sales qualified lead creation. There's a big chasm between that. So getting the support to actually get help to put that campaign together, those are offerings. So that's literally what Reese was just mentioning, is in their program, they have a team of marketers on their channel marketing team that will actually help you. Okay, let's go in the system and we'll build it out for you. Let's go in the system and we'll set up the direct campaign to you. And one thing you didn't mention, which I think is interesting about your program, is that the next step to it is that if you're in a top tier of their program, they will actually have lead generation created for you. When I say that, I mean appointments. So if you're in the tippy top tier of their program, they will actually set appointments for you, so that you have appointments on your calendar, and it's just a taste of the tail end of that program. So I'm seeing vendors try out really cool things like that. I think it's really important because, as we all know, you don't have a lot of time. That's the reason why a lot of these programs fall down. You don't have time to go in all the portals. You don't have time to set up all the campaigns. You don't have time to outbound call on all the leads that are created in order to get that appointment. There's a lot of work that goes into it. So I think that's a really cool portion of your program.
That's why we work with you guys really well too, is because you guys kind of add that additional service to the partner program. As far as, like, if you need assistance with outbound call campaigns, you can leverage Marketopia to assist with that, because if you don't have the bodies in-house to actually do that, well, we have the resources that we can work with you to actually get those leads coming in so you can grow your business and be successful.
100%. Talk to us about ThreatLocker a little bit. So when it comes to your program, what is that barrier of entry? How do you get into it? What does it look like? Do they apply for MDF? What does the support look like?
The biggest thing that I really appreciate with ThreatLocker is we do not have onboarding cost, okay? We are going to support you no matter what size you are with all of the resources that we have. We will set up weekly calls with you, and it's unlimited, okay, until you raise your hand and say, hey, I don't need help anymore. We have boot camps that are live boot camps. We do them twice a month or a week long. There's no cost to you. So we don't charge for training with our product on that. That's basically offered for our silver partners. On our gold partners, we do offer MDF funds, to try to help with marketing. Our marketing department will help white label some of the products that we have with your logo on it and so forth to help in that process.
Awesome. What were you going to say? You were going to say something. Yeah, go ahead.
So one thing I want to say as well, because there's this misconception that our MDF is like free money, right? It's not free money. There's no such thing as a free lunch, right? At the end of the day, as a vendor, if we're channel only and we're here to be a partner and support you and make sure that, you know, you're able to grow. In order for us to grow, this money is an investment in you, right? We're giving you $100, and hopefully that comes back as $500, you know, and that is the goal. And so we want to work with you every step of the way to make sure you are successful. If you need to have multiple calls, multiple Zoom meetings, we have to keep tweaking and changing and adapting how we execute your plan. We're willing to do that, right? This is the smartest money that a company can really spend. It's going directly to the people who can use it to directly get more business. And so I think that's just an important point to really point out.
Yeah, can I
Sure, Ron, you can add to that. Okay.
We reached out to that for some MDF funds, and we got some funds, and we also got Michael Napalmo to drive down from Connecticut at a $10 event for free. So that didn't cost him. His time was worth a lot more than the MDF funds. So that value was dramatic.
100%.
Feeling that from our partnership with that, I said, yeah, I'll come down. Wow.
100%. If you couldn't hear him, Ron was just mentioning that he did reach out to Dado and did request funds. And not only did he get funds to do an event, but then they also sent over individuals that will help. Yeah, exactly. So they sent over executive team members that will actually help share in the heavy lifting of the event. So do the speaking, engage with anyone who's there, so on and so forth. And so there are other levels to the type of support. And back to what we were just sharing, they need you to be successful. That is the whole point of all of this. Events like this, that's the entire point. Anyone invests time, energy, and effort in any of this, they need you to be successful and want you to be successful because it's a shared partnership. Absolutely. You want to be successful. It has to be that synergy for it to really work. What were you going to say, Gio? Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, and with that being said, if there's any MSPs in here that are in Hawaii and want MDF and need me to come out there to do anything, I will definitely do that. Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, one thing that I can tell you from helping a lot of our partners, you know, get MDF too, and no different when I was at Intel, giving away a lot of it. There's an exercise you can do that'll really help your chances of getting just a lot different attention and open it up to a lot more what's called strategic MDF. There's programmable MDF that's rebate, sales volume based, and then there's individuals. We're all here human beings that want to believe in a vision and in a partner. But one exercise you can do is something called the Client Solutions Roadmap. Eric Simpson's in here somewhere. He gives a lot of those templates away. A couple other companies have it. It's also available in Glass High. But essentially, it's an Excel sheet. You put every service you offer across the top row, and all your clients down the first column. Inside each cell, it's green if they have it, it's red if they haven't bought it. You dollarize all the red so you understand what the revenue opportunity is within your existing customers. That way, if you're going to sign up today to be a Threat Locker partner or a Datto partner, and you say, hey, I haven't sold Datto to any of my partners, but this is what the revenue opportunity is, they can figure out how to fund that to make it possible. Because they go, within your existing clients, you mean you have $2 million of revenue opportunities in there? Yeah, what's it going to take to get it done? Well, we can do these events. There's a way to go visit all my customers, and that opens them up to say, if it's again, putting a lot of pressure on these guys over here, but if it's, you know, 500, what did you say, how much ROI are you getting?
Like 500%.
500% ROI, right? You said it. So $2 million, right? That's a big check that can help. So this is just an exercise, and the value is right within your existing client portfolio. These are folks that will all take meetings with you today. It's just a matter of you understanding what the revenue opportunity is for all the vendors you're going to partner up with, and they'd appreciate it quite a bit because they're looking at all these partners. They don't know where to invest their time. There's only, the MDF teams are small.
And what are your favorite kinds of partners, right? So we're talking a lot about how you can help partners grow, but I want to flip it a little bit too, because there's also a favorite type of partner on this side. What are the ones that are easy to work with for you? Gio's mentioning, hey, if they come to the table with, here's an amazing revenue opportunity, that's the golden ticket, right? You would be willing to invest in them. How can the MSPs in this room and anyone tuning in virtually, how can they best prepared to come to the table with things that will be easy to approve or be a good partner for you on the other side, other than just maybe utilizing the assets and you know, using some funds? What's a good partner look like? I'll start with Threat Locker.
A good partner with Threat Locker, I'd have to say one that actually gets it and deploys throughout their stack, and then they come back to me and they tell me that they're sleeping better at night because of it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a good start. Yeah, protect your own house. From there, I would be ones that want to actually be engaged. They want to actually work with you. They understand the value of the program, and they want to grow their business. So they take the calls. They set up those weekly, bi-weekly calls. They come to the table. They've done their homework, and they want to grow.
Cool.
I would say partners that are able to share their vision of what they want to achieve, but also when they're coming to us, like for MDF, that they're able to lay out a whole plan, right? Everything from like day one, what am I gonna do? How I'm gonna promote this? Who's my target audience? To post-event, which is typically the worst part. They'll have a great event, and then you reach out to them 2 weeks later. Hey, any opportunities? We're coming up with a plan to reach out to people. I'm like, oh, you missed it. You missed the boat.
We're done. It's
You're
over.
done.
Yeah.
And so just making sure they have a plan throughout the whole process is going to be the most important thing for us.
Awesome. And then what about utilizing the system? What does that look like? What's a good partner when it comes to Glass Hive?
A good partner, when it comes to Glass Hive, is just a partner that really wants to solve the marketing problem and get visibility into what's going on. I think that's the biggest partner, the curiosity of like, where does the problem lie? You know, I've been hearing, you know, you go to events year over year, like this is the year I'm finally going to do marketing, I'm finally going to do all these sales, and you try it and it doesn't work, and you're like, oh, and you tell the stories, I did this campaign, it cost so much, I got nothing. And then, you know, but really the desire to figure out what's going on, you get the insights that the platform can provide you will really help you find that answer, and through it, you're all problem solvers. Some of the ideas I've seen our partners execute within our platform has been amazing. I mean, things I would have never thought of, because you're amazingly creative people. You just needed the data points to understand what was wrong. So if you're curious to figure out how to solve the problem, it'll give you the answer.
Awesome. Okay. So to round us out, because I know we are fresh out of time. So to round us out, I want to just give me the differentiator. Give me the why becoming a partner of yours is the game changer, is the thing that's going to take them to the next level, the thing that's going to make them achieve their dreams. Threat Locker. What is that?
Zero trust endpoint security. Just shut the front door. Stop letting strangers in your house.
Okay. You heard it here first. Go ahead. ConnectWise.
I would say it is our commitment to your success, and as you guys grow, you get co-op funds that you can reinvest back into the program, and we're there for you. We want to make sure that we're working with you on a business plan so you can be successful.
I love it. Kaseya Dado.
I would say sales enablement, what we have in terms of the people who are there to support you, to help you achieve, once again, your goals, your vision, I think is one thing, and the second is going to be community. And I think there's a great opportunity now with the mixed company to really build out community for all. So things that we've helped near and dear at the Dado side, I feel like it's permeating, and I feel like this is going to be like the greatest thing. So
awesome. Community is a big deal, big deal. And last but not least, Glass Hive. What is it?
I think if you look at all the vendors that are in the room, so much has been done over the years to make your service delivery teams as efficient and as profitable as possible. Automation, boot camps, events, certification, a robust amount of products. I think Glass Hive brought the sales and marketing people to the table and said, let's power them up, give them some automation, give some visibility so they can be just as effective as the other half of the house. That's how we make sales and marketing simple and fun.
I love it. I love it. Thank you all so much. How about a big round for our panel? Yeah, thank you so much.
We got to talk, man.
Absolutely.
That way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome VP of Business Development, North America, Kaseya, Michael De Palma.
All right. Thank you.
Right here then. Okay. All right, welcome.
Thank you.
So say a little bit about what is going to be happening this evening. We have some fun events going on. Fill us in.
Absolutely. So everybody's going to meet in the lobby between 4 and 5. Everybody's going to be walking over for a fun boat cruise. Shockingly, being a Dado event, there will be shots before you get on the boat.
Yes.
And then obviously it'll be a nice little booze cruise. So yeah, it's going to be a great time.
It's going to be awesome. So huge thanks to our amazing diamond sponsor, Kaseya, and Kaseya Dado, I should say. I keep getting used to this. I know,
That's
it's
all right.
the worst. But it is going to be really fun. So we are going to meet, and it's up here too, so we're going to meet in the lobby at 3:30. Everyone will meet there at 3:30. We're gonna all go together to go head over to the boat. It is gonna be really fun. It is 80s themed. He didn't mention that, so I'm wondering what his 80s attire looks like and if he prepared. But it is 80s themed, so it's an 80s themed party. It is going to be fun. As it was mentioned, there are shots on the way brought to you by Quick Pass, and Kaseya is the lovely sponsor of our boat tonight. So get excited. It's gonna be really, really fun. And there's also a book signing out in the hallway. So the speaker that you saw before, just come up here. He has got books, so he'll be signing those too, and we're gonna have a great time tonight. So if you have any questions, let us know, but we will see you at 3:30, and then we'll make our way over to the boat. So thank you so much. We appreciate you. Yes, absolutely.